He called Jourdan and told her to find photos of mass graves in Africa from military and law enforcement archives. Sadly, it had been all too easy, and she'd downloaded a dozen by the time he'd returned from Hyde's office. "Can you keep some people here for a day or two?" Bond asked, "in case Dunn comes back?" "I can spare one officer," she said. "Sergeant Umbalula, you will stay for the time being." "Yes, Captain." "I'll brief a patrolman on the situation, and he will replace you." She turned back to Bond. "Do you think Dunn will return?" "No, but it's possible. Hyde's the boss, but he gets distracted. Dunn is more focused and suspicious. To my mind, that makes him more dangerous." "Commander," and Cozy opened a battered briefcase. "This came for you at headquarters." He produced a thick envelope. Bond ripped it open. Inside he found 10,000 rand in used banknotes, a fake South African passport, credit cards, and a debit card, all in the name of Eugene J. Theron. Branch had worked its magic once more. There was also a note: "Reservation for open stay at Table Mountain Hotel, waterfront room." Bond pocketed everything. "Now, the Lodge Club, where I'm meeting Hyde tonight. What's it like?" "Too expensive for me," Nkosi said. "It's a restaurant and venue for events," Jourdan told him. "I've never been either. It used to be a private hunting club, white men only. Then, after the election in '94, when the ANC came to power, the owner chose to dissolve the club and sell the building rather than open up membership. The board wasn't concerned about admitting black or coloured men, but they didn't want women. I'm sure you have no clubs like that at home, James, do you?" He didn't admit that there were indeed such establishments in the UK. "At my favourite club in London, you'll see pure democracy at work. Anyone at all is free to join. And lose money at the gaming tables, just like I do, with some frequency, I might add." Nkosi laughed. "If you're ever in London, I'd be delighted to show it to you," he added to Jourdan. She seemed to view this as yet more shameless flirting, because she icily ignored the comment. "I will drive you to your hotel." The tall police officer's face wore a serious look. "I think I shall quit the SAPS and see if you can get me a job in England, Commander." To work for the ODG or MI6, you had to be a British citizen, and the child of at least one citizen or someone with substantial ties to the UK. There was also a residency requirement. "After my great undercover work," Nkosi's arm swept around the room, "I now know I am quite the actor. I will come to London and work in the West End. That's where the famous theatres are, correct?" "Well, yes," though Bond had not been to one voluntarily in years. The young man said, "I'm sure I will be quite successful. I'm partial to Shakespeare. David Mamet is quite good too, without doubt." Bond supposed that working for a boss like Baker Jourdan, Nkosi did not get much of a chance to exercise his sense of humour. Chapter 37. The hotel was near Table Bay in the fashionable Greenpoint area of Cape Town. It was an older building, 6 stories in classic Cape style, and could not quite disguise its colonial roots, though it didn't try very hard. You could see them clearly in the meticulous landscaping presently being tended by a number of diligent workers, the delicate but firm reminder on placards about the dining-room dress code, the spotless white uniforms of the demure, ever-present staff, the rattan furniture on the sweeping veranda overlooking the bay. Another clue was the inquiry as to whether Mr. Theron would like a personal butler for his stay. He politely declined. The Table Mountain Hotel, referred to everywhere as TM in scrolling letters, from the marble floor to embossed napkins, was just the place where a well-heeled Afrikaner businessman from Durban would stay, whether a legitimate computer salesman or a mercenary with 10,000 bodies to hide. After checking in, Bond started towards the lift, but something outside caught his eye. He popped into the gift shop for shaving foam he didn't need. Then he circled back to reception to help himself to some complimentary fruit juice from a large glass tank surrounded by an arrangement of purple jacaranda and red and white roses. He wasn't certain, but someone might have been conducting surveillance. When he turned abruptly to get the juice, a shadow had vanished equally abruptly. With many opportunities come many operatives. Bond waited for a moment, But the apparition didn't reappear. Of course, operational life sows the seeds of paranoia, and sometimes a passer-by is just a passer-by. A curious gaze signifies nothing more than a curious mind. Besides, you can't protect yourself from every risk in this business. If somebody wants you dead badly enough, they'll get their wish. Mentally, Bond shrugged off the tale and took the lift to the first floor, where the rooms were accessed from an open balcony that overlooked the lobby. He stepped inside, closed and chained the door. He tossed the suitcase onto one of the beds, strode to the window and closed the curtains. He slipped everything that identified him as James Bond into a large carbon fiber envelope with an electronic lock on the flap and sealed it. With his shoulder, he tipped a chest of drawers and pushed the pouch underneath. It might be found and stolen, of course, but any attempt to open it without a thumbprint on the lock would send an encrypted message to the ODG's C branch, and Bill Tanner would send a crash dive text to alert him that his cover had been compromised. He rang room service and ordered a club sandwich and a Gilroy's dark ale. Then he showered. By the time he'd dressed in a pair of battleship grey trousers and a black polo shirt, the food was at the door. He ran a comb through his damp hair, checked the peephole, and let the waiter in. The tray was placed on a small table, the bill signed as E.J. Theron, in Bond's own handwriting. That was one thing you never tried to fake, however deep your cover. The waiter pocketed his tip with overt gratitude. When Bond stepped back to the door to see the young man out and refix the chain, he automatically scanned the balcony and the lobby below. He squinted, gazing down, then shut the door fast. Damn. Glancing with regret at the sandwich, and even more regretfully at the beer, he stepped into his shoes and flung open his suitcase. He screwed the Gemtech silencer onto the muzzle of his Walther, and, although he'd done so recently, at SAP's headquarters, eased the slide of the pistol back a few millimeters to verify that the round was in the chamber. The gun went into the folds of today's edition of the Cape Times, which Bond then set on the tray between his sandwich and the beer. He lifted it one-handed over his shoulder and left the room, the tray obscuring his face. He was not dressed in a waiter's uniform, but he moved briskly, head down, and might have been mistaken by a casual observer for a harried member of staff. At the end of the corridor, he went through the fire doors of the stairwell, put the tray down, and picked up the newspaper with its deadly contents. Then he descended a flight of stairs, quietly, to the ground floor. Looking out through a porthole in the swing door, he spotted his target, sitting in an armchair in the shadows of a far corner of the lobby, nearly invisible. Facing away from Bond, he was scanning from his newspaper to the lobby, to the first-floor balcony. Apparently he had missed Bond's escape. Bond gauged distances and angles, the location and number of guests, staff and security guards. He waited while a porter wheeled a cart of suitcases past. A waiter carried a tray bearing a silver coffee pot to another guest at the far end of the lobby, and a cluster of Japanese tourists moved en masse out of the door, taking with them his target's attention. Bond thought clinically. Now. He pushed out of the stairwell and walked fast towards the back of an armchair, over which the crown of his target's head could just be seen. He circled around it and dropped into the chair just opposite, smiling as if he'd run into an old friend. He kept his finger off the trigger of the Walther, which Corporal Menzies had fine-tuned to a feather-light pull. The freckled, ruddy face glanced up. The man's eyes flashed wide in surprise that he'd been duped. In recognition, too. The look said, no, it wasn't a coincidence. He had been conducting surveillance on Bond. He was the man Bond had seen in the airport that morning, whom he'd originally taken for Captain Jourdan. "Fancy seeing you here," Bond said cheerfully, to allay the suspicions of anybody witnessing the rendezvous. He lifted the curled newspaper so that the muzzle of the silencer was focused on the bulky chest. But curiously, the surprise in the milky green eyes was replaced, not by fear or desperation, but amusement. "Ah, Mr. Theron, is it? Is that who we are at the moment?" The accent was Mancunian. His pudgy hands swung up, palms out. Bond cocked his head to one side. "These rounds are nearly subsonic. With this suppressor, you'll be dead, and I'll be gone long before anybody notices." Oh, but you don't want to kill me. That would go down rather badly. Bond had heard plenty of monologues at moments like this, when he'd got the draw on an opponent. Usually the bon mots were to buy time, or for distraction as the target prepared himself for a desperate assault. Bond knew to ignore what the man was saying, and watch his hands and body language. Still, he could hardly dismiss the next lines, issuing from the flabby lips. After all, what would M say if he'd heard you'd gunned down one of the Crown Star agents, and in such a beautiful setting? Chapter 38. His name was Gregory Lamb, confirmed by the iris and fingerprint scan app, MI6's man on the ground in Cape Town. The agent Bill Tanner had told him to avoid. They were in Bond's room, sans beer and sandwich. To his consternation, the tray containing his lunch had been whisked out of the stairwell by an efficient hotel employee by the time he and Lamb had returned to the first floor. "You could have got yourself killed," Bond muttered. "I wasn't in any real danger. Your outfit doesn't give out those double noughts to trigger happy fools. Now, my friend, don't get all ruffled. Some of us know what your overseas development outfit really does." "How did you know I was in town?" "Put it together, didn't I? Heard about some goings-on and got in touch with friends at Lambeth." One of the disadvantages in having to use SIX or DI for intelligence was that more people knew about your affairs than you might prefer. "Why didn't you just contact me through secure channels?" Bond snapped. "I was going to, but just as I got there, I saw somebody playing Shadow." Now Bond paid attention. Male, slim, blue jacket, gold earring. "Well, now, didn't see the earring, did I? Eyes aren't what they used to be. But you got the general kit right. Hovered about for a while, then vanished like the tablecloth when the sun comes out. You know what I mean, the fog on Table Mountain." Bond was in no mood for travelogues. Damn it, the man who killed Yusuf Nassad, and who had nearly done the same to Felix Leiter, had learned he was here. He was probably the man Jourdan had told him about, the one who had slipped into the country that morning from Abu Dhabi on a fake British passport. Who the hell was he? "Did you get a picture?" Bond asked. "Drat, no. The man was fast as a water bug." "Spot anything else about him? Type of mobile? Possible weapons? Vehicle?" "None. Gone. Water bug." A shrug of the broad shoulders, which Bond supposed were as freckled and red as the face. Bond said, "You were at the airport when I landed. Why did you turn away?" "I saw Captain Jourdan. She never took to me for some reason. Maybe she thinks I'm the great white hunter colonist here to steal back her country. She gave me a bloody tongue-lashing a few months ago, didn't she?" "My chief of staff said you were in Eritrea," Bond said. "I was indeed. There and across the border in Sudan for the past week. Looks like their hearts are set on war, so I tooled on up to make sure my covers would survive the gunplay. Got that sorted, and heard about an ODG operation." His eyes dimmed. "Surprised nobody gave me a bell about it." "The thinking was that you were involved in a rather serious op. Delicate," Bond said judiciously. "Ah," Lamb seemed to believe this. "Well, anyway, I thought I'd better race here to help out. You see, the Cape's tricky. It looks neat and clean and touristy, but there's a lot more to it. I hate to blow my own trumpet, my friend, but you need somebody like me to weasel under the surface. Tell you what's really going on. I'm connected. You know any other SIX agent who's finagled local government development fund money to finance his covers? I made the Crown a tidy profit last year." "All went to Treasury coffers, did it?" Lamb shrugged. "I've got a role to play, haven't I? To the world, I'm a successful businessman. If you don't live your cover for all it's worth, well, a bit of sand gets into the works, and the next thing you know, there's a big pearl yelling, 'I'm a spy.' Say, you mind if we hit that minibar of yours?" Bond waved at it. "Go ahead." Lamb helped himself to a miniature of Bombay Sapphire gin, then another. He poured them into a glass. "No ice? Pity. Well, never mind." He sloshed in a bit of tonic. "What is your cover?" "Mostly I arrange cargo ship charters. Brilliant idea, if I say so myself. Gives me a chance to hobnob with the bad boys on the docks. I also do a spot of gold and aluminium exploration and road and infrastructure construction." "And you still have time to spy?"
Good one, my friend. For some reason, Lamb started telling Bond his life story. He was a British citizen, as was his mother, and his father was South African. He'd come down here with his parents and decided he liked it better than life in Manchester. After training at Fort Monkton, he'd asked to be sent back. Station Z was the only one he'd ever worked for, and the only one he'd ever cared to. He spent most of his time in the Western Cape, but travelled frequently around Africa, attending to his NOC operations. When he noticed Bond was not listening, he swigged at his drink and said, "So what exactly are you working on? Something about this Severn Height. Now there's a name to conjure with. An Incident 20. Love it. Sounds rather like something from DI 55. You know, the characters looking into UFOs over the Midlands." Exasperated, Bond said, "I was attached to Defence Intelligence. Division 55 was about missiles or planes breaching British airspace, not UFOs. Ah, yeah, I'm sure it was. Of course, that would be the line they'd give the public, wouldn't it?" Bond was close to throwing him out. Still, it might just be worth picking his brain. "You heard about Incident 20, then? Any thoughts on how it could relate to South Africa?" "I did get the signals," Lamb conceded, "but I didn't pay much attention, since the intercept said the attack was going to be on British soil." Bond reminded him of the exact wording, which gave no location, but said merely that British interests would be adversely affected. "Could be anywhere, then. I didn't think of that. Or you didn't read it very carefully." "And now the cyclone has touched down on my pitch. Odd how fate can strike, isn't it?" The app on Bond's mobile that had verified Lamb's identity had also indicated his security clearance, which was higher than Bond would have guessed. Now he felt more or less comfortable in talking about the Gehenna plan, Height and Dunn. He asked again, "So, have you any thoughts on the connection here? Thousands of people at risk, British interests threatened, the plan hatched in Severn Heights' office." Eyes on his glass, Lamb said thoughtfully, "The fact is, I don't know what kind of attack here would fit the bill. We got plenty of British expats and tourists and a lot of business interests with connections to London. But killing that many people in one fell swoop sounds like it'd have to be civil unrest. I don't see that happening in South Africa. We've got our troubles here, there's no denying it. Zimbabwe asylum seekers, trade union unrest, corruption, AIDS. But we're still the most stable country on the continent." For once, the man had provided Bond with some real insight, slight though it was. This reinforced his idea that while buttons might be pushed in South Africa, Friday's deaths could likely occur elsewhere. The man had finished most of the gin. "You're not drinking?" When Bond didn't answer, he added, "We miss the old days, don't we, my friend?" Bond didn't know what the old days were, and decided it was unlikely he would miss them, whatever they had been. He also decided, too, that he quite disliked the phrase, "my friend." "You said you didn't get on with Baker Jordan." Lamb grunted. "What do you know about her?" "She's damn good at her job, I'll give her that. She was the officer who ran that investigation of the NIA, the South African National Intelligence Agency, for conducting illegal surveillance on politicians here." Lamb chuckled darkly. "Not that that'd ever happen in our country, would it? Huh." Bond recalled that Bill Tanner had chosen to use a SAPS liaison rather than national intelligence. Lamb continued, "They gave her the job, hoping she'd fumble, but not Captain Jordan. Oh no, that would never do." His eyes gleamed perversely. "She started to make headway in the case, and everybody at the top got scared. Her boss at SAPS told her to lose the evidence against the NIA agents. So she arrested him. And his boss, too." Lamb roared with laughter and knocked back the last of his drink. "She earned herself a big commendation. The Gold Cross for bravery. Did she get roughed up in the investigation?" "Roughed up?" He mentioned her scarred arm. "In a way. Afterwards she was promoted. Had to happen politically. You know how that works. Well, some of the SAPS men, who were passed over, didn't take too kindly to it. She got threats. Women shouldn't be taking men's jobs, that sort of thing. Somebody chucked a Molotov cocktail under her squad car. She got into the station, but there was a prisoner in the back seat, drunk and sleeping it off. None of the attackers saw him. She ran outside and saved him, but got burnt in the process. They never found out who did it. The perpetrators were masked, but everybody knows it was people she was working with. Maybe still is. God. Now Bond believed he understood Jourdain's attitude towards him. Perhaps she'd thought his flirtatious glance at the airport had meant he too didn't take a woman seriously as a police officer. He explained to Lamb his next step. Meeting Haidt tonight. Oh, the Lodge Club. That's all right. Used to be exclusive, but now they let in everybody. Hey, I saw that look. I didn't mean what you think. I just have a low opinion of the general public. I do more business with blacks and coloureds than whites. There's that look again. Coloureds? Bond said sourly. It just means mixed race, and is perfectly acceptable here. No one would take offence. Bond's experience, however, was that people using such terms weren't the ones likely to be offended by them, but he wasn't going to debate politics with Gregory Lamb. Bond looked at the Breitling. Thanks for your thoughts, he said, without much enthusiasm. Now I've got work to do before my meeting with Haidt. Jourdain had sent him some material on Afrikaners, South African culture, and conflict regions that Jean Theron might have been active in. Lamb rose and hovered awkwardly. Well, I stand ready to assist. I'm at your service. Really, anything you need. He seemed painfully sincere. Thanks. Bond felt the urge, absurdly, to slip him 20 rand. Before he left, Lamb returned to the minibar and relieved it of 2 miniatures of vodka. You don't mind, do you? M's got a positively massive budget. Everyone knows that. Bond saw him out. Good riddance, he thought, as the door closed. Percy Osborne Smith was a charmer by comparison with this fellow. Chapter 39. Bond sat at the expansive desk in the hotel suite, booted up his computer, logged on via his iris and fingerprint, and scrolled through the information Baker Jourdain had uploaded. He was ploughing through it when an encrypted email arrived. James, for your eyes only, have confirmed steel cartridge was a major active measure by KGB SVR to assassinate clandestine MI6 and CIA agents and local assets, so that the extent of Russian infiltration would not be learnt, in attempt to promote détente during fall of Soviet Union and improve relations with the West. The last steel cartridge-targeted killings occurred late 80s or early 90s. Found only one incident so far. The victim was a private contractor working for MI6, deep cover. No other details except that the active measures agent made the death appear to be an accident. Actual steel cartridges were sometimes left at the scenes of the deaths as warning to other agents to keep quiet. Am continuing investigation. Your other eyes, Philly. Bond slouched back in the chair, staring at the ceiling. Well, what do I do with this? He asked himself. He read the message again, then sent a brief email thanking Philly. He rocked back, and in the mirror across the room caught a glimpse of his eyes, hard and set, like a predator's. He reflected. So, the KGB active measures agent killed the MI6 contract op in the late 80s, early 90s. James Bond's father had died during that period. It had happened in December, not long after his 11th birthday. Andrew and Monique Bond had dropped young James off with his Aunt Charmian in Pett Bottom, Kent, leaving behind the promise that they would return in plenty of time for Christmas festivities. They had then flown to Switzerland and driven to Mont Blanc for 5 days of skiing and rock and ice climbing. His parents' assurance, however, had been hollow. 2 days later they were dead, having fallen from one of the astonishingly beautiful cliff faces of the Aiguille Rouge near Chamonix. Beautiful cliffs, yes, impressive, but not excessively dangerous. Not where they had been climbing. As an adult, Bond had looked into the circumstances of the accident. He'd learnt that the slope they'd fallen from did not require advanced climbing techniques. Indeed, no one had ever been injured, let alone died there. But of course, mountains are notoriously fickle, and Bond had taken at face value the story the gendarme had told his aunt. That his parents had fallen because a rope frayed at the same time as a large boulder had given way. Mademoiselle, je suis désolé de vous dire. When he was young, James Bond had enjoyed travelling with his parents to the foreign countries where Andrew Bond's company sent him. He'd enjoyed living in hotel suites. He'd enjoyed the local cuisines, very different from those served in the pubs and restaurants in England and Scotland. He'd been captivated with the exotic cultures, the dress, the music, the language. He also enjoyed spending time with his father. His mother would hand James over to carers and friends when one of her freelance photojournalism assignments arose, but his father would occasionally take him to business meetings, in restaurants or hotel lobbies. The boy would perch nearby with a volume of Tolkien or an American detective novel, while his father talked to unsmiling men named Sam or Micah or Juan. James was happy to be included. What son doesn't like to tag along with his dad? He had always been curious, though, as to why sometimes Andrew insisted that he join him, while at others he said no quite firmly. Bond had thought nothing more of this, until the training sessions at Fort Monkton. It was there, in the lessons on clandestine operations, that one instructor had said something that caught his attention. The round, bespectacled man from MI6's Tradecraft Training Section had told the group, in most clandestine situations, it's not advisable for an agent or an asset to be married or have children. If they happen to, it's best to make sure the family is kept far removed from the agent's operational life. However, there's one instance in which it's advantageous to have a, quote, typical life. These agents will be operating in deepest cover and handling the most critical assignments, where the intelligence to be gathered is vital. In these cases, a family life is important to remove the enemy's suspicion that they're operatives. Typically, their official cover will be working for a company or organization that interests enemy agents, infrastructure, information, armaments, aerospace, or government. They will be posted to different locations every few years and take their families with them. Bond's father had worked for a major British armaments company. He had been posted to a number of international capitals. His wife and son had accompanied him. The instructor had continued, and in certain circumstances, on the most critical assignments, whether a brush pass or a face-to-face meeting, it's useful for the operative to take his child with him. Nothing proclaims innocence more than having a youngster with you. Seeing this, the enemy will almost always believe that you're the real deal. No parent would want to endanger his or her child. He regarded the agents sitting before him in the classroom, their faces registering varying reactions at his passionless message. Combating evil sometimes requires a suspension of accepted values. Bond had thought, his father a spy? Impossible. Absurd. Still, after he had left Fort Monkton, he spent some time looking into his father's past, but found no evidence of a clandestine life. The only evidence was a series of payments made to his aunt for her and James's benefit, over and above the proceeds from his parents' insurance policy. These were made annually until James had turned 18 by a company that must have had some affiliation with Andrew's employer, though he could never find out exactly where it was based or what the nature of the payments had been. Eventually, he convinced himself the whole idea was mad and forgot about it. Until the Russian signal about steel cartridge, because one other aspect of his parents' death had been largely overlooked. In the accident report that the gendarmes had prepared, it was mentioned that a steel rifle cartridge, 7.62 millimeters, had been found near his father's body. Young James had received it among his parents' effects, and since Andrew had been an executive with an arms company, it was assumed that the bullet had been a sample of his wares to show to customers. On Monday, 2 days ago, after he had read the Russian report, Bond had gone into the online archives of his father's company. He'd learnt that it did not manufacture ammunition. Neither had it ever sold any weapons that fired a 7.62 millimeter round. This was the bullet that sat now in a conspicuous place on the mantelpiece of his London flat. Had it been dropped accidentally by a hunter, or left intentionally as a warning? The KGB's reference to Operation Steel Cartridge had solidified within Bond the desire to learn whether or not his father had been a secret agent. He had to. He did not need to reconcile himself to the possibility that his father had lied to him. All parents deceive their children. In most cases, though, it's for the sake of expedience, or through laziness or thoughtlessness. If his father had lied, it was because the Official Secrets Act had compelled him to. Neither did he need to know the truth, so that he could, as a TV psychiatrist might suggest, revisit his youthful loss and mourn somehow more authentically. What nonsense. No. He wanted to know the truth for a much simpler reason, one that fitted him like a Savile Row bespoke suit. The person who had killed his parents might still be at large in the world, enjoying the sun, sitting down to a pleasant meal, or even conspiring to take other lives. If such were the case, Bond knew he would make certain that his parents' assassin met the same fate as they had, and he would do so efficiently and in accordance with his official remit, by any means necessary. Chapter 40. At close to 5 p.m. on Wednesday, Bond's mobile emitted the ringtone reserved for emergency messages. He hurried from the bathroom where he just showered and read the encrypted email. It was from GCHQ, reporting that Bond's attempt to bug Seven and Haidt had been somewhat successful. Unknown to Captain Baker Jordan, the flash drive that Bond had given Haidt, holding digital pictures of the killing fields in Africa, also contained a small microphone and transmitter. What it lacked in audio resolution and battery life, it made up for in range. The signal was picked up by a satellite, amplified, and beamed down to one of the massive receiving antennae at Menwith Hill in the beautiful Yorkshire countryside. The device had transmitted fragments of a conversation Haidt and Dunn had had just after they'd left the fictional EJT services office in downtown Cape Town. The words had finally made their way through the decryption queue and been read by an analyst who had flagged them as critical and shot the missive to Bond. He now read the CX, the raw intelligence, and the analysed product. It seemed that Dunn was planning to kill one of Haidt's workers, Stefan Dlamini, and his family, because the employee had seen something in a secure part of Greenway that he shouldn't have, perhaps information that related to Gehenna. Bond's goal was clear. Save him at all costs. Purpose, response. The man lived outside Cape Town. The death would be made to look like a gang attack. Grenades and firebombs would be used, and the attack would occur at supper time. After that, though, the battery died, and the device had stopped transmitting. At supper time. Perhaps any moment now. Bond hadn't managed to rescue the woman in Dubai. He wasn't going to let this family die now. He needed to find out what Dlamini had learned. But he could hardly contact Baker Jordan and tell her what he'd found out via illegal surveillance. He picked up the phone and called the concierge. "Yes, sir?" "I have a question for you," Bond said casually. "I had a problem with my car today, and a local fellow helped me out. I didn't have much cash with me, and I wanted to give him something for his trouble. How would I go about finding his address? I have his name and the town he lives in, but nothing more." "What's the town?" "Primrose Gardens." There was silence. Then the concierge said, "It's a township." A squatter's camp, Bond recalled, from the briefing material Baker Jordan had given him. The shacks rarely had standard postal addresses. "Well, could I go there? Ask if anyone knew him?" Another pause. "Well, sir, it might not be very safe." "I'm not too worried about that." "I think it would not be practical either." "Why is that?" "The population of Primrose Gardens is around 50,000. At 17:30 hours, as autumn dusk descended, Niall Dunn watched Seven and Haidt leave the Greenway office in Cape Town, striding tall and with a certain elegance to his limousine. Haidt's feet didn't splay. His posture wasn't hunched. His arms didn't swing from side to side. "Oi, look at the tosser. Niall's a bleeding giraffe." Haidt was on his way home, where he would change, then take Jessica to the fundraiser at the Lodge Club. Dunn was standing in the Greenway lobby, staring out of the window. His eyes lingered on Haidt as he vanished down the street, accompanied by one of his Greenway guards. Watching him leave en route to his home and his companion, Dunn felt a pang. "Don't be so bloody ridiculous," he told himself. "Concentrate on the job. All hell's going to break loose on Friday, and it'll be your fault if a single cog or gear malfunctions. Concentrate. So he did. Dunn left Greenway, collected his car, and drove out of Cape Town towards Primrose Gardens. He would meet up with the security man from the company and proceed with a plan, which he now ran through in his mind. The timing, the approach, the number of grenades, the firebomb, the escape. He reviewed the blueprint with precision and patience, the way he did everything. This is Niall. He's brilliant. He's my draftsman. But other thoughts intruded, and his sloping shoulders slumped even more as he pictured his boss at the fundraising gala later that night. The pang stabbed him again. Dunn supposed people wondered why he was alone, why he didn't have a partner. They assumed the answer was that he lacked the ability to feel, that he was a machine. They didn't understand that according to the concept of classical mechanics, there were simple machines, like screws and levers and pulleys, and complex machines, like engines, which by definition transferred energy into motion. Well, he reasoned logically, calories were turned into energy, which moved the human body. So yes, he was a machine. But so were we all, every creature on Earth. That didn't preclude the capacity for love. No, the explanation of his solitude was simply that the object of his desire didn't in turn desire him. How embarrassingly mundane. How common. And bloody unfair, of course. God, it was unfair. No draftsman would design a machine in which the two parts necessary to create harmonious movement didn't work perfectly, each needing the other, and in turn satisfying the reciprocal need. But that was exactly the situation in which he found himself. He and his boss were mismatched parts. Besides, he thought bitterly, the laws of attraction were far riskier than the laws of mechanics. Relationships were messy, dangerous, and plagued with waste, and while you could keep an engine humming for hundreds of thousands of hours, love between human beings often sputtered and seized just after it caught. It betrayed you too, far more often than machinery did. Bollocks, he told himself, with what passed for anger within Niall Dunn. Forget all this. You have a job to do tonight. He ran through his blueprint again, and then once more. As the traffic thinned, he drove quickly east of the city, heading towards the township along dark roads gritty and damp as a riverside dock. He pulled into a shopping centre car park and killed the engine. A moment later, a battered van stopped behind him. Dunn climbed from his car and got into the other vehicle, nodding to the security man, very large, wearing military fatigues. Without saying a word, they set off at once, and in 10 minutes were driving through the unmarked streets of Primrose Gardens. Dunn climbed into the back of the van, where there were no windows. He was, of course, distinctive here, with his height, his hair. More significant, he was white, and would be extremely conspicuous in a South African township after dark. It was possible that the drug dealer who was threatening Dlamini's daughter was white, or had whites who worked for him, but Dunn decided it was better to stay hidden, at least until the time to throw the grenades and firebombs through the window of the shanty. They drove along the endless paths that served as roads in the shantytown, past packs of running children, skinny dogs, men sitting on doorsteps. "No GPS," the huge security man said, his first words. He wasn't smiling, and Dunn didn't know if he was making a joke. The man had spent 2 hours that afternoon tracking down Dlamini's shack. "There it is." They parked across the road. The place was tiny, 1 story, as were all the shacks in Primrose Gardens, and the walls were constructed of mismatched panels of plywood and corrugated metal, painted bold red, blue, yellow, as if in defiance of the squalor. A clothesline hung in the yard to the side, festooned with laundry for a family ranging in age, it seemed, from 5 or 6 to adulthood. This was an efficient location for a kill. The shack was opposite a patch of empty ground, so there would be few witnesses. Not that it mattered. The van had no number plate, and white vehicles of this sort were as common in the Western Cape as seagulls at Greenway. They sat in silence for 10 minutes, just on the verge of attracting attention. Then the security man said, "There he is." Stefan Dlamini was walking down the dusty road, a tall, thin man with greying hair, wearing a faded jacket, orange t-shirt and brown jeans. Beside him was one of his sons. The boy, who was about 11, carried a mud-streaked football and wore a Springboks rugby shirt without a jacket, despite the autumn chill. Dlamini and the boy paused outside to kick the ball back and forth for a moment or two. Then they entered their home. Dunn nodded to the security man. They pulled on ski masks. Dunn surveyed the shanty. It was larger than most, but the explosive and incendiary was sufficient. The curtains were drawn across the windows, the cheap fabric glowing with light from inside. For some reason, Dunn found himself thinking again about his boss, at the event that night. He put the image away. He gave it 5 minutes more, to make sure Dlamini had used the toilet, if there was one in the shack, and that the family was seated at the dinner table. "Let's go," Dunn said. The security guard nodded. They stepped out of the van, each holding a powerful grenade, filled with deadly copper shot. The street was largely deserted. 7 family members, Dunn reflected. "No," he whispered. They pulled the pins on the grenades and flung them through each of the 2 windows. In the 5 seconds of silence that followed, Dunn grabbed the firebomb, a petrol can with a small detonator, and readied it. When stunning explosions shook the ground and blew out the remaining glass, he threw the incendiary through the window, and the 2 men leapt into the van. The security man started the engine, and they sped off. Exactly 5 seconds later, flames erupted from the windows, and spectacularly a stream of fire from the cooking stove chimney rose straight into the air 20 feet, reminding Dunn of the fireworks displays he'd enjoyed as a boy in Belfast. Chapter 41. "Hey! Hey!" The woman's wail filled the night, as she stared at the fiery shack, her home, tears lensing her eyes. She and her 5 children were clustered behind the inferno. The back door was open, providing a wrenching view of the rampaging flames destroying all of the family's possessions. She struggled to run inside and rescue what she could, but her husband, Stefan Dlamini, gripped her hard. He spoke to her in a language James Bond took to be Xhosa. A large crowd was gathering, and an informal fire brigade had assembled, passing buckets of water in a futile attempt to extinguish the raging flames. "We have to leave," Bond said to the tall man standing beside him, next to an unmarked SAPS van. "Without a doubt," said Kweleni Nkosi. Bond meant that they should get the family out of the township before Dunn realized they were still alive. Nkosi, though, had a different concern. The warrant officer had been eyeing the growing crowd, who were staring at the white man. The collective gaze was not friendly. "Display your badge," Bond told him. Nkosi's eyes widened. No, Commander. That is not a wise idea. Let us leave, now." They shepherded Stefan Dlamini and his family into the van. Bond got in with them, and Nkosi climbed behind the wheel, gunned the engine, and steered them away into the night. They left behind the angry, confused crowd and the tumultuous flames, but not a single injury. It had been a true race to the finish line to save the family. After he'd learned that Dlamini was going to be targeted by Dunn, and that he lived virtually anonymously in a huge township, Bond had struggled to come up with a way to locate him. GCHQ and MI6 could find no mobile in his name or any personal records in South African census or trade union records. He had taken a chance and called Kweleni Nkosi. "I'm going to tell you something, warrant officer, and I hope I can rely on you to keep it to yourself, from everyone." There had been a pause, and the young man had said, cautiously, "Go on." Bond had laid out the problem, including the fact that the surveillance had been illegal. Your signal is breaking up, Commander. I missed that last part." Bond had laughed. "But we have to find where this Stefan Dlamini lives, now." Nkosi had sighed. "It's going to be difficult. Primrose Gardens is huge, but I have an idea." The minibus taxi operations, it seemed, knew far more about the shanty towns and locases than the local government did. The warrant officer would begin calling them. He and Bond had met, then driven fast to Primrose Gardens, and Cozy continuing his search for the family shack via his mobile. At close to 6 p.m., they'd been cruising through the township when a taxi driver had reported that he knew where Dlamini lived. He directed Bond and Nkosi there. As they'd approached, they'd seen another van at the front, a white face glancing out. "Done," Nkosi had said. He and Bond had veered away and parked behind the shanty. They'd pushed through the back door, and the family had panicked, but Nkosi had told them, in their own language, that the men had come to save them. They had to get out immediately. Stefan Dlamini was not at home yet, but soon would be. A few minutes later, he'd come through the door with his young son, and Bond, knowing the attack was imminent, had had no choice but to draw his gun and force them out of the back door. Nkosi had just finished explaining Bond's purpose and the danger when the grenades went off, followed by the petrol bomb. Now they were on the N1, cruising west. Dlamini gripped Bond's hand and shook it. Then he leant forward to the front passenger seat and hugged him. Tears stood in his eyes. His wife huddled in the back with her children, studying Bond suspiciously, as the agent told him who'd been behind the attack. Finally, after hearing the story, Dlamini asked in dismay, "Mr. Hyde? But how can that be? He is best boss. He treat all of us good. Very good. I am not understanding this." Bond explained. It seemed that Dlamini had learned something about illegal activities Hyde and Dunn were engaged in. His eyes flashed. "I know what you are speaking of." His head bobbed up and down. He told Bond that he was a maintenance man at the Greenway plant, north of town. That morning, he'd found the door to the company's research and development office left open for deliveries. The two employees inside were at the back of the room. Dlamini had seen an overflowing bin inside. The rubbish there was supposed to be handled by somebody else, but he decided to empty it anyway. "I just was trying to do a good job, that's all." He shook his head. "I go inside and start to empty this bin when one of the workers sees me and starts screaming at me. What did I see? What was I looking at? I said, nothing. He ordered me out." "And did you see anything that might have upset them?" "I don't think so. On the computer beside the bin, there was a message, an email. I think I saw Serbia in English, but I paid no more attention." "Anything else?" "No, sir." Serbia. So, some of the secrets to Gehenna lay beyond the door to research and development. Bond said to Nkosi, "We have to get the family away. If I give them money, is there a hotel where they can stay until the weekend?" "I can find some rooms for them." Bond gave them 1,500 rand. The man blinked as he stared at the sum. Nkosi explained to Dlamini that he would have to stay in hiding for a short while, and have him call other family members and close friends. He should tell them that he and his family are all right, but that they have to play dead for a few days. "Can you plant a story in the media about their deaths?" "I think so." The warrant officer was hesitating. "But I'm wondering if—" His voice faded. "We'll keep this between ourselves. Captain Jourdan does not need to know." "Without doubt. That is best." As the glorious vista of Cape Town rose before them, Bond glanced at his watch. It was time for the second assignment of the night, one that would require him to enlist a very different set of tradecraft skills from dodging grenades and firebombs, though he suspected that this job would be no less challenging. Chapter 42. Bond wasn't impressed by the Lodge Club. Perhaps back in the day, when it was the enclave of hunters in jobbers and jackets embellished with loops to hold ammunition for the big 5 game rifles, it had been more posh, but the atmosphere now was that of a function room hosting simultaneous wedding receptions. Bond wasn't sure if the Cape Buffalo head staring down at him angrily from near the front door was real or had been manufactured in China. He gave the name, Jean Theron, to one of the attractive young women at the door. She happened to be blonde and voluptuous, and wearing a tight-fitting crimson dress with a lazy neckline. The other hostess was of Zulu or Xhosa ancestry, but equally built and clad. Bond suspected that whoever ran the fundraising organization
knew how to tactically appeal to what was, of whatever race, predominantly a male donor pool. He added, "Guest of Mr. Hyde." "Ah, yes," the golden-haired woman said, and let him into the low-lit room where 50 or so people milled about. Still wine, champagne, and soft drinks were on offer, and Bond went for the sparkling. Bond had followed Hyde's suggestion on dress, and the Durban mercenary was in light grey trousers, a black sports jacket, and a light blue shirt, no tie. Holding his champagne flute, Bond looked around the plush hall. The group behind the event was the International Organization Against Hunger, based in Cape Town. Pictures on easels showed workers handing out large sacks to happy recipients, women mostly. Hercules planes being unloaded and boats laden with sacks of rice or wheat. There were no pictures of starving, emaciated children, a tasteful compromise all around. You wanted donors to feel slightly, but not too, uneasy. Bond guessed that the world of altruism had to be as carefully navigated as Whitehall politics. From speakers in the ceiling, the harmonies of Ladysmith Black Mambazo and the inspirational songs of the Cape Town singer Verity provided an appealing soundtrack to the evening. The event was a silent auction. Tables were filled with all sorts of items donated by supporters of the group. A football signed by the players of Bafana Bafana, the South African national football team. A whale-watching cruise, a weekend getaway in Stellenbosch, a Zulu sculpture, a pair of diamond earrings, and much more. The guests would circulate and write their bids for each item on a sheet of paper. The one who'd put down the highest amount when the auction closed would win the article. Severin Hyde had donated a dinner for 4 worth 8,000 rand, about £700, Bond calculated, at a first-class restaurant. The wine flowed generously, and waiters circulated with silver trays of elaborate canapes. 10 minutes after Bond had arrived, Severin Hyde appeared, with his female companion on his arm. Niall Dunn was nowhere to be seen. He nodded to Hyde, who was in a nicely cut navy blue suit, probably American, if he read the sloping shoulders right. The woman, her name he recalled was Jessica Barnes, was in a simple black dress and heavily bejewelled, all diamonds and platinum. Her stockings were pure white. Not a hint of colour was to be found on her. She didn't even wear a touch of lipstick. His earlier impression held. How gaunt she was, despite her attractive figure and face. Her austerity aged her considerably, giving her a ghostly look. Bond was curious. Every other woman here, of Jessica's age, had clearly spent hours dolling herself up. "Ah, Theron," Hyde boomed, and marched forward, detaching himself from Jessica, who followed. As Bond shook his hand, the woman regarded him with a non-committal smile. He turned to her. Tradecraft requires constant, often exhausting effort. You must maintain an expression of faint curiosity when meeting a person you're familiar with only through surveillance. Lives have been lost because of a simple slip. "Ah, good to see you again," when in fact you've never met face to face. Bond kept his eyes neutral as Hyde introduced her. "This is Jessica." He turned to her. "Jean Theron, we're doing business together." The woman nodded, and, though she held his eye, took his hand tentatively. It was a sign of insecurity, Bond concluded. Another indication of this was her handbag, which she kept over her shoulder and pinned tight between arm and rib cage. Small talk ensued, Bond reciting snippets from Jourdain's lessons about the country, taking care to be accurate, assuming that Jessica might report their conversation to Hyde. In a low voice, he offered that the South African government should busy itself with more important things than renaming Pretoria Tshwane. He was glad the trade union situation was calming. Yes, he enjoyed life on the East Coast. The beaches near his home in Durban were particularly nice, especially now that the shark nets were up, though he'd never had any problems with the great whites, which occasionally took bites out of people. They talked then about wildlife. Jessica had visited the famed Kruger Game Reserve again recently, and seen 2 adolescent elephants tear up trees and bushes. It had reminded her of the gangs in Somerville, Massachusetts, just north of Boston. Teenagers vandalizing public parks. Oh yes, he'd thought her accent was American. "Have you ever been there, Mr. Theron?" "Call me Jean, please," Bond said, scrolling mentally through the biography written by Baker Jordan and I. Branch. "No," he said, "but I hope to someday." Bond looked at Hyde. His body language had shifted. He was giving out signs of impatience. A glance at Jessica suggested he wished her to leave them. Bond thought of the abuse Baker Jordan had endured at the hands of her co-workers. This was different only in degree. A moment later, the woman excused herself to powder her nose, an expression Bond had not heard in years. He thought it ironic that she used the term, considering that she probably wouldn't be doing so. When they were alone, Hyde said to him, "I have thought more about your proposal, and I'd like to move forward." "Good." They took refills of champagne from an attractive young Afrikaner woman. Bond said, "Thank ye," and reminded himself not to overdo his act. He and Hyde retired to a corner of the room, the older man waving to and shaking hands with people on the way. When the men were alone, beneath the mounted head of a gazelle or antelope, Hyde peppered Bond with questions about the number of graves, the acreage, the countries they were in, and how close the authorities were to discovering some of the killing fields. As Bond ad-libbed the answers, he couldn't help but be impressed with the man's thoroughness. It seemed he'd spent all afternoon thinking about the project. He was careful to remember what he told Hyde, and made a mental note to write it down later, so that he would be consistent in the future. After 15 minutes, Bond said, "Now, there are things I would like to know. First, your operation here. I'd like to see it." "I think you should." When he didn't suggest a time, Bond said, "How about tomorrow?" "That might be difficult with my big project on Friday." Bond nodded. "Some of my clients are eager to move forward. You are my first choice, but if there'll be delays, I'll have to—" No, please. Tomorrow will be fine." Bond began to probe more. But just then, the lights dimmed, and a woman ascended the raised platform near where Hyde and Bond were standing. "Good evening," she called out. Her low voice glazed with a South African accent. "Welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming to our event." She was the managing director of the organization, and Bond was amused by her name, Felicity Willing. She wasn't, to Bond's eye, cover-girl beautiful, as was Philly Maidenston. However, her face was intense, striking, expertly made up. It exuded a feline quality. Her eyes were a deep green, like late summer leaves caught in the sun, and her hair dark blonde, pulled back severely and pinned up, accentuating the determined angles of her nose and chin. She wore a close-fitting navy blue cocktail dress that was cut low at the front and lower still at the back. Her silver shoes sported thin straps and precarious heels. Faintly pink pearls shone at her throat, and she wore one ring, also a pearl, on her right index finger. Her nails were short and uncoloured. She scanned the audience with a penetrating, almost challenging gaze and said, "I must warn you all." Tension swelled. "At university I was known as Felicity Willful, an appropriate name, as you'll find out later when I make the rounds. I advise you all, for your own safety, to keep your checkbooks at the ready." A smile replaced the fierce visage. As the laughter died down, Felicity began to talk about the problems of hunger. Africa must import 25% of its food. While the population has soared, crop yields today are no higher than they were in 1980. In places like the Central African Republic, nearly a third of all households are food insecure. In Africa, iodine deficiency is the #1 cause of brain damage. Vitamin A deficiency is the #1 cause of blindness. Nearly 300 million people in Africa do not have enough to eat. That number equals the entire population of the United States. Africa, of course, was not alone in the need for food aid, she continued, and her organization was attacking the plague on all fronts. Thanks to the generosity of donors, including many here,
The group had recently expanded its charter from being a purely South African charity to an international one, opening offices in Jakarta, Port-au-Prince, and Mumbai, with others planned. And, she added, the biggest shipment of maize, sorghum, milk powder, and other high-nutrient staples ever to arrive in Africa was soon to be delivered in Cape Town for distribution across the continent. Felicity acknowledged the applause. Then her smile vanished, and she gazed at the crowd with piercing eyes once more, speaking in a low, even menacing voice about the need to make poorer countries independent of Western agropolis. She railed against the prevailing approach of America and Europe to end hunger. Foreign-owned mega-farms forcing their way into third-world nations and squeezing out the local farmers, the people who knew how to get the best yield from the land. Those enterprises were using Africa and other nations as laboratories to test untried methods and products like synthetic fertilizers and genetically engineered seeds. The vast majority of international agribusiness cares only about profit, not about relieving the suffering of the people, and this is simply not acceptable. Finally, having delivered her assault, Felicity smiled and singled out the donors, Height among them. He responded to the applause with a wave. He was smiling too, but his whisper to Bond told a different story. "If you want adulation, just give away money. The more desperate they are, the more they love you." He clearly didn't want to be here. Felicity stepped off the platform to circulate as the guests continued their silent bidding. Bond said to Hyde, "I don't know if you have plans, but I was thinking we could go for some dinner. On me." "I'm sorry, Theron, but I have to meet an associate who just arrived in town for that project I mentioned." Gehenna. Bond certainly wanted to meet whoever this man was. "I'd be happy to take everyone out, your associate too." "Tonight's no good, I'm afraid," Height said absently, pulling his iPhone out and scrolling through messages or missed calls. He glanced up and spotted Jessica standing by herself awkwardly in front of a table on which items were being offered for auction. When she looked at him, he beckoned her over impatiently. Bond tried to think of some other way to conjure an invitation, but decided to back off before Height became suspicious. Seduction in tradecraft is like seduction in love. It works best if you make the object of your desire come to you. Nothing ruins your efforts faster than desperate pursuit. "Tomorrow, then," Bond said, seemingly distracted and glancing at his own phone. "Yes, good." Hyde looked up. "Felicity." With a smile, the charity's managing director detached herself from a fat, balding man in a dusty dinner jacket. He'd been gripping her hand for far longer than courtesy dictated. She joined Height, Jessica, and Bond. "Severin, Jessica." They brushed cheeks. "And an associate, Jean Theron. He's from Durban, in town for a few days." Felicity gripped Bond's hand. He asked obvious questions about her organization and the shipment of food arriving soon, hoping Height would change his mind about dinner. But the man looked once more at his iPhone and said, "I'm afraid we have to be going." "Severin," Felicity said, "I don't think my remarks really conveyed our gratitude. You've introduced some important donors to us. I really can't thank you enough." Bond took note of this. So she knew the names of some of Height's associates. He wondered how best to exploit this connection. Height said, "I'm delighted to help. I've been lucky in life. I want to share that good fortune." He turned to Bond. "See you tomorrow, Theron. Around noon, if that's convenient. Wear old clothes and shoes." He brushed his curly beard with an index finger, whose nail reflected a streak of jaundiced light. "You'll be taking a tour of hell." After Height and Jessica had left, Bond turned to Felicity Willing. "Those statistics were disturbing. I might be interested in helping." Standing close, he was aware of her perfume, a musky scent. "Might be interested?" she asked. He nodded. Felicity kept a smile on her face, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Well, Mr. Theron, for every donor who actually writes a check, 2 others say they're interested. But I never see a rand. I'd rather somebody told me up front they don't want to give anything. Then I can get on with my business. Forgive me if I'm blunt, but I'm fighting a war here. And you don't take prisoners?
No, she said, smiling sincerely now. I don't. Felicity Wilful.
Then I'll most certainly help, Bond said, wondering what A Branch would say when they encountered a donation on his expense account back in London. I'm not sure I'm able to rise to Severin's level of generosity.
1 rand donated is 1 rand closer to solving the problem, she said. He paused a judicious moment, then said, Just had a thought. Severin and Jessica couldn't make it for dinner, and I'm alone in town. Would you care to join me after the auction? Felicity considered this. I don't see why not. You look reasonably fit. And turned away, a lioness preparing to descend on a herd of gazelles. Chapter 43. At the conclusion of the event, which raised the equivalent of £30,000, including a modest donation on the credit card of Jean Theron, Bond and Felicity Willing walked to the car park behind the Lodge Club. They approached a large van, beside which were dozens of large cardboard cartons. She tugged up her hem, bent down like a stevedore on a dock, and muscled a heavy box through the open side door of the vehicle. The reference to his physical well-being was suddenly clear. "Let me," he said. "We'll both do it." Together they began to transfer the cartons, which smelt of food. "Leftovers," he said. "Didn't you think it was rather ironic that we were serving gourmet finger food at a campaign to raise money for the hungry?" Felicity asked. "I did, yes. If I'd offered tin biscuits and processed cheese, they'd have devoured the lot. But with fancier stuff, I extorted some 3-star restaurant to donate it. They didn't dare take more than a bite or two. I wanted to make sure there was plenty left over." "Where are we delivering the excess?" "A food bank not far away. It's one of the outlets my organization works with." When they had finished loading, they got into the van. Felicity climbed into the driver's seat and slipped off her shoes to drive barefoot. Then they sped into the night, bounding assertively over the uneven tarmac as she tormented the clutch and gearbox. In 15 minutes, they were at the Cape Town Interdenominational Food Bank Centre. Her shoes back on, Felicity opened the side door, and together they offloaded the scampi, crab cakes, and Jamaican chicken which the staff carried inside the shelter. When the van was empty, Felicity gestured to a large man in khaki slacks and T-shirt. He seemed impervious to the May chill. He hesitated, then joined them, eyeing Bond curiously. Then he said, "Yes, Miss Willing? Thank you, Miss Willing. Lot of good food for everyone tonight. Did you see inside the shelter? It's crowded." She ignored his questions, which to Bond had sounded like diversionary chatter. "Joso, last week a shipment disappeared. 50 kilos. Who took it?" "I didn't hear anything." "I didn't ask whether you heard anything. I asked who took it." His face was a mask, but then it sagged. "Why are you asking me, Miss Willing? I didn't do nothing." "Joso, do you know how many people 50 kilos of rice will feed?" Tell me, how many people?" He towered over her, but Felicity held her ground. Bond wondered if this was what she meant with her assessment of his fitness. She had wanted someone to back her up. But her eyes revealed that to her, Bond wasn't even present. This was between Felicity and a transgressor who'd stolen food from those she'd pledged to protect, and she was entirely capable of taking him on alone. Her eyes reminded him of his when he confronted an enemy. "How many people?" she repeated. Miserably, he lapsed into Zulu or Xhosa. "No," she corrected. "It will feed more than that, many more." "It was an accident," he protested. "I forgot to close the door. It was late. I was working." "It was no accident. Someone saw you unlock the door before you left. Who has the rice?" No, you must believe me." "Who?" she persisted coolly. He was defeated. "A man from the flats, in a gang. Oh, please, Miss Willing, if you tell the saps, he'll find out it was me. He'll know I told you. He will come for me, and he will come for my family." Her jaw tightened, and Bond couldn't dislodge the impression he'd had earlier of a feline now about to strike.
There was no sympathy in her voice as she said, "I won't go to the police, not this time. But you'll tell the director what you did, and he'll decide whether to keep you on or not." "This is my only job," he protested. "I have a family. My only job." "Which you are happy to endanger," she responded. "Now go and tell Reverend Van Groot. And if he keeps you on, and another theft occurs, I will tell the police." "It will not happen again, Miss Willing." He turned and vanished inside. Bond couldn't help but be impressed with her cool, efficient handling of the incident. He noted, too, it made her all the more attractive. She caught Bond's eye, and her face softened. "The war I'm fighting? Sometimes you're never quite sure who the enemy is. They might even be on your side." "How well do I know that?" thought Bond. They returned to the van. Felicity bent down to remove her shoes again, but Bond said quickly, "I'll drive. Save you unstrapping." She laughed. They got in and set off. "Dinner?" she asked. He almost felt guilty, after all he'd heard about hunger. "If you're still up for it." "Oh, I most certainly am." As they drove, Bond asked, "Would you really have been killed if you'd gone to the police?" The saps would have laughed at the idea of investigating 50 kilos of stolen rice. But the Cape Flats are dangerous, that's true, and if anyone there thought Joso betrayed them, he very likely would be killed. Let's hope he's learned his lesson. Her voice grew cool again, as she added, "Leniency can win you allies. It can also be a cobra." Felicity guided him back to Greenpoint. Since the restaurant she'd suggested was near the Table Mountain Hotel, he left the van there, and they walked on. Several times Bond noted Felicity glanced behind her, her face alert, shoulders tensed. The road was deserted. What did she feel threatened by? She relaxed once they were in the front lobby of the restaurant, which was decorated with tapestry, the fixtures dark wood and brass. The large windows overlooked the water, which danced with lights. Much of the illumination inside came from hundreds of cream-coloured candles. As they were escorted to the table, Bond noticed that her clinging dress glistened in the light and seemed to change colour with every step, from navy to azure to cerulean. Her skin glowed. The waiter greeted her by name, then smiled at Bond. She ordered a cosmopolitan, and Bond, in the mood for a cocktail, ordered the drink he had had with Philly Maidenston. Crown Royal whiskey, a double, on ice. Half a measure of triple sec, 2 dashes of Angostura, twist of orange peel, not a slice. When the waiter left, Felicity said, "I've never heard of that before." "My own invention." "Have you named it?" Bond smiled to himself, recalling that the waiter at Antoine's in London had wondered about the drink too. Not yet. He had a flash of inspiration from his conversation with M several days earlier, though I think I will now. I'll call it the Carte Blanche, in your honour. "Why?" she asked, her narrow brow furrowed. "Because if your donors drink enough of them, they'll give you complete freedom to take their money." She laughed and squeezed his arm, then picked up the menu. Sitting closer to her now, Bond could see how expertly she'd applied her makeup, accentuating the feline eyes and the thrust of her cheeks and jaw. A thought came to him. Philly Maidenston was perhaps more classically attractive, but hers was a passive beauty. Felicity's was far more assertive, forceful. He upbraided himself for dwelling on the comparison, reached for the menu and began to study it. Scanning the extensive card, he learned that the restaurant, Celsius, was famed for its special grill, which reached 950 degrees centigrade. Felicity said, "You order for us. Anything to start, but I must have a steak for my main course. There's nothing like the grilled meat at Celsius." "My God, Jean, you're not a vegan, are you?" "Hardly." When the waiter arrived, Bond ordered fresh grilled sardines to be followed by a large ribeye steak for 2. He asked if the chef could grill it with the bone in, known in America as the cowboy cut. The waiter mentioned that the steaks were typically served with exotic sauces: Argentinian chimichurri, Indonesian coffee, Madagascan peppercorn, Spanish Madeira, or Peruvian anticuchos. But Bond declined them all.
He believed that steaks had flavour enough of their own and should be eaten with only salt and pepper. Felicity nodded that she was in agreement. Bond then selected a bottle of South African red wine, the Rustenburg Peter Barlow Cabernet, 2005. The wine came, and was as good as he'd expected. They clinked glasses and sipped. The waiter brought the first course, and they ate. Bond, deprived of his lunch by Gregory Lamb, was starving. "What do you do for a living, Jean?" Severin didn't say. "Security work." Ah. A faint chill descended. Felicity was obviously a tough, worldly businesswoman, and recognized the euphemism. She would guess he was in some way involved with the many conflicts in Africa. War, she'd said during her speech, was one of the main causes for the plague of hunger. He said, "I have companies that install security systems and provide guards." She seemed to believe this was at least partly true. "I was born in South Africa, and have been living here now for 4 or 5 years. I've seen it change. Crime is less of a problem than it used to be, but security staff are still needed. We have a number of them at the organization. We must. Charitable work doesn't exempt us from risk." She added darkly, "I'm happy to give food away. I won't have it stolen from me." To divert her from asking more questions about him, Bond inquired about her life. She'd grown up in the bush in the Western Cape, the only child of English parents, her father a mining company executive. The family had moved back to London when she was 13. She was an outsider at boarding school, she confessed. "I might have fitted in a bit better if I'd kept my mouth shut about how to field-dress gazelles, especially in the dining hall." Then it had been the London Business School, and a stint at a major city investment bank, where she'd done all right. Her dismissive modesty suggested she'd done extremely well. But the work had proved ultimately unsatisfying. "It was too easy for me, Jean. There was no challenge. I needed to steep a mountain. Well, 4 or 5 years ago, I decided to reassess my life. I took a month off and spent some time back here. I saw how pervasive hunger was, and I decided to do something about it. Everybody told me not to bother. It was impossible to make a difference. Well, that was like waving a red flag at a bull." Felicity Wilful. She smiled. "So here I am, bullying donors to give us money, and taking on the American and European megafarms. Agropoli. Clever term." "I coined it," she said, then burst out, "They're destroying the continent. I'm not going to let them get away with it." The serious discussion was cut short when the waiter appeared with the steak sizzling on an iron platter. It was charred on the outside and succulent within. They ate in silence for a time. At one point he sliced off a crusty piece of meat, but took a sip of wine before he put it into his mouth. When he returned to his plate, the morsel was gone, and Felicity was chewing mischievously. "Sorry, I tend to go after things that appeal to me." Bond laughed. "Very clever, stealing from under the nose of a security expert." He waved to the sommelier, and a second bottle of Cabernet appeared. Bond steered the conversation to Severin Height. He was disappointed to find that she didn't seem to know much about the man that might be helpful to his mission. She mentioned the names of several of his partners who donated money to her group, and he memorized them. She had not met Niall Dunn, but she knew Height had some brilliant assistant who performed all sorts of technical wizardry. She lifted an eyebrow and said, "I just realized. You're the one he uses." "Sorry?" "For his security at the Greenway operation north of town. I've never been, but one of my assistants collected a donation from him. All those metal detectors and scanners. You can't get inside the place with a paperclip, let alone a mobile phone. You have to check everything at the door. Like in those old American westerns, you leave your guns outside when you go into the bar." "He awarded that contract to somebody else. I do other jobs." This intelligence worried Bond. He'd intended to get into the Greenway building with far more than a paperclip and a mobile phone. Despite Baker Jordan's disdain for illegal surveillance, he'd have to consider the implications. The meal wound down, and they finished the wine. They were the last patrons in the restaurant. Bond called for the bill and settled it. "The second of my donations," he said. They returned to the entrance, where he collected her black cashmere coat and draped it over her shoulders.
They started down the pavement, the narrow heels of her shoes tapping on the concrete. Again she surveyed the streets. Then, relaxing, she took his arm and held it tightly. He was keenly aware of her perfume and the occasional pressure of her breast against his arm. They approached his hotel. Bond, fishing the van key from his pocket. Felicity slowed. The night sky was clear above them, encrusted with a plenitude of stars. "A very nice evening," Felicity said, "and thank you for your help in delivering the leftovers. You're even fitter than I thought." Bond found himself asking, "Another glass of wine?" The green eyes were looking up and into his own. "Would you like one?" "Yes," he said firmly. In 10 minutes they were in his room, in the Table Mountain Hotel, sitting on the sofa, which they had turned and slid close to the window. Glasses of a Stellenbosch Pinotage were in their hands. They looked out over the flickering lights in the bay, muted yellow and white, like benign insects hovering in anticipation. Felicity turned to him, perhaps to say something, perhaps not, and he bent forward and pressed his lips gently to hers. Then eased back a little, gauging her reaction, and moved forward and kissed her again, harder, losing himself in the contact, the taste, the heat. Her breath on his cheek, Felicity's arms snaked around his shoulders as her mouth held his. Then she kissed his neck, and teasingly bit the base where it met his firm shoulder. Her tongue slid along a scar that arced down to his upper arm. Bond's fingers slipped up her neck, into her hair, and pulled her closer. He was lost in the pungent musk of her perfume. A parallel to this moment is skiing. When you pause on the ridge atop a beautiful but perilous downhill run, you have a choice to go or not. You can always snap free the bindings and walk down the mountain. But in fact, for Bond, there never was such a choice. Once on the edge, it was impossible not to give in to the seduction of gravity and speed. The only true choice left is how to control the accelerating descent. The same now, here. Bond whisked her dress off, the insubstantial blue cloth spilling leisurely to the floor. Felicity then eased back, pulling him with her, until they were lying on the couch, she beneath him. She began tugging at his lower lip with her teeth. He cupped her neck again and pulled her face to his, while her hands rested on the small of his back, kneading hard. Felicity shuddered and inhaled sharply, and he understood that for whatever reason she liked touching him there. He knew, too, that she wanted his hands to curl firmly behind her waist. Such is the way lovers communicate, and he would remember that place, the delicate bones of her spine. For his part, Bond found rapture throughout her body, all its aspects. Her hungry lips, her strong, flawless thighs, breasts encased in taut black silk, her delicate neck and throat, from which a whispered moan issued, the dense hair framing her face, the softer strands elsewhere. They kissed endlessly, and then she broke away, and locked onto his fierce eyes with her own, whose lids, dusted with faint green luminescence, halfway lowered. Mutual surrender, mutual victory. Bond lifted her easily. Their lips met once more, briefly, and he carried her to the bed. Thursday, Disappearance Row. Chapter 44. He awoke with a start from a nightmare he could not remember. Curiously, James Bond's first thought was of Philly Maidenston. He felt, absurdly, that he'd been unfaithful, yet his most intimate contact with her had been a brief brush of cheeks that had lasted half a second. He rolled over. The other side of the bed was empty. He looked at the clock. It was 7:30. He could smell Felicity's perfume on the sheets and pillows. The previous evening had begun as an exercise in learning about his enemy and his enemy's purpose, but had become something more. He had felt a strong empathy with Felicity Willing, a tough woman who'd conquered the city and was now turning her resources to a nobler battle. He reflected that in their own ways they were both knights-errant. And he wanted to see her again. But first things first. He got out of bed and pulled on a toweling dressing gown. He hesitated for a moment, then told himself, "Has to be done." He went to his laptop in the suite's living area. The device had been modified by Carte Blanche to incorporate a motion-activated low-light camera. Bond booted up the machine and looked over the replay. It had been pointed only at the front door and the chair where Bond had tossed his jacket and trousers containing his wallet, passport, and mobile. At around 5:30 a.m., according to the timestamp, Felicity, dressed, had walked past his clothing, showing no interest in his phone, pockets, or the laptop. She paused and looked back towards the bed, with a smile? He believed so, but couldn't be sure. She put something on the table by the door and let herself out. He stood up and strode to the table. Her business card lay next to a lamp. She had penned a mobile number underneath her organization's main phone line. He slipped the card into his wallet. He cleaned his teeth, showered and shaved, then dressed in blue jeans and a loose black Lacoste shirt, chosen to conceal his wolfer. Laughing to himself, he donned the gaudy bracelet and watch and slipped on his finger the initial ring, EJT. Checking his texts and emails, he found one from Percy Osborne Smith. The man was staying true to his reformed ways, and gave a succinct update on the investigation in Britain, though little headway had been made. He concluded, "Our friends in Whitehall are positively obsessed with Afghanistan. I say all the better for us, James. Looking forward to sharing a George Cross with you, when we see Hyde in shackles." While he had breakfast in his room, he considered his impending trip to Hyde's Greenway plant, thinking back to last night, to all he'd seen and heard, especially about the super-tight security. When he finished, he called Carte Blanche and got through to Sanu Hirani. He could hear children's voices in the background, and supposed he had been patched through to the branch director's mobile at home. Hirani had 6 children. They all played cricket, and his eldest daughter was a star batswoman. Bond told him of his communications and weapons needs. Hirani had some ideas, but was uncertain that he could come up quickly with a solution. "What's your time frame, James?" 2 hours. There followed a thoughtful exhalation from down the line, 7,000 miles away. Then, "I'll need a cutout in Cape Town. Somebody with knowledge of the area and top clearance. Oh, and a solid NOC. Do you know anybody who fits the bill?" "I'm afraid I do." At 10:30 a.m., Bond, in a grey windcheater, made his way to the Central Police Station and was escorted to the Crime Combating and Investigation Division office. "Morning, Commander," Kweleni Nkosi said, smiling. "Warrant officer?" Bond nodded. Their eyes met conspiratorially. "You see the news this morning?" Nkosi asked, tapping the Cape Times. "Tragic story. A family was killed in a firebombing in Primrose Gardens Township last night." He frowned rather obviously. "How terrible," Bond said, reflecting that despite his West End ambitions, Nkosi was not a very good actor. "Without doubt." He glanced into Baker Jordan's office, and she waved him inside. "Morning," he said, spotting a pair of well-worn trainers in the corner of the office. He hadn't noticed them yesterday. "You run much?" "Now and then. It's important to stay in shape for my job." When he was in London, Bond spent at least an hour a day exercising and running, using the ODG's gym and jogging along the paths of Regent's Park. "I enjoy it too. Maybe if time permits, you could show me some running trails. There must be some beautiful ones in town." "I'm sure the hotel will have a map," she said dismissively. "Was your meeting at the Lodge Club successful?" Bond gave her a rundown of what had happened at the fundraiser. Jordan then asked, "And afterwards? Miss Willing proved useful to you?" Bond lifted an eyebrow. "I thought you didn't believe in unlawful surveillance. Making certain someone is safe on the public sidewalks and streets is hardly illegal. Warrant Officer Nkosi told you of our CCTV cameras in the centre of town." "Well, in answer to your question, yes, she was helpful. She gave me some information about the enhanced security at Greenway," he added stiffly. "I was lucky she did. No one else seemed to be aware of it. Otherwise my trip there today might have been disastrous." "That's fortunate, then," Jordan said. Bond told her the names of the 3 donors Felicity had mentioned last night, the men Hyde had introduced her to. Jordan knew of 2 as successful legitimate businessmen. and Cozy conducted a search, and learnt that neither they nor the third had any criminal record. In any event, all three were out of town. Bond assessed they would not be of any immediate help. Bond was looking at the policewoman. "You don't like Felicity Willing?" "You think I'm jealous." Her face said just what a man would believe. And Cozy turned away. Bond glanced toward him, but he was offering no allegiance to Britain in this international dispute. "That idea couldn't have been further from my mind. Your eyes told me you don't like her. Why?" "I've never met her. She's probably a perfectly nice woman. I don't like what she represents." "Which is?" "A foreigner who comes here to pat us on the head and dispense arms. It's 21st century imperialism. People used to exploit Africa for diamonds and slaves. Now it's exploited for its ability to purge the guilt of wealthy Westerners." "It seems to me," Bond said evenly, "that no one can progress when they're hungry. It doesn't matter where the food comes from, does it? Charity undermines. You need to fight your way out of oppression and deprivation. We can do it ourselves, perhaps more slowly, but we will do it." "You have no problem when Britain or America imposes arms embargoes on warlords. Hunger's as dangerous as rocket-propelled grenades and landmines. Why shouldn't we help stop that too?" "It's different, obviously." "I don't see how," he said coolly. "Besides, Felicity might be more on your side than you give her credit for. She's made some enemies among the big corporations in Europe, America, and Asia. She thinks they're meddling in African affairs, and that more should be left to the people here." He remembered her ill ease on the short walk to the restaurant last night. "My take is that she's put herself at quite some risk saying so, if you're interested." But Jourdan clearly wasn't. How completely irritating this woman was. Bond looked at his huge Breitling watch. "I should leave for Greenway soon. I need a car. Can someone arrange a hire in Theron's name?" And Cozy nodded enthusiastically. "Without doubt. You like to drive, Commander?" "I do," Bond said. "How did you know?" "On the way from the airport yesterday, you looked with some interest at a Maserati, a Moto Guzzi, and a left-hand drive Mustang from America." "You notice things, warrant officer." "I try to. That Ford, it was a very nice set of wheels. Someday I will own a Jaguar. It is my goal." Then a loud voice was calling a greeting from the corridor. "Hello, hello!" Bond wasn't surprised it belonged to Gregory Lamb. The MI6 agent strode into the office, waving to everyone. It was obvious that Beggar Jourdan didn't care for him, as Lamb had admitted yesterday, though he and Nkosi seemed to get on well. They had a brief conversation about a recent football match. Casting a cautious glance at Jourdan, the big ruddy man turned to Bond. "Came through for you, my friend. Got a signal from Vauxhall Cross to help you out." Lamb was the cutout whom Bond had reluctantly mentioned to Hirani earlier that morning. He couldn't think of anybody else to use on such short notice, and at least the man had been vetted. "Leapt into the fray. Even missed breakfast, my friend, I'll have you know. Talked to that chap in your office, his Q branch. Is he always so bloody cheerful that early in the morning?" "Actually he is," said Bond. "Got talking to him. I'm having some navigation problems on my ship charters. Pirates have been jamming signals. Whatever happened to the eye patches and the peg legs, Well, this Irani says there's devices that will jam the jammers. He wouldn't ship me any, though. Any chance you could put in a word?" "You know our outfit doesn't officially exist, Lamb." "We're all part of the same team," he said huffily. "I've got a huge charter coming up in a day or so. Massive." Helping Lamb's lucrative cover career was the last thing on Bond's mind at the moment. He asked sternly, "And your assignment today?" "Oh, yes." Lamb handed Bond a black satchel he was carrying, as if it contained the crown jewels. "Must say, in all modesty, the morning's been a smashing success. Positively brilliant. I've been running hither and yon. Had to tip rather heavily. You'll reimburse me, of course." "I'm sure it'll get sorted." Bond opened the satchel and regarded the contents. He examined one item closely. It was a small plastic tube, labelled Relief, for congestion problems caused by asthma. Hirani was a genius. "An inhaler? You have lung problems?" Nkosi asked. "My brother, too. He is a gold miner." "Not really." Bond pocketed it, along with the other items Lamb had delivered. Nkosi took a call. When he hung up, he said, "I have a nice car for you, Commander. Subaru, all-wheel drive." A Subaru, thought Bond, sceptical. A suburban estate wagon. But Nkosi was beaming, so he said graciously, "Thank you, Warrant Officer. I'll look forward to driving it." "The petrol mileage is very good," Nkosi said enthusiastically. "I'm sure it is." He started out of the door. Gregory Lamb stopped him. "Bond," he said softly, "sometimes I'm not sure the powers that be in London take me all that seriously. I was exaggerating a bit yesterday, about the Cape, I mean. Fact is, the worst that happens down here is a warlord coming in from Congo to take the waters. Or a Hamas chap in transit at the airport. Just want to thank you for including me, my friend. Bond interrupted. "You're welcome, Lamb. But how's this? Let's just assume I'm your friend. Then you won't have to keep repeating it. How's that?" "Fair enough, Matt." "Fair enough." A grin spread over the fat face. Then Bond was out the door, thinking, next stop, hell. Chapter 45. James Bond enjoyed Kwaleni Nkosi's little joke. Yes, the car he'd procured for the agent's use was a small Japanese import. It wasn't, however, a staid family saloon, but a metallic blue Subaru Impreza WRX, the STI model, which boasted a turbocharged 305 horsepower engine, 6 gears, and a high spoiler. The jaunty little vehicle would be far more at home on rally courses than in some Asda car park, and, settling into the driver's seat, Bond couldn't restrain himself. He laid twin streaks of rubber as he sped up Buitenkamp Street, heading for the motorway. For the next half hour he made his way north of Cape Town proper, guided by sat-nav, and finally skidded the taut little Subaru off the N7 and proceeded east along an increasingly deserted road, past a vast bottomless quarry, and then into a grubby landscape of low hills, some green, some brown with autumn tint. Sporadic stands of trees broke the monotony. The May sky was overcast, and the air was humid, but dust rose from the road, churned up by the Greenway lorries, carting their refuse in the direction Bond was going. In addition to the typical dust carts, there were much larger ones, painted with a Greenway name and distinctive green leaf or dagger logo. Signs on the sides indicated that they came from company operations throughout South Africa. Bond was surprised to see one lorry was from a branch in Pretoria, the administrative capital of the country, many miles away. Why would Haidt go to the expense of bringing rubbish to Cape Town when he could open a recycling depot where it was needed? Bond changed down and blew past a series of the lorries at speed. He was enjoying this sprightly vehicle very much. He'd have to tell Philly Maidenston about it. A large road sign, stark in black and white, flashed past. Gevaar. Danger. Privat Einskap. Private property. He'd been off the N7 for several miles when the road divided, with the lorries going to the right. Bond steered down the left fork, with an arrowed sign. Coöperative Kantoor. Main office. Motoring fast through a dense grove of trees, they were tall but looked recently planted, he came to a rise and shot over it, ignoring the posted limit of 40 kilometers per hour, and braked hard as Greenway International loomed. The rapid stop wasn't because of obstruction or sharp curve, but the unnerving sight that greeted him. An endless expanse of the waste facility filled his view, and disappeared into a smoky, dusty haze in the distance. The orange fires of some burn-off operation could be seen from at least a mile away. Hell indeed. In front of him, beyond a crowded car park, was the headquarters building. It was eerie, too, in its own way. Though not large, the structure was stark and bleakly imposing. The unpainted concrete bunker, 1 story high, had only a few windows, small ones. Sealed, it seemed. The entire grounds were enclosed by 2 10-foot metal fences, both topped with wicked razor wire, which glinted even in the muted light. The barriers were 30 feet apart, reminding Bond of a similar perimeter. The shoot-to-kill zone surrounding the North Korean prison from which he'd successfully rescued a local MI6 asset last year. Bond scowled at the fences. One of his plans was ruined.
He knew from what Felicity had told him that there'd be metal detectors and scanners, and most likely an imposing security fence. But he'd assumed a single barrier. He planned to slip some of the equipment Hirani had provided, a weatherproof miniature communications device and weapon, through the fence into the grass or bushes on the other side, for him to retrieve once he had entered. That wasn't going to work with 2 fences and a great distance between them. As he drove forward again, he saw that the entrance was barred by a thick steel gate, on top of which was a sign: Reduce, Reuse, Recycle. The Greenway anthem chilled Bond. Not the words themselves, but the configuration, a crescent of stark black metal letters. It reminded him of the sign over the entrance to the Nazi death camp Auschwitz, the horrifically ironic assurance that work would set the prisoners free. Arbeit macht frei. Bond parked. He climbed out, keeping his Walther and mobile with him, so that he could find out how effective the security really was. He also had in his pocket the asthma inhaler Hirani had provided. He had hidden under the front seat the other items Lamb had delivered that morning, the weapon and comm device. He approached the first guardhouse at the outer fence. A large man in uniform greeted him with a reserved nod. Bond gave his cover name. The man made a call, and a moment later an equally large, equally stern fellow in a dark business suit came up and said, "Mr. Theron, this way, please." Bond followed him through the no-man's land between the 2 fences. They entered a room where 3 armed guards sat about, watching a football match. They stood up immediately. The security man turned to Bond. "Now, Mr. Theron, we have very strict rules here. Mr. Haidt and his associates do most of the research and development work for his companies on these premises. We must guard our trade secrets carefully. We don't allow any mobiles or radios of any kind in with you. No cameras or pagers either. You'll have to hand them in." Bond was looking at a large rack, like the cubbyholes for keys behind the front desk in old-fashioned hotels. There were hundreds, and most of them had phones in them. The guard noticed. "The rule applies to all our employees, too." Bond recalled that René Matisse had told him the same thing about Haidt's London operation, that there was virtually no SIGINT going into or coming out of the company. "Well, you have landlines I can use, I assume. I'll have to check my messages." "There are some, but all the lines go through a central switchboard in the security department. A guard could make a call for you, but you wouldn't have any privacy. Most visitors wait until after they leave. The same is true for emails and internet access. If you wish to keep anything metal on you, we'll have to X-ray it." "I should tell you, I'm armed." "Yes, as if many people coming to visit Greenway were." "Of course. I'll have to hand in my weapon too." "That is right." Bond silently thanked Felicity Willing for filling him in on Haidt's security. Otherwise he would have been caught with one of Q Branch's standard-issue video or still surveillance cameras in his pen or jacket button, which would have shattered his credibility, and probably led to a full-on fight. Playing the tough mercenary, he scoffed at the inconvenience, but handed over his gun and phone, programmed to reveal only information about his Jean Theron cover identity, should anyone try to crack it. Then he stripped off his belt and watch, placed them and his keys in a tray for the X-ray. He strode through quickly and was reunited with his possessions, after the guard had checked that the watch, keys and belt held no cameras, weapons or recording devices. "Wait here, please, sir," the security man said. Bond sat where indicated. The inhaler was still in his pocket. If they had frisked him, found and dismantled the device, they would have discovered it was in fact a sensitive camera, constructed without a single metal part. One of Sanu Hirani's contacts in Cape Town had managed to find or assemble the device that morning. The shutter was carbon fiber, as were the springs operating it. The image storage medium was quite interesting. Unique nowadays. Old-fashioned microfilm, the sort spies had used during the Cold War. The camera had a fixed focus lens, and Bond could snap a picture by pressing the base, then twisting it to advance the film. It could take 30 pictures. In this digital age, the cobwebbed past occasionally offered an advantage.
Bond looked for a sign to research and development, which he knew from Stefan Dlamini contained at least some information about Gehenna, but there was none. He sat for 5 minutes before Severin Haidt appeared, in silhouette but unmistakable. The tall stature, the massive head framed with curly hair and beard, the well-tailored suit. He paused, looming in the doorway.
"Theron."
His black eyes bored into Bond's. They shook hands, and Bond tried to ignore the grotesque sensation he experienced, as Haidt's long nails slid across his palm and wrist.
"Come with me,"
Haidt said, and led him into the main office building, which was much less austere than the outside suggested. Indeed, the place was rather nicely appointed, with expensive furniture, art, antiques, and comfortable workspaces for the staff. It seemed like a typical medium-sized company. The front lobby was furnished with the obligatory sofa and chairs, a table with trade magazines, and a Cape Town newspaper. On the walls there were pictures of forests, rolling fields of grain and flowers, streams and oceans. And everywhere that eerie logo, the leaf that looked like a knife. As they walked along the corridors, Bond kept an eye open for the Research and Development Department. Finally, towards the rear of the building, he saw a sign pointing to it, and he memorized the location. But Haidt turned the other way.
"Come along. We're going for the 50 Rand tour."
At the back of the building, Bond was handed a dark green hard hat. Haidt donned one too. They walked to a rear door where Bond was surprised to see a second security post. Curiously, workers coming into the building from the rubbish yard were checked. Haidt and he stepped outside onto a patio overlooking scores of low buildings. Lorries and forklift trucks moved in and out of each one like bees at a hive. Workers in hard hats and uniforms were everywhere. The sheds in neat rows like barracks reminded Bond again of a prison or concentration camp.
"Arbeit macht frei." "This way,"
Haidt called loudly, striding through a landscape cluttered with earth-moving equipment, skips, oil drums, pallets holding bales of paper and cardboard. Low rumblings filled the air, and the ground seemed to quiver, as if huge underground furnaces or machines were at work, a counterpoint to the high-pitched shrieks of the seagulls that swooped in to pick up scraps in the wake of the lorries entering through a gate a quarter-mile to the east.
"I'll give you a brief lesson in the business," he offered.
Bond nodded.
"Please." "There are 4 ways to rid ourselves of discard. Dump it somewhere out of the way, in tips or landfill now mostly, but the ocean's still popular. Did you know that the Pacific has 4 times as much plastic in it as zooplankton? The biggest rubbish tip in the world is the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, circulating between Japan and North America. It's at least twice the size of Texas, and could be as big as the entire United States. Nobody actually knows. But one thing is certain. It's getting bigger. The second way is to burn discard, which is very expensive and can produce dangerous ash. Third, you can recycle it. That's Greenway's area of expertise. Finally, there's minimizing, which means making sure that fewer disposable materials are created and sold. You're familiar with plastic water bottles, of course. They're a lot thinner now than they used to be. Bond took his word for it. It's called lightweighting, much easier to compact. You see, generally the products themselves aren't the problem when it comes to discard. It's packaging that causes most of the volume. Discard was easily handled until we shifted to a consumer manufacturing society and started to mass-produce goods. How to get the products into the hands of the people? Encase it in polystyrene foam. Put that in a cardboard box, and then, for God's sake, put that in a plastic carrier bag to take home with you. And if it's a present, let's wrap it up in colored paper and ribbon. Christmas is an absolute hurricane of discard. Standing tall, looking over his empire, Haidt continued. Most waste plants extend over 50 to 75 acres. Ours here is 100. I have 3 others in South Africa, and dozens of transfer stations where the carters, the lorries you see on the streets, take all the discard for compacting and shipment to treatment depots. I was the first to set up transfer stations in the South African squatters' camps. In 6 months, the countryside was 60 to 70% cleaner. Plastic carrier bags used to be called South Africa's national flower. Not anymore. I've dealt with that. I saw the lorries bringing rubbish from Pretoria and Port Elizabeth to the yard here. Why from so far away? Specialized material, Hyde said dismissively. Were those substances particularly dangerous? Bond wondered. His host continued. But you must get your vocabulary right, Theron. We call wet discard garbage. Leftover food, for instance. Trash means dry materials like cardboard and dust and tins. What the bin collectors pick up from in front of homes and offices is municipal solid waste, or MSW. That's also called refuse, or rubbish. C&D is construction and demolition debris. International Commercial and Industrial Waste is ICI. The most inclusive term is waste, but I prefer discard. He pointed east to the rear of the plant. Everything that's not recyclable goes there, to the working face of the landfill, where it's buried in layers of plastic lining to keep bacteria and pollution from leaching into the ground. You can spot it by looking for the birds. Bond followed his gaze towards the swooping gulls. We call the landfill Disappearance Row. Hyde led Bond to the doorway of a long building. Unlike the other work sheds here, this one had imposing doors, which were sealed. Bond peered through the windows. Workers were disassembling computers, hard drives, TVs, radios, pagers, mobile phones and printers. There were bins overflowing with batteries, light bulbs, computer hard drives, printed circuit boards, wires and chips. The staff were wearing more protective clothing than any other employees, respirators, heavy gloves and goggles, or full face masks. Our e-waste department. We call this area Silicon Row. E-waste accounts for more than 10% of the deadly substances on Earth. Heavy metals, lithium from batteries. Take computers and mobiles. They have a life expectancy of 2 or 3 years at most, so people just throw them out. Have you ever read the warning booklet that comes with your laptop or phone? Dispose of properly? Not really. Of course not. No one does. But pound for pound, computers and phones are the most deadly waste on Earth. In China, they just bury or burn them. They're killing their population by doing that. I'm starting a new operation to address this situation, separating the components of computers at my clients' companies and then disposing of them properly. He smiled. In a few years, that will be my most lucrative operation. Bond recalled the device he'd seen demonstrated at Al Fulan's, the one near the compactor that had taken Yusuf Nassad's life. Hyde pointed with a long yellow fingernail. And at the back of this building, there is the Dangerous Materials Recovery Department, one of our biggest money-making services. We handle everything from paint to motor oil to arsenic to polonium. Polonium? Bond gave a cool laugh. This was the radioactive material that had been used to kill the Russian spy Alexander Litvinenko, an expatriate in London, a few years ago. It was one of the most toxic substances on Earth. It's just thrown out? That has to be illegal. Ah, but that's the thing about discard, Theron. People throw away an innocent-looking anti-static machine that just happens to contain polonium. But nobody knows that. He led Bond past a car park, where several lorries stood, each about 20 feet long. On the side was the company name and logo, along with the words, Secure Document Destruction Services. Hyde followed Bond's gaze and said, Another of our specialities. We lease shredders to companies and government offices, but smaller outfits would rather hire us to do it for them. Did you know that when the Iranian students took over the American embassy in the 1970s, they were able to reassemble classified CIA documents that had been shredded? They learned the identities of most of the covert agents there. Local weavers did the work. Everyone in the intelligence community knew this, but Bond feigned surprise. At Greenway we perform DIN, Industrial Standard Level 6 shredding. Basically, our machines turn the documents to dust. Even the most secret government installations hire us.
He then led Bond to the largest building on the plant, 3 stories high and 200 yards long. A continuous string of lorries rolled in through one door and came out through another.
The main recycling facility. We call this area Resurrection Row.
They stepped inside. 3 huge devices were being fed an endless stream of paper, cardboard, plastic bottles, polystyrene, scrap metal, wood, and hundreds of other items.
"The sorters!"
Hyde shouted. The noise was deafening. At the far end, the separated materials were being packed into lorries for onward shipment. Tins, glass, plastic, paper, and other materials.
"Recycling's a curious business," Hyde yelled. "Only a few products, metals and glass mostly, can be recycled indefinitely. Everything else breaks down after a while and has to be burnt or go to landfill. Aluminium's the only consistently profitable recyclable. Most products are far cheaper, cleaner, and easier to make from raw materials than recycled ones. The extra lorries for transporting recycling materials and the recycling process itself add to fossil fuel pollution. And remanufacturing uses more power than the initial production, which is a drain on resources."
He laughed.
"But it's politically correct to recycle, so people come to me."
Bond followed his tour guide outside and noticed Niall Dunn approaching on his long legs, his gait clumsy and feet turned outward. The fringe of blonde hair hung down above his blue eyes, which were as still as pebbles. Putting aside the memory of Dunn's cruel treatment of the men in Serbia and his murder of Al-Fulan's assistant in Dubai, Bond smiled amiably and shook his wide hand. "They're on," Dunn nodded, his own visage not particularly welcoming. He looked at Hyde. "We should go." He seemed impatient. Hyde motioned for Bond to get into a nearby Range Rover. He did so, sitting in the front passenger seat. He was aware of a sense of anticipation in the 2 men, as if some plan had been made and was now about to unfurl. His sixth sense told him something had perhaps gone awry. Had they discovered his identity? Had he given something away? As the other men climbed in, with the unsmiling Dunn taking the driver's seat, Bond reflected that if ever there was a place to dispose of a body clandestinely, this was it. Disappearance Row. Chapter 46. The Range Rover bounded east along a wide dirt road, passing squat lorries with massive ribbed wheels, carrying bales or containers of refuse. It passed a wide chasm, at least 80 feet deep. Bond looked down. The lorries were dropping their loads, and bulldozers were compacting them against the face of the landfill site. The bottom of the pit was lined with thick, dark sheets. Hyde had been right about the seagulls. They were everywhere, thousands of them. The sheer number, the screams, the frenzy were unsettling, and Bond felt a shiver trickle up his spine. As they drove on, Hyde pointed to the flames Bond had seen earlier. Here, much closer, there were giant spheres of fire. He could feel their heat.
"The landfill produces methane," he said. "We drill down and extract it to power the generators, though there's usually too much gas and we have to burn some off. If we didn't, the entire landfill site would blow up. That happened in America not too long ago. Hundreds of people were injured."
After 15 minutes, they passed through a dense row of trees and a gate. Bond barked an involuntary laugh. The wasteland of the rubbish tips had vanished. Surrounding them now was an astonishingly beautiful scene. Trees, flowers, rock formations, paths, ponds, forest. The meticulously landscaped grounds extended for several miles.
"We call it Elysian Fields, paradise, after our time in hell. And yet it's a landfill, too. Underneath us there is nearly 100 feet of discard. We've reclaimed the land. In a year or so, I'll open it to the public. My gift to South Africans. Decay resurrected into beauty."
Bond was not an aficionado of botany. His customary reaction to the Chelsea Flower Show was irritation at the traffic problems it caused around his home.
but he had to admit that these gardens were impressive. He found himself squinting at some tree roots. Hyde noticed.
"Do they seem a little odd?"
They were metal tubes, painted to look like roots.
"Those pipes transport the methane generated under here to be burnt off or to the power plants."
He supposed this detail had been thought up by Hyde's star engineer. They drove on into a grove of trees and parked. A blue crane, the South African national bird, stood regally in a pond nearby, perfectly balanced on one leg.
"Come on, Theron. Let's talk business."
Why here? Bond wondered, as he followed Hyde down a path, along which small signs identified the plants. Again, he wondered if the men had plans for him, and he looked futilely for possible weapons and escape routes. Hyde stopped and looked back. Bond did too, and felt a jolt of alarm. Dunn was approaching, carrying a rifle. Bond outwardly remained calm. "You wear your cover to the grave," the lecturers at Fort Monkton would tell their students. "You shoot long guns?" Dunn displayed the hunting rifle, with its black plastic or carbon fibre stock, brushed steel receiver and barrel. "I do, yes." Bond had been captain of the shooting team at Fetters, and had won competitions in both small and full bore. He'd won the Queen's Medal for shooting excellence, when in the Royal Naval Reserve, the only shooting medal that can be worn in uniform. He glanced down at what Dunn held. "Winchester 270. Good gun, wouldn't you agree?" "It is. I prefer that caliber to the 30-06, flatter trajectory." Hyde asked,
"Do you shoot game, Theron?"
"Never had much opportunity." Hyde laughed.
"I don't hunt either, except for one species."
The smile faded.
"Niall and I have been discussing you."
"Have you now?" Bond asked, his tone blasé.
"We've decided you might be a valuable addition to certain other projects we're working on, but we need a show of faith."
"Money?" Bond was stalling. He believed he understood his enemy's purpose here, and needed a response. Fast.
"No,"
Hyde said softly, his huge head tilting Bond's way.
"That's not what I mean."
Dunn stepped forward, the Winchester on his hip, muzzle skyward. "All right, bring him out." Two workers in security uniforms led a skinny man in a T-shirt and shabby khaki trousers from behind a thick stand of jacaranda. The man's face was a mask of terror. Hyde regarded him with contempt. He said to Bond,
"This man broke into our property and was trying to steal mobile phones from the e-waste operation. When he was approached, he pulled a gun and shot at the guard. He missed and was overpowered. I've checked his records, and he's an escaped convict, in prison for rape and murder. I could turn him over to the authorities, but his appearance here today has given me, and you, an opportunity."
"What are you talking about?"
"You are being given a chance to make your first kill as a hunter. If you shoot this man—" "No!" the captive cried. "If you kill him, that's all the down payment I need. We'll proceed with your project, and I'll hire you to help me with others. If you choose not to kill him, which I would certainly understand, Niall would drive you back to the front gate, and we will part ways. As tempting as your offer is to cleanse the killing fields, I'll have to decline."
"Shoot the man in cold blood." Dunn said, "The decision's yours. Don't shoot him. Leave." The brogue seemed harsher. But what a chance this was to get into the inner sanctum of Severn Height. Bond could learn everything about Gehenna. One life versus thousands. And how many more would die if, as seemed likely, the event on Friday was the first of other such projects? He stared at the criminal's dark face, eyes wide, hands shaking at his sides. Bond glanced at Dunn. He strode forward and took the rifle.
"No, please!"
the man cried. The guard shoved him onto his knees and stepped away. The man stared at Bond, who realized for the first time that in firing squads the blindfold wasn't for the condemned's benefit. It was for the executioner's.
so they didn't have to look into the prisoner's eyes.
"Please, no, sir,"
he cried.
"There's a round in the chamber,"
Dunn called.
"Safety's on."
Had they slipped a blank in to test him? Or had Dunn not loaded the rifle at all? The thief clearly wasn't wearing a bulletproof vest under the thin T-shirt. Bond hefted the gun, which had open sights only, not telescopic. He assessed the thief, 40 feet away, and aimed at him. The man raised his hands to cover his face.
"No, please!"
"You want to move closer?" Hyde asked.
"No, but I don't want him to suffer,"
Bond said matter-of-factly. "Does the rifle shoot high or low at this range?"
"I couldn't tell you,"
Dunn said. Bond aimed towards the right, at a leaf that was about the same distance as the captive. He squeezed the trigger. There was a sharp crack, and a hole appeared in the center of the leaf, just where he was aiming. Bond worked the bolt, ejecting the spent shell and chambering another. Still he hesitated.
"What's it to be, Theron?"
Hyde whispered. Bond lifted the gun, aiming steadily at the victim once again. There was a moment's pause. He pulled the trigger. Another stunning crack, and a red dot blossomed in the middle of the man's T-shirt as he fell backwards into the dust. Chapter 47.
"So," Bond snapped, opening the rifle's bolt and tossing the weapon to Dunn, "are you satisfied?" The Irishman easily caught the weapon in his large hands. He remained as impassive as ever. He said nothing. Hyde, however, seemed pleased. He said,
"Good. Now let us go to the office and have a drink to celebrate our partnership, and to allow me to apologize to you."
"For forcing me to kill a man?"
"No. For forcing you to believe you were killing a man."
"What?"
"William!"
The man Bond had shot leapt to his feet with a big grin on his face. Bond spun towards Hyde.
"Wax bullets," Dunn called. "Police use them in training. Filmmakers use them in action scenes."
"It was a goddamn test?"
"Which our friend Niall here devised. It was a good one, and you passed."
"You think I'm a schoolboy?"
"Go to hell!"
Bond turned and stormed towards the garden's gate.
Wait!
Hyde was walking up to him, frowning.
"We're business people. This is what we do. We must make certain."
Bond spat an obscenity and continued down the path, his fists clenching and unclenching. Urgently, Hyde said,
"You can keep going, but please know, Theron, you're walking away not only from me, but $1 million, which will be yours tomorrow if you stay. And there will be much more."
Bond stopped. He turned.
"Let us go back to the office and talk. Let us be professional."
Bond looked at the man he'd shot, who was still grinning happily. Then he asked Hyde, "$1 million?" Hyde nodded.
"Yours. Tomorrow."
Bond remained where he was for a moment, staring across the gardens, which were truly magnificent. He walked back to Hyde, casting a cool glance at Niall Dunn, who was unloading the rifle and cleaning it carefully, caressing the metal parts. Bond tried to keep an indignant look on his face, playing the role of offended party. And fiction it was, for he'd figured out about the wax bullets. Nobody who's fired a gun with a normal load of gunpowder and a lead bullet would be fooled by a wax round, which produces far less recoil than a real slug. Giving a blank round to a soldier in a firing squad is absurd. He clearly knows his bullet is not real the minute he shoots. A few moments ago, Bond had been given the clue when the thief covered his eyes. People about to be shot don't shield anything with their hands. So Bond had reflected he's afraid of being blinded, not killed. That suggested that the bullets were blank or wax. He'd fired into the foliage to judge the recoil and learnt from the very light kick that these were non-lethal rounds. He guessed that the man would earn hazard pay for his efforts. Hyde seemed to take care of his employees, whatever else one could say about him. This was confirmed now. Hyde peeled off some rand and gave them to the man, who walked up to Bond and pumped his hand.
"Hey, Mr. Sir, you good shot. You got me in a blessed spot. Look, right here."
He tapped his chest.
"One man shot me down below. You know where. He was bastard. Oh, that hurt and hurt for days. And my lady, she complained much."
In the Range Rover once more, the three men drove in silence back to the plant. The beautiful gardens giving way to harrowing Disappearance Row, the cacophony of gulls, the fumes. Gehenna. Dunn parked at the main building, nodding to Bond, and told Hyde, "Our associates. I'll meet the flights. They're arriving around 1900 hours. I'll get them settled and come back." So Dunn and Hyde would be working into the night. Did that bode well or badly for any future reconnaissance at Greenway? One thing was clear. Bond had to get inside research and development now. Dunn strode away, while Hyde and Bond continued to the building. "You going to give me a tour here?" Bond asked Hyde. "It's warmer, and there aren't as many seagulls." Hyde laughed. "There isn't much to see. We'll just go to my office." He didn't, however, spare his new partner the procedures at the back door security post, though the guards missed the inhaler again. As they stepped into the main corridor, Bond noted again the sign to research and development. He lowered his voice. "Well, I wouldn't mind a tour of the toilet." "That way," Hyde pointed, then pulled out his mobile to make a call. Bond walked quickly down the corridor. He entered the empty men's room, grabbed a large handful of paper towels, and tossed them into one of the toilets. When he flushed, the paper jammed in the drain. He went to the door and looked towards where Hyde was waiting. The man's head was down, and he was concentrating on his call. There was no CCTV, Bond saw, so he walked away from Hyde, planning his cover story. "One cubicle was occupied, and the other was jammed, so I went for another one. Didn't want to bother you when you were on the phone." Plausible deniability. Bond remembered where he'd seen the sign when he entered. He now hurried down a deserted hallway. Research and development, restricted. The metal security door was operated by a number pad in conjunction with a key card reader. Bond palmed the inhaler and took several pictures, including close-ups of the pad. "Come on," he urged an unsuspecting Confederate inside the room. "Someone must be thinking about a visit to the loo, or fetching some coffee from the canteen." But no one cooperated. The door remained shut, and Bond decided he had to get back to Hyde. He turned on his heel and hurried down the corridor again. Thank God Hyde was still on his mobile. He looked up when Bond was past the bathroom door. To Hyde's mind, he had just exited. He disconnected. "Come this way, Theron." He led Bond down a corridor and into a large room that seemed to serve as both an office and living quarters. A huge desk faced a picture window with a view of Hyde's wasteland empire. A bedroom, curiously, was off to the side. Bond noticed that the bed was unmade. Hyde diverted him away from it and closed the door. He gestured Bond to a sofa and coffee table in a corner. "Drink?" "Whiskey. Scotch, not a blend." "Ochentauschen?" Bond knew the distillery outside Glasgow. "Good. A drop of water." Hyde tipped a generous quantity into a glass, added the water, and handed it to him. He poured himself a glass of South African Constantia. Bond knew the honey-sweet wine, a recently revived version of Napoleon's favourite drink. The deposed emperor had had hundreds of gallons shipped to St. Helena, where he spent his last years in exile. He had sipped it on his deathbed. The gloomy room was filled with antiques. Mary Goodnight was forever reporting excitedly on bargains she'd found in London's Portobello Market, but none of the items in Hyde's office looked as if they'd fetch much money there. They were scuffed, battered, lopsided. Old photographs, paintings, and bas-reliefs hung on the walls. Slabs of stone showed fading images of Greek and Roman gods and goddesses, though Bond couldn't tell who they were supposed to be. Hyde sat, and they tipped their glasses towards one another. Hyde gazed affectionately at the walls. "Most of these have come from buildings my company's demolished. To me, they're like relics from the bodies of saints, which also interest me, by the way. I own several, though that is a fact no one in Rome is aware of." He caressed the wine-glass. "Whatever is old or discarded gives me comfort. I couldn't tell you why, nor do I care to know.
I think, Theron, most people waste far too much time wondering why they are as they are. Accept your nature and satisfy it. I love decay, decline, the things others shun.
He paused, then asked,
Would you like to know how I got started in this business? It's an informative story.
Yes, please.
I had some difficult times in my youth. Who didn't, of course. But I was forced to start work young. It happened to be at a rubbish collection company. I was a London bin man. One day my mates and I were having tea, taking a break, when the driver pointed to a flat over the road. He said, "That's where one of those blokes with the Clerkenwell crowd lives."
Clerkenwell, perhaps the biggest and most successful organised crime syndicate in British history. It was now largely dismantled, but for 20 years its members had brutally ruled their turf around Islington. They were reportedly responsible for 25 murders. Hyde continued, his dark eyes sparkling.
I was intrigued. After tea we continued on our rounds, but without the others knowing, I hid the rubbish from that flat nearby. I went back at night and collected the bag, brought it home and went through it. I did that for weeks. I examined every letter, every tin, every bill, every condom wrapper. Most of it was useless, but I found one thing that was interesting. A note with an address in East London. Here was all it said, but I had an idea what it meant. Now, in those days, I was supplementing my income as a detectorist. You know about them. Those folks who walk along the beach at Brighton or Eastbourne and find coins and rings in the sand after the tourists have gone for the day. I had a good metal detector, and so the next weekend I went to the property mentioned in the note. As I'd expected, it was a vacant lot.
Hyde was animated, enjoying himself.
It took me 10 minutes to find the buried gun. I bought the fingerprint kit, and, though I was no expert, it seemed that the prints on the gun and the note matched. I didn't know exactly what the gun had been used for, but
why bury it if it hadn't been used to murder somebody?
Exactly. I went to see the Clerkenwell man. I told him that my solicitor had the gun and the note. There was no solicitor, of course, but I bluffed well. I said if I didn't call him in an hour, he would send everything to Scotland Yard. Was it a gamble? Of course, but a calculated one. The man blanched and immediately asked me what I wanted. I named the figure. He paid in cash. I was on my way to opening a small collection company of my own. It eventually became Greenway.
That gives a whole new meaning to the word recycling, doesn't it?
Indeed.
Hyde seemed amused by the comment. He sipped his wine and gazed out at the grounds, the spheres of the burn-off flames glowing in the distance.
Did you know that there were 3 man-made phenomena you can see from outer space? The Great Wall of China, the pyramids, and the old Fresh Kills landfill.
Bond did not.
To me, discard is more than a business, Hyde said. It's a window onto our society, and into our souls.
He sat forward.
You see, we may acquire something in life unintentionally, through a gift, neglect, inheritance, fate, error, greed, laziness, but when we discard something, it's almost always with cold intent.
He took a judicious sip of wine.
Theron, do you know what entropy is?
No, I don't.
Entropy, said Hyde, clicking his long yellow nails, is the essential truth of nature. It's the tendency towards decay and disorder. In physics, in society, in art, in living creatures, in everything. It's the path to anarchy. He smiled. That sounds pessimistic, but it isn't. It's the most wonderful thing in the world. You can never go wrong by embracing the truth. And truth it is.
His eyes settled on a bas-relief.
I changed my name, you know?
I didn't, Bond said.
thinking Martin Holt. I changed it because my surname was my father's, and my given name was selected by him. I wish to have no more connection with him. A cool smile. That childhood I mentioned. I chose Height because it echoed the dark side of the protagonist in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, which I'd read at school and enjoyed. You see, I believe we all have a public side and a dark side. The book confirmed that. And Severin, it's unusual. You wouldn't think so if you'd lived in Rome in the 2nd and 3rd centuries A.D. No? I read history and archaeology at university. Mention ancient Rome, Theron, and most people think of what? The Julio-Claudian line of emperors, Augustus, Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, and Nero. At least they think so, if they've read I, Claudius, or saw Derek Jacobi in brilliant form on the BBC. But that whole line lasted a pathetically short time, slightly over 100 years. Yes, Mare Nostrum, Praetorian Guards, film starring Russell Crowe, all very decadent and dramatic. My God, Caligula, that's your sister! But for me, the truth of Rome was revealed much later, in a different family line. The Severan emperors, founded by Septimius Severus, many years after Nero killed himself. You see, they presided over the decay of the empire. Their reign culminated in what historians call the period of anarchy. Entropy, Bond said. Exactly, Hyde beamed. I'd seen a statue of Septimius Severus, and I look a bit like him, so I took his family name. He focused on Bond. Are you feeling uneasy, Theron? Don't worry. You haven't signed on with Ahab. I'm not mad. Bond laughed. I wasn't thinking you were. Honestly, I was thinking about the $1 million you mentioned. Of course. He studied Bond closely. Tomorrow, the first of a number of projects I'm engaged in will come to fruition. My main partners will be here. You will come too. Then you'll see what we're about. For $1 million, what do you want me to do? He frowned. Shoot somebody with real bullets? Hyde fondled his beard again. He did indeed resemble a Roman emperor. You don't need to do anything tomorrow. That project is finished. We'll just be watching the results and celebrating, I hope. We'll call your $1 million a signature bonus. After that, you'll be very busy. Bond forced himself to smile. I'm pleased to be included. Just then, Hyde's mobile rang. He looked at the screen, rose and turned away. Bond guessed there was some difficulty. Hyde didn't get angry, but his stillness indicated he wasn't happy. He disconnected. I'm sorry. A problem in Paris. Inspectors, trade unions. It's a Greenway issue, nothing to do with tomorrow's project. Bond didn't want to make the man suspicious, so he backed off. All right. What time do you want me? 10 a.m. Recalling the original intercept that GCHQ had decrypted and the clues he'd found up in March about the time the attack would take place, Bond understood he would have about 12 hours to find out what Gehenna was about and stop it. A figure appeared in the doorway. It was Jessica Barnes. She wore what seemed to be her typical garb, a black skirt and modest white shirt. Bond had never liked women to wear excessive makeup, but he wondered again why she didn't use even the minimum. Jessica, this is Jean Theron,
Hyde said absently. He'd forgotten they'd met last night. The woman didn't remind him. Bond took her hand. She returned a timid nod. Then she said to Hyde, The ad proofs didn't come in. They won't be here till tomorrow.
You can review them then, can't you?
Yes, but there's nothing more to do here. I was thinking I'd like to go back to Cape Town.
Something's come up. I'll be a few hours, maybe more. You can wait.
His eyes strayed to the door, behind which Bond had seen the bed. She hesitated. All right. A sigh. Bond said, I'm going back into town. I can drive you if you like. Really? It's not too much trouble? Her question, however, was not directed towards Bond, but to Hyde. The man was scrolling through his mobile. He looked up.
Good of you, Theron. I'll see you tomorrow.
They shook hands. Tot ziens. Bond gave the Afrikaans farewell, which he knew courtesy of the Captain Baker Jordan School of Language. "What time will you be home, Severin?" Jessica asked Hyde.
When I get there,
he responded absently, punching a number into his phone. 5 minutes later, Jessica and Bond were at the front security post, where he again passed through the metal detector. But before he was reunited with his gun and mobile, a guard walked up and said,
"What is that, sir? I see something in your pocket."
The inhaler. How the hell had he spotted the slight bulge in the windbreaker? "It's nothing."
"I'll see it, please."
"I'm not stealing anything from a junkyard," he snapped, "if that's what you're thinking." Patiently, the man said,
"Our rules are very clear, sir. I'll see it, or I have to call Mr. Dunn or Mr. Hyde."
"Follow your cover to the grave." With a steady hand, Bond withdrew the black plastic tube and displayed it.
"It's medicine. Is it now?"
The man took the device and examined it closely. The camera lens was recessed, but to Bond seemed all too obvious. The guard was about to hand it back, but then changed his mind. He lifted the hinged cap, exposed the plunger, and put his thumb on it. Bond eyed his Walther, sitting in one of the cubbyholes. It was 10 feet away and separated from him by the 2 other guards, both armed. The guard pressed the plunger, and released a fine mist of denatured alcohol into the air near his face. Sanu Hirani, of course, had created the toy with typical forethought. The spray mechanism was real, even if the chemical inside was not. The camera was located in the lower part of the base. The smell of the alcohol was strong. The guard wrinkled his nose and his eyes were watering as he handed back the device.
"Thank you, sir. I hope you need not take that medicine often. It seems quite unpleasant."
Without replying, Bond pocketed the inhaler and received his weapon and phone. He headed towards the front door, which opened onto the no-man's land between the 2 fences. He was almost outside, when an alarm klaxon blared fiercely, and lights began to flash. Chapter 48. Bond was a split second away from spinning around, dropping into a combat shooting stance, and drawing down on priority targets, but instinct told him to hold back. It was a good thing he did. The guards weren't even looking at him. They had gone back to watching the TV. Bond glanced casually around. The alarm had gone off because Jessica, exempt from security procedures, had come through the metal detector with her handbag and jewelry. A guard casually flicked a switch to reset the unit. His heartbeat returning to normal, Bond and Jessica continued outside, through the next security post, and out into the car park, filled with curled brown leaves, blowing in the light wind. Bond opened the passenger door of the Subaru for her, then got into the driver's seat and started the engine. They drove along the dusty road towards the N7 amid the ever-present Greenway lorries. For a while, Bond said nothing, but then, subtly, he went to work. He started with innocuous questions, easing her into talking to him. Did she like to travel? Which were her favourite restaurants here? What was her job at Greenway? Then he asked, "I'm curious. How did you 2 meet?" "You really want to know?" "Tell me." "I was a beauty queen when I was young." "Really? I've never met one before." He smiled. "I didn't do too badly. I was in the Miss America pageant once. But what really—" She blushed. "No, it's silly. Please, go on." "Well, once I was competing in New York at the Waldorf Astoria. It was before the pageant, and a lot of us girls were in the lobby. Jackie Kennedy saw me, and she came up to me and said how pretty she thought I was." She glowed with the pride he had not seen in her face. "That was one of the high points of my life. She was my idol when I was a little girl." The smile tempered. "You don't really want to know this, do you?" "I asked." "Well, you can only go on for so long, of course, in the pageant world. After I stopped the circuit, I did some commercials and then infomercials. Then, well, those jobs dried up too. A few years later, my mother passed away. I was very close to her, and I went through a rough time. I got a job as a hostess in a restaurant in New York. Severin was doing some business nearby, and he'd come in to meet clients. We got to talking. He was so fascinating. He loves history, and he's traveled everywhere. We talked about 1,000 different things. We had such a connection. It was very refreshing. In the pageants, I used to joke that life isn't even skin deep. It's makeup deep. That's all people see. Makeup and clothes. Severin saw some depth in me, I guess. We hit it off. He asked for my number and kept calling. Well, I wasn't a stupid woman. I was 57 years old, no family, very little money, and here was a handsome man, a vital man. Bond wondered if that meant what he suspected it might. Sat-nav instructed him to leave the highway. He drove carefully along a congested road. The minibus taxis were everywhere. Tow trucks waited at intersections, apparently to be the first at the site of an accident. People sold drinks by the roadside. Impromptu businesses operated from the backs of lorries and vans. Several were doing a booming trade selling batteries and performing alternator repairs. Why did that malady plague South African vehicles in particular? Now that he had broken yet more ice, Bond asked casually about the meeting tomorrow. But she said she knew nothing about it, and he believed her. Frustratingly to Bond, it seemed that height kept her in the dark about Gehenna and any other illegal activities he, Dunn, or the company were involved in. They were 5 minutes from their destination, the sat-nav reported, when Bond said, "I have to be honest. It's odd." "What is?" "Just how he surrounds himself with it all." "All of what?" Jessica asked, her eyes on him closely. "Decay. Destruction." "Well, it's his business. I don't mean his work with Greenway. That I understand. I'm speaking of his personal interest, with the old, the used, the discarded." Jessica said nothing for a moment. She pointed ahead to a large wooden private residence surrounded by an imposing stone fence. "That's it. The house. That's—" Her voice choked and she began to cry. Bond pulled to the curb. "Jessica, what's the matter?" Her breathing was coming fast. "Are you all right?" He reached down and pulled the adjustment lever, moving the seat back so he could turn to face her. "It's nothing. Oh, nothing. How embarrassing is this?" Bond took her handbag and dug around inside for a tissue. He found one and handed it to her. "Thank you." She tried to speak, then surrendered to her sobs. When she had calmed, she tilted the rear-view mirror towards herself. "He doesn't let me wear makeup, so at least my mascara hasn't run and turned me into a clown." "Doesn't let you? What do you mean?" The confession died on her lips. "Nothing," Jessica whispered. "Was it something I said? I'm sorry if I've upset you. I was just making conversation." No, it's nothing you've done, Jean." "Tell me, what's wrong?" His eyes locked with hers. She debated a moment. "I wasn't being honest with you. I put on a good show, but it's all a facade. We don't have a connection. We never have. He wants me." She raised her hand. "Oh, you don't want to hear this." Bond touched her arm. "Please, I'm responsible in some way. I was just blundering along. I feel like a fool. Tell me." "Yes, he loves the old, the used, the discarded. Me." "My God, no, I didn't mean—" "I know you didn't. But that is what Severin wants me for, because I'm part of the downward spiral, too. I'm his laboratory for fading, for aging, for decay." "That's all I mean to him. He hardly talks to me, ever. I've got almost no idea what goes on in that mind of his, and he has no interest in finding out who I am. He gives me credit cards, takes me nice places, provides for me. In return, he watches me age. I'll catch him staring at me, a new wrinkle here, an age spot there. That's why I can't wear makeup. He leaves the lights on when... You know what I mean. Do you know how humiliating that is for me?
He knows it too, because humiliation is another form of decay. She laughed bitterly, dabbing her eyes with the tissue. And the irony, Jean, the goddamn irony. When I was young, I lived for beauty pageants. Nobody cared about who I was inside. The judges, my fellow contestants, even my mother. Now I'm old, and Severin doesn't care about who I am inside either. There are times when I hate being with him. But what can I do? I'm powerless. Bond applied a bit more pressure to her arm. That's not true. You're not powerless at all. Being older is strength. It's experience, judgment, discernment, knowing your resources. Youth is mistake and impulse. Believe me, I know that quite well. But without him, what could I do? Where would I go? Anywhere. You could do whatever you wanted. You're obviously clever. You must have some money. Some. But it's not about money. It's about finding someone at my age. Why do you need someone? Spoken like a young man. And that's spoken like someone who believes what she's been told, rather than thinking for herself. Jessica gave a faint smile. Touché, Jean. She patted his hand. You've been very kind, and I can't believe I had a meltdown with a total stranger. Please, I've got to get inside. He'll be calling to check up on me. She gestured at the house. Bond drove forward and pulled up to the gate, under the watchful eye of a security guard, which put to rest his plan to get inside the house and see what secrets lay there. Jessica gripped his hand in both of hers, then climbed out. I will see you tomorrow? He asked. At the plant? A faint smile. Yes, I'll be there. My leash is pretty short. She turned and walked quickly through the opening gate. Then Bond shoved the car into first and skidded away. Jessica Barnes vanishing instantly from his thoughts. His attention was on his next destination and what would greet him there. Friend or foe? In his chosen profession, though, James Bond had learnt that those two categories were not mutually exclusive. Chapter 49. All Thursday morning, all afternoon, there had been talk of threats. Threats from the North Koreans, threats from the Taliban, threats from Al-Qaeda, the Chechenians, the Islamic Jihad Brotherhood, Eastern Malaysia, Sudan, Indonesia. There had been a brief discussion about the Iranians, despite the surreal rhetoric issuing from their presidential palace. Nobody took them too seriously. M almost felt sorry for the poor regime in Tehran. Persia had once been such a great empire. Threats. But the actual assault, he thought wryly, was occurring only now, during a tea break at the security conference. M disconnected from Moneypenny and sat back stiffly in the well-worn gilt drawing-room of a building in Richmond Terrace, between Whitehall and the Victoria Embankment. It was one of those utterly unremarkable fading structures of indeterminate age in which the sweat work of governing the country was done. The impending assault involved two ministers who sat on the Joint Intelligence Committee. Their heads were now poking through the door, side by side, bespectacled faces scanning the room until they spotted their target. Once an image of television's two Ronnies had sidled into his head, M could not dislodge it. As they strode forward, however, there was nothing comedic about their expressions. "Miles," the older one greeted him. Sir Andrew prefaced the man's surname, and those two words were in perfect harmony with his distinguished face and silver mane. The other, Bixton, tipped his head, whose fleshy dome reflected light from the dusty chandelier. He was breathing hard. In fact, they both were. M didn't invite them to do so, but they sat anyway, upon the Edwardian sofa across from the tea-tray. He longed to remove a cheroot from his attaché case and chew on it, but decided against the prop. "We'll come straight to the point," Sir Andrew said. "We know you have to get back to the security conference," Bixton interjected. "We've just been with the Foreign Secretary. He's in the chamber at the moment." That explained their heaving chests. They couldn't have driven up from the House of Commons since Whitehall, from Horse Guards Avenue to just past King Charles Street, had been sealed, like a submarine about to dive, so that the security conference might meet, well, securely. "Incident 20?" M asked.
Just so, Bixton said. We're trying to track down the DG of 6 as well, with this bloody conference.
He was new to Joint Intelligence, and appeared suddenly to realize perhaps he shouldn't be quite so bluntly birching the rears of those who paid him. "Is bloody disruptive?" M grumbled, filling in. He had no problem whipping anyone or anything when it was deserved. Sir Andrew took over. He said,
Defence Intelligence and GCHQ are reporting a swell of SIGINT in Afghanistan over the past 6 hours. General consensus is that it's to do with Incident 20.
M asked, "Anything specific to height,
Noah, or thousands of deaths? Nile Dun? Army bases in March, improvised explosive devices, engineers in Dubai, rubbish and recycling facilities in Cape Town?"
M read every signal that crossed his desk or arrived in his mobile phone.
"We can't tell, can we?"
Bixton answered.
"The donut hasn't broken the codes yet."
GCHQ's headquarters in Cheltenham was built in the shape of a fat ring.
"The encryption packages are brand spanking new, which has stymied everyone."
"SIGINT is cyclical over there," M muttered dismissively. He had been very, very senior at MI6, and had earned a reputation for unparalleled skill at mining intelligence and, more important, refining it into something useful.
"True," Sir Andrew agreed. "Rather too coincidental, though, that all these calls and emails have popped up just now, the day before Incident 20, wouldn't you think?"
"Not necessarily." He continued,
"And nobody's turned up anything that specifically links height to the threat."
"Nobody," translated to 007. M looked at his wristwatch, which had been his son's, a soldier with a Royal Regiment of Fusiliers. The security meeting was set to resume in half an hour. He was exhausted, and Friday, tomorrow, would be an even longer session, culminating in a tiresome dinner, followed by a speech by the Home Secretary. Sir Andrew noted the less than subtle glance at the battered timepiece.
"Long story short, Miles, the JIC is of the opinion that this Severin Hyde fellow in South Africa is a diversion. Maybe he's involved, but he's not a key player in Incident 20. 5 and 6's people think the real actors are in Afghanistan, and that's where the attack will happen. Military or aid workers, contractors."
Of course, that was what they would say. Whatever they actually thought. The adventure in Kabul had cost billions of pounds and far too many lives. The more evil that could be found there to justify the incursion, the better. M had been aware of this from the beginning of the Incident 20 operation.
"Now, Bond." "He's good, we know that," Bixton interrupted, eyeing the chocolate biscuits
M had asked not to be brought with the tea, but had arrived anyway. Sir Andrew frowned.
"It's just that he hasn't actually found much," Bixton went on. "Unless there have been details that haven't yet circulated."
M said nothing, merely regarding both men with equal frost. Sir Andrew said,
"Bond is a star, of course, so the thinking is that it would be good for everybody if he deployed to Kabul post-haste. Tonight, if you could make that work. Put him in a hot zone, along with a couple of dozen of 6's Premier League lads. We'll tap the CIA too. We don't mind spreading the glory."
"And the blame," thought M, "if they get it wrong."
Bixton said, "Makes sense. Bond was stationed in Afghanistan."
M said,
"Incident 20 is supposed to happen tomorrow. It'll take him all night to get to Kabul. How can he stop anything happening? The thinking is—"
Sir Andrew fell silent, realizing M supposed that he'd repeated his own irritating verbal filler.
"We aren't sure it can be stopped."
Silence washed in unpleasantly, like a tide polluted with hospital waste.
"Our approach would be for your man and the others to head up a post-mortem analysis team. Try to find out for certain who was behind it. Put together a response proposal. Bond could even head it up."
M knew, of course, what was happening here. The two Ronnies were offering the ODG a face-saving measure. Your organization could be a star 95% of the time, but if you erred even once with a big loss, you might appear at the office on Monday morning and find your whole outfit disbanded, or, worse, turned into a vetting agency. And the Overseas Development Group was on thin ice to start with, hosting as it did the 00 section, to which many people objected. To stumble on Incident 20 would be a big stumble indeed. By getting Bond to Afghanistan forthwith, at least the ODG would have a player in the game, even if he arrived on the pitch a bit late. M said evenly, "Your point is noted, gentlemen. Let me make some phone calls." Bixton beamed, but Sir Andrew hadn't quite finished. His persistence, infused with shrewdness, was one of the reasons M believed that future audiences with him might take place at 10 Downing Street. "Bond will be all hands on deck?" The threat implicit in the question was that if 007 remained in South Africa in defiance of M's orders, Sir Andrew's protection of Bond, M and the ODG would cease. The irony in giving an agent like 007 carte blanche was that he was supposed to exercise it and act as he saw fit, which sometimes meant he would not be on deck with all the other hands. You can't have it both ways, M reflected. "As I said, I'll make some calls." "Good. We'd better be off." As they departed, M stood up and went through the French doors onto the balcony, where he noted a Metropolitan Police Specialist Protection Officer armed with a machine gun. After an examination of and a nod to the new arrival on his turf, the man returned to looking down over the street 30 feet below. "All quiet?" M asked. "Yes, sir." M walked to the far end of the balcony and lit a cheroot, sucking the smoke in deep. The streets were eerily quiet. The barricades were not just the tubular metal fences you saw outside Parliament. They were cement blocks 4 feet high, solid enough to stop a speeding car. The pavements were patrolled by armed guards, and M noted several snipers on the roofs of nearby buildings. He gazed absently down Richmond Terrace towards Victoria Embankment. He took out his mobile and called Moneypenny. Only a single ring before she answered. "Yes, sir?" "I need to talk to the Chief of Staff." "He's popped down to the canteen. I'll connect you." As he waited, M squinted and gave a gruff laugh. At the intersection near the barricade, there was a large lorry, and a few men were dragging bins to and from it. They were employees of Severn Heights Company, Greenway International. He realized he'd been watching them for the past few minutes, yet not actually noticing them. They'd been invisible. "Tanner here, sir." The dustman vanished from M's thoughts. He plucked the cheroot from between his teeth and said evenly, "Bill, I need to talk to you about 007. Chapter 50. Guided by sat-nav, Bond made his way through central Cape Town, past businesses and residences. He found himself in an area of small, brightly coloured houses, blue, pink, red and yellow, tucked under Signal Hill. The narrow streets were largely cobbled. It reminded him of villages in the Caribbean, with the difference that here careful Arabic designs patterned many homes. He passed a quiet mosque. It was 6:30 on this cool Thursday evening, and he was en route to Baker Jordan's house. Friend or foe? He wound the car through the uneven streets and parked nearby. She met him at the door and greeted him with an unsmiling nod. She had shed her work clothes and wore blue jeans and a close-fitting dark red cardigan. Her shiny black hair hung loose, and he was taken by the rich aura of lilac scent from a recent shampooing. "This is an interesting area," he said. "Nice." "It's called Bo-Kaap. It used to be very poor, mostly Muslim immigrants from Malaysia. I moved here with someone years ago. It was poorer then. Now the place is becoming very chic. There used to be only bicycles parked outside. Now it's Toyotas, but soon it'll be Mercedes. I don't like that. I'd rather it was as it used to be, but it's my home. Besides, my sisters and I take turns to have Ugogo living with us. And they're close, so it's convenient." "Ugogo?" Bond asked. "It means grandmother. Our mother's mother. My parents live in Pietermaritzburg, in KwaZulu-Natal, somewhere east of here." Bond recalled the antique map in her office. "So we look after Ugogo. That's the Zulu way." She didn't invite him in, so, on the porch, Bond gave her an account of his trip to Greenway. "I need the film in this developed." He handed her the inhaler. "It's 8mm. ISO is 1200. Can you sort it?" "Me? Not your MI6 associate?" she asked acerbically. Bond felt no need to defend Gregory Lamb. I trust him, but he raided my minibar of 200 rands worth of drink. I'd like somebody with a clear head to handle it. Developing film can be tricky. I'll take care of it. Now, I'd have some associates coming into town tonight. There's a meeting at the Greenway plant tomorrow morning. He thought back to what Dunn had said. They're arriving at about 7. Can you find out their names? Do you know the airlines? No, but Dunn's meeting them. We'll put a stakeout in place. Quileni is good at that. He jokes, but he's very good. He certainly is. Discreet, too, Bond reflected. A woman's voice called from inside. Jordan turned her head. Ize Bululakile. Some more Zulu words were exchanged. Jordan's face was still. Will you come in, so Ugogo can see you're not someone in a gang? I've told her it's no one, but she worries. No one? Bond followed her into a small flat, which was tidy and nicely furnished. Prints, hangings, and photos decorated the walls. The elderly woman who'd spoken to Jordan was sitting at a large dining table set with 2 places. The meal had largely concluded. She was very frail. Bond recognized her as the woman in many of the pictures in Jordan's office. She wore a loose orange and brown frock and slippers. Her grey hair was short. She started to rise. No, please, Bond said. She stood anyway, and hunched, shuffled forward to shake his hand with a firm, dry grip. You are the Englishman Baker spoke of. You don't look so bad to me. Jordan glared at her. The elder woman introduced herself. I'm Mbali. James. I'm going to rest. Baker, give him some food. He's too thin. No, I must be going. You are hungry. I saw how you looked at the boboti. It tastes even better than it looks. Bond smiled. He had been looking at the pot on the stove. My granddaughter is a very good cook. You will like it. And you will have some Zulu beer. Have you ever had any? I've had Birkenhead and Gilroy's. No, Zulu beer is the best. Mbali shot a look at her granddaughter. Give him some beer, and he will have some food too. Bring him a plate of boboti. And sambal sauce. She looked critically at Bond. You like spice? I do, yes. Good. Exasperated, Jordan said, Ugogo, he said he has to be going. He said that because of you. Give him some beer and some food. Look how thin he is. Honestly, Ugogo. That's my granddaughter, a mind of her own. The old woman picked up a ceramic crock of beer and walked into a bedroom. The door closed. Is she well? Bond asked. Cancer. I'm sorry. She's doing better than expected. She's 97. Bond was surprised. I would have thought she was in her 70s. As if afraid of the silence that might engender the need for conversation, Jordan strode to a battered CD player and loaded a disc. A woman's low voice, buoyed by hip-hop rhythms, burst from the speakers. Bond saw the CD cover. Tandiswa Mazwe. Sit down, Jordan said, gesturing at the table. No, it's all right. What do you mean? No, it's all right. You don't have to feed me. Jordan said shortly, If Ngogo learns I haven't offered you any beer or boboti, she won't be happy. She produced a clay pot with a rattan lid and poured some frothy pinkish liquid into a glass. So that's Zulu beer? Yes. Homemade? Zulu beer is always homemade. It takes 3 days to brew, and you drink it while it's still fermenting. Bond sipped. It was sour yet sweet, and seemed low in alcohol. Jordan then served him a plate of boboti, and spooned on some reddish sauce. It was a bit like shepherd's pie, with egg instead of potato on top, but better than any pie Bond had ever had in England. The thick sauce was well-flavoured, and indeed spicy. You're not joining me? Bond nodded towards an empty chair. Jordan was standing, leaning against the sink, arms folded across her voluptuous chest. I've finished eating, she said, the words clipped. She remained where she was. Friend or foe? He finished the food. I must say, you're quite talented. A clever policewoman who also makes marvellous beer, and, a nod at the cooking pot, boboti, if I'm pronouncing that right. He received no response. Did he insult her with every remark he made? Bond tamped down his irritation and found himself regarding the many photographs of the family on the walls and mantelpiece. Your grandmother must have seen a great deal of history in the making. Glancing affectionately at the bedroom door, she said, Ngogo is South Africa. Her uncle was wounded in the Battle of Kambula, fighting the British. A few months after the battle I told you about, is in Rwanda. She was born just a few years after the Union of South Africa was formed from the Cape and Natal provinces. She was relocated under Apartheid's Group Areas Act in the 50s, and she was wounded in the protest in 1960. What happened? The Sharpeville massacre. She was among those protesting against the Dompas. The Dampas, it was called. Under Apartheid, people were legally classified as white, black, coloured, or Indian. Bond recalled Gregory Lamb's comments. Blacks had to carry a passbook, signed by their employer, allowing them to be in a white area. It was humiliating. It was horrible. There was a peaceful protest, but the police fired on the demonstrators. Nearly 70 people were killed. Ugogo was shot. Her leg. That's why she limps. Jordan hesitated and at last poured herself some beer, then sipped. Ugogo gave me my name. That is, she told my parents what they would call me, and they did. One usually does what Ugogo says. Baker, Bond said. It's Zulu. It means one who watches over people. A protector. So you were destined to become a policewoman. Bond was quite enjoying the music. Ugogo is the old South Africa. I'm the new, a mix of Zulu and Afrikaner. They call us a rainbow country. Yes, but look at a rainbow, and you still see different colours, all separate. We need to become like me, blended together. It will be a long time before that happens, but it will. She glanced coolly at Bond. Then we'll be able to dislike people for who they really are, not for the colour of their skin. Bond returned her gaze evenly and said, Thank you for the food and the beer. I shall be going. She walked with him to the door. He stepped outside. Which was when he caught his first glimpse of the man who'd pursued him from Dubai. The man in the blue jacket, the gold earring, the man who had killed Yusuf Nassad and had very nearly killed Felix Leiter. He was standing across the road in the shadows of an old building covered with Arabic scrolls and mosaics. What is it? Jordan asked. A hostile. The man had a mobile, but wasn't making a call. He was taking a picture of Bond with Jordan, proof that Bond was working with the police. Bond snapped. Get your weapon and stay inside with your grandmother. He sprinted hard across the street as the man fled up a narrow alley leading towards Signal Hill, through the deepening dusk. Chapter 51. The man had a 10-yard lead, but Bond began closing the distance as they pounded up the alley. Angry cats and scrawny dogs fled. A child with round Malaysian features stepped out of a door into Bond's path and was instantly jerked back by a parental hand. He was nearly 15 feet from the assailant when operational instinct kicked in. Bond realized that the man might have prepared a trap to aid his escape. He glanced down. Yes, the attacker had strung a piece of wire across the alley, a foot off the ground, nearly invisible in the darkness. The man himself had known where it was. A shard of broken crockery marked the spot, and had stepped over it smoothly. Bond wasn't able to stop in time, but he could prepare himself for the fall. He twisted his shoulder forward, and when his own momentum swept his legs out from under him, he half-somersaulted onto the ground. He landed hard and lay dazed for a moment, cursing himself for letting the man get away. Except that he wasn't escaping. The wire hadn't been intended to hinder pursuit, but to render Bond vulnerable. In an instant, the man was on him, exuding the stench of beer, stale cigarette smoke, and unwashed flesh, and ripping Bond's Walther from the holster. Bond launched himself upwards, gripping the man's right arm in a lock and twisting his wrist until the weapon fell to the ground. The attacker kicked the gun, which flew far from Bond's reach. Gasping, Bond kept hold of the man's right arm and dodged vicious blows from the other fist. He glanced back, wondering if Baker Jordan had ignored his advice and come after him, armed with her own weapon. The empty alley gaped at him. Now his assailant eased back to deliver a forehead blow, but as Bond twisted to avoid it, The man rolled away in a virtual backward somersault, like a gymnast. It was a brilliant feint. Bond recalled Felix Leiter's words.
"Man, the SOB knows some martial arts crap."
Then Bond was on his feet, facing the man, who stood in a fighter's stance, a knife in his hand, blade protruding downwards, sharp edge facing out. His left hand, open and palm down, floated distractingly, ready to grab Bond's clothing and pull him in to be stabbed to death. On the balls of his feet, Bond circled. Ever since his days at Fetters in Edinburgh, he had practiced various types of close combat. But the ODG taught its agents a rare style of unarmed fighting, borrowed from a former, or not-so-former, enemy, the Russians. An ancient martial art of the Cossacks, Systema, had been updated by the Spetsnaz, the Special Forces branch of GRU military intelligence. Systema practitioners rarely use their fists. Open palms, elbows, and knees are the main weapons. The goal, though, is to strike as infrequently as possible. Rather, you tire out your adversary, then catch him in a come-on or take-down hold on the shoulder, wrist, arm, or ankle. The best Systema fighters never come into contact with their opponent at all, until the final moment, when the exhausted attacker is largely defenseless. Then the victor takes him to the ground and drops a knee into his chest or throat. Instinctively falling into Systema choreography, Bond now dodged the man's assault. Evade, evade, evade. Use his energy against him. Bond was largely successful, but twice the knife blade swept inches from his face. The man moved in fast, swinging his massive hands, testing Bond, who stepped aside, sizing up his opponent's strengths. He was very muscular and experienced in hand-to-hand combat, and was psychologically prepared to kill. And his weaknesses, alcohol and smoking, seemed to be taking their toll. The man grew frustrated at Bond's defense. Now he gripped the knife for thrusting and began to move in, almost desperate. He was grinning demonically, sweating despite the chill in the air. Presenting a vulnerable target, his lower back, Bond stepped towards his Walther. But the move was a feint, and even before the man lunged, Bond reared back, pushed the knife blade away with his forearm, and delivered a fierce open-palm slap to the man's left ear. He cupped his hand as he made contact and felt the pressure that would damage, if not burst, the attacker's eardrum. The man howled in pain, infuriated, and lunged carelessly. Bond easily lifted the knife arm away and up, then stepped in, gripping the wrist in both hands, a solid compliance hold, and bent backwards until the knife fell to the ground. He assessed the assailant's strength and his mad determination. He made a decision, and he twisted further until the wrist cracked. The man cried out and sank to his knees, then dropped into a sitting position, face pale. His head lolled to the side, and Bond kicked the knife away. He frisked the man carefully, and took a small automatic pistol from his pocket, along with a roll of duct tape. A pistol? Why didn't he just shoot me? Bond wondered. He slipped the gun into his pocket and collected his Walther. He grabbed the man's phone. To whom had he texted the photo of him and Jourdan? If it had been to Dunn alone, could Bond find and incapacitate the Irishman before he reported to Hyde? He scrolled through the call and text logs. Thank God, he had sent nothing. He'd simply been videoing Bond. What was the point of that? Then he had his answer.
"JBT,"
his attacker spat. The Balkan obscenity explained everything. Bond went through the man's papers and confirmed he was with the JSO, the Serbian paramilitary group. His name was Nicholas Rathko. He was moaning now, crailing his arm.
"You let my brother die. You abandoned him. He was your partner on that assignment. You never abandon your partner."
Rathko's brother had been the younger of the BIA agents with Bond on Sunday night near Novi Sad. "My brother, he smokes all time he is out on operations. Looks more normal than not smoking in Serbia." Bond knew now how the man had found him in Dubai. To secure the BIA's cooperation in Serbia, the ODG and SIX had given the senior security people in Belgrade Bond's real name and mission. After his brother had died, Rathko and his comrades at the JSO would have put together a full-scale operation to find Bond, using contacts through NATO and SIX. They'd learnt Bond was bound for Dubai, Of course, Bond now realized it had been Rathco, not Osborne Smith, who'd been making those subtle inquiries at MI6 about Bond's plans earlier in the week. Among Rathco's papers, he now found authorization for a flight by military jet from Belgrade to Dubai, which explained how he'd beaten Bond to the Emirate. A local mercenary, the documents revealed, had put an untraceable car, the black Toyota, at the JSO agent's disposal. And the purpose? Probably not arrest and rendition. Rathco had most likely been planning to video Bond confessing or apologizing, and perhaps to record his torture and death.
"You call yourself Nicholas, or Nick?" Bond asked, crouching. "Yebby say," was the only response. "Listen to me. I'm sorry your brother lost his life, but he had no business being in the BIA. He was careless, and he wouldn't follow orders. He was the reason we lost the target. He was young. That's no excuse. It wouldn't be an excuse for me, and it wasn't an excuse for you when you were with Arkan's Tigers. He was only a boy." Tears glistened in the man's eyes. Whether from the pain of the broken wrist, or the sorrow he felt for his dead brother, Bond couldn't tell. Bond looked down the alleyway and saw Baker Jordan and some SAP's officers sprinting towards him. He bent down, picked up the man's knife, and sliced through the tripwire. He squatted beside the Serb. "We'll get you to a doctor." Then he heard a woman's voice, call sharply, "Stop!" He glanced at Baker Jordan. "It's all right, I have his weapons." But then he realized that her pistol was aimed at himself. He frowned and stood up. "Leave him alone," she snapped. Two SAP's officers stepped between Bond and Rathco. One hesitated, then carefully took the knife from his hand. "He's a Serbian intelligence agent. He was trying to kill me. He's the one who murdered that CIA asset in Dubai the other day. That doesn't mean you can cut his throat." Her dark eyes were narrow with anger. "What are you talking about?" "You are in my country. You will obey the law." The other officers were staring at him, Bond saw, some angrily. He glanced at Jordan and stepped away, gesturing to her to follow. Jordan did so, and when they were out of earshot, she continued harshly. "You won. He was down. He wasn't a threat. Why were you going to kill him?" "I wasn't," he said. "I don't believe you. You told me to stay in the house with my grandmother. You didn't ask me to call my officers because you didn't want witnesses while you tortured and killed him. I assumed you'd call for backup. I didn't want you to leave your grandmother in case he wasn't working alone." But Jordan wasn't listening. She raged. "You come here, to our country, with that 00 number of yours. Oh, I know all about what you do." Finally, Bond understood the source of her anger with him. It had nothing to do with any attempted flirtation, nothing to do with the fact that he represented the oppressive male. She despised his shameless disregard for the law, the Level 1 missions, assassinations for the ODG. He stepped forward and said in a low murmur, barely able to control his anger, "In a few instances, when there's been no other way to protect my country, yes, I've taken a life, and only if I've been ordered to. I don't do it because I want to. I don't enjoy it. I do it to save people who deserve to be saved. You may call it a sin, but it's a necessary sin. There was no need to kill him," she spat back. "I wasn't going to. The knife! I saw! He left a trap. The tripwire," he gestured. "I cut it so nobody would fall. As for him," he nodded towards the Serb, "I was just telling him we'd get him to a doctor. Ask him. I rarely take someone to the hospital when I'm about to murder them." He turned and pushed past the two police officers blocking his way. His eyes defied them to try and stop him. Without looking back, he called, "I'll need that film developed as soon as possible, and the IDs of everyone coming to Hyde's tomorrow." He strode away from them, down the alley. Soon he was in the Subaru, streaking past the colourful houses of Beau Carp, driving far faster than was safe through the winding, picturesque streets. Chapter 52. A restaurant featuring local cuisine beckoned, and James Bond, still angry from his run-in with Baker Jordan, decided he needed a strong drink. He'd enjoyed the stew at Jordan's house, but the portion was rather small, as if doled out with the intent that the diner finish quickly and depart. Bond now ordered a hearty meal of sosatis, grilled meat skewers, with yellow rice, and marog, spinach, having politely declined an offer to try the house speciality of mapane, worms.
He downed 2 vodka martinis with the food, then returned to the Table Mountain Hotel. Bond had a shower, dried himself and dressed. There was a knock on the door. A porter delivered a large envelope. Whatever else, Jourdan had not let her personal view that he was a cold-blooded serial killer interfere with the job. Inside he found black and white prints of the images he had taken with the inhaler camera. Some were blurred and others had missed their mark, but he had managed a clear series of what he was most interested in: the door to research and development at Greenway, and its alarm and locking mechanisms. Jourdan had also been professional enough to provide a flash drive of the scanned pictures, and his anger diminished further. He loaded them onto his laptop, encrypted them, and sent them to Sanu Hirani, with a set of instructions. 30 seconds after he'd hit send, he received a message back. "We never sleep." He smiled and texted an acknowledgement. A few minutes later, he took a call from Bill Tanner in London. "I was just about to ring you," Bond said.
"James."
Tanner sounded grave. There was a problem. "Go ahead."
"There's a bit of a flap on here. Whitehall's come round to thinking that Incident 20 doesn't have much of a connection with South Africa."
"What?"
"They think Height's a diversion. The killings in Incident 20 are going to be in Afghanistan. Aid workers or contractors, they reckon. The Intelligence Committee voted to pull you out and send you to Kabul, since frankly you haven't found much of anything concrete where you are."
Bond's heart was pounding. "Bill, I'm convinced the key—"
"Hold on,"
Tanner interrupted.
"I'm just telling you what they wanted. But M dug his heels in and insisted you stay. It turned into Trafalgar, big and loud. We all went to the Foreign Secretary and pitched the case. There's some talk the PM was involved, though I can't confirm that. Anyway, M won. You're to stay in place, and you'll be interested to know there was a witness for the defense in your support."
"Who?"
"Your new friend, Percy."
"Osborne Smith?" Bond nearly laughed.
"He said if you had a lead, you ought to be allowed to follow it up."
"Did he now? I'll buy him a pint when all this is over. You too."
"Well, things aren't as rosy as they seem,"
Tanner said glumly.
"The old man put the ODG's reputation on the line to keep you there. Your reputation, too. If it turns out Height is a diversion, there'll be repercussions. Serious ones."
Was the very future of the ODG riding on his success? Politics, Bond reflected cynically. He said, "I'm sure Height's behind it."
"And M's going with that judgment."
Tanner asked what his next steps would be. "I'll be at Height's plant tomorrow morning. Depending on what I find, I'm going to have to move fast, and communications could be a problem. If I can't learn anything by late afternoon, I'll get Baker Jourdan to raid the place, interrogate the hell out of Height and Dunn, and find out what's planned for tomorrow night."
"All right, James. Keep me informed. I'll brief M. He'll be in that security meeting all day."
"Night, Bill, and thank him for me." After they'd rung off, he poured a generous amount of Crown Royal into a crystal glass, added 2 ice cubes, and turned off the lights. He flung wide the curtain, sat on the sofa, and gazed out over the snowflake lights on the harbour. A massive British flag cruise ship was easing up to the dock. His phone trilled, and he glanced at the screen. "Philly." He took another sip of the fragrant whiskey.
"Are you in the middle of dinner?"
"It's après cocktail hour here."
"You are a man after my own heart."
As she said this, Bond's eyes happened to be on the bed he'd shared last night with Felicity Willing. Philly continued.
"I didn't know if you wanted more updates on the steel cartridge operation."
He sat forward. "Yes, please. What have you found?"
"Something interesting, I think. Seems the whole point of the operation wasn't to kill just any of our agents and contractors. The Russians were killing their moles within MI6 and the CIA."
Bond felt something detonate inside him. He put the glass down.
With the fall of the Soviet Union, the Kremlin wanted to solidify ties with the West. It would have been awkward politically if their doubles were exposed. So, active KGB agents killed the most successful moles in SIX and the CIA, and made the murders look like accidents, but left a steel cartridge at the scene as a warning to the others to keep quiet. That's all I know at this point.
My God, Bond thought. His father had been a double. A traitor?
Are you still there?
Yes, just a bit distracted by what's going on here. But that's good work, Philly. I'll be incommunicado for most of tomorrow, but text me or email what you find." "I will. Take care of yourself, James. I worry." They rang off. Bond lifted the cold crystal glass, wet with condensation, and pressed it against his forehead. He now scrolled mentally through his family's past, trying to find clues about Andrew Bond that might shed light on this appalling theory. Bond had been quite fond of his father, who was a collector of stamps and photographs of cars. He'd owned several vehicles, but took more pleasure in repairing and cleaning them than in fast driving. When older, Bond had asked his aunt about the man. Charmian had thought for a moment, and said, "He was a good man, of course. Solid, dependable, a rock, but quiet. Andrew was never one to stand out." Qualities of the best covert intelligence agents. Could he have been a mole for the Russians? Another jarring thought. His father's duplicity, if the story were true, had resulted in the death of his wife, Bond's mother, too. Not just the Russians, but his father's betrayal had orphaned young Bond. He started as his phone buzzed with an incoming text. Late night, getting ready for food shipments. Just left office. Interested in some company? Felicity. James Bond hesitated a moment, then typed, "Yes." 10 minutes later, after slipping his Walther under the bed beneath a towel, he heard a soft knock. He opened the door and let in Felicity Willing. Any doubt he might have had about whether or not they would pick up where they left off yesterday was dashed when she flung her arms around him and kissed him hard. He smelt her perfume radiating from behind her ear, and she tasted of mint. "I'm a mess," she said, laughing. She wore a blue cotton shirt, tucked into designer jeans that were crumpled and dusty. "I won't hear of it," he said, and kissed her again. "You're sitting in the dark, Jean," she said, and for the first time in the operation, he was jarred by the reminder of his Africana cover. "I like the view." They stepped apart, and in the dim light from outside, Bond took in her face, and thought it as intensely sensual as last night. But she was clearly tired. He supposed the logistics of marshalling the largest shipment of food ever to arrive on the African continent were daunting, to say the least. Here, a wine bottle appeared from her shoulder bag. Vintage Three Cape Ladies, a red blend from Muldersvley on the Cape. Bond knew its reputation. He took out the cork and poured. They sat on the sofa and sipped. "Wonderful," he said. She worked her boots off. Bond slipped his arm around her shoulders and struggled to put aside thoughts of his father. Felicity slumped and rested her head against him. On the horizon, there were even more ships than there had been last night. "Our food ships, look at them all," she said. "You hear so many bad things about people, but that's not the complete truth. There's a lot of good out there. You can't always count on it. It's never certain. But at least—" Bond interrupted. "At least someone's willing to help." She laughed. "You nearly made me spill my wine, Jean. I could have ruined my shirt." "I have a solution." "Stop drinking the wine?" She pouted playfully. "But it's so nice." "Another solution. A better one." He kissed her and slowly began to undo the buttons of the garment. An hour later, they lay in bed on their sides, Bond behind Felicity. His arm was curled around her, and his hand cupped her breast. Her fingers were entwined in his. Unlike last night, however, in the after-moment, Bond was wholly awake. His mind was racing furiously, past all assortment of topics. Exactly how much was the future of the ODG resting on him? What secrets did the Research and Development Department of Greenway hold? What exactly was Haight's goal with Gehenna, and how could Bond craft a suitable countermeasure? Purpose, response. And what of his father? "You're thinking about something serious," Felicity said drowsily. "What makes you say that?" "Women know." "I'm thinking how beautiful you are." She lifted his hand to her face and gently bit his finger. "The first lie you've told me." "My job," he said. "Then I'll forgive you. It's the same with me. Coordinating the help on the docks, paying the pilots' fees, working on the ship charters, the lorry leases, the trade unions." Her voice took on the edge he'd heard before, as she said, "And then your speciality We've already had 2 attempted break-ins at the dock, and no food has even been offloaded yet. Odd. Silence for a moment. Then, Jean? Bond knew something significant was coming. He grew alert and receptive. The intimacy of bodies comes pre-packed with an intimacy of mind and spirit, and you ought not seek the first if you're unwilling to take delivery of the second. Yes? She said evenly. I have a feeling there's more to your work than you've told me. No, don't say anything. I don't know how you feel, but if it turns out we can keep seeing each other, if... She trailed off. Go on, he whispered. If it turns out we see each other again, do you think that maybe you could change just a bit? I mean, if you do go to some dark places, could you promise me not to go to the worst? He felt the tension that rippled through her. Oh, I don't know what I'm saying. Ignore me, Jean. Although she was speaking to a security expert come mercenary soldier from Durban, in a way she was also talking to him, James Bond, a 00 section agent. And ironically, he took her acknowledgement that she could live with a certain degree of darkness in Theron as indication that she might accept Bond as he was. He whispered, I think that's very possible. She kissed his hand. Don't say any more. That's all I wanted to hear. Now I have an idea. I don't know what your plans are for this weekend. Neither do I, Bond thought sourly. But we'll have finished the food shipments tomorrow night. There's an inn I know, in Franschhoek. Have you been to that area? No. It's the most beautiful spot on the Western Cape, a wine district. The restaurant has a Michelin star and the most romantic deck in the world, overlooking the hills. Come with me on Saturday. I'd love to, he said, and kissed her hair. You really mean that? The tough warrior, who seemed so at ease fighting the world's Acropolis, now sounded vulnerable and unsure. Yes, I do. In 5 minutes, she was asleep. Bond, however, remained awake, staring out at the lights of the harbour. His thoughts were no longer on his father's possible betrayal, nor on his promise to Felicity willing to consider changing his darkest nature, nor on the anticipation of the time they might spend together this weekend. No. James Bond was focusing on one thing only: the indistinct faces of those somewhere in the world whose lives, despite Whitehall's belief, he knew that he alone could save. Friday. Down to Gehenna. Chapter 53. At 8:40 a.m., Bond steered his dusty, mud-spattered Subaru into the Cape Town SAP's headquarters car park. He killed the engine, climbed out, and entered the building, where he found Baker Jordan, Gregory Lamb, and Kwaleni Nkosi in her office. Bond greeted them with a nod. Lamb responded with a look that bespoke intrigue, and Nkosi with an energetic smile. Jordan said, Regarding Hite's newly arrived associates, we've identified them. She spun her laptop and clicked on a slideshow. The first photos depicted a large man with a round ebony face. He wore a brash gold and silver shirt, designer sunglasses, and voluminous brown slacks. Charles Matabula. He's a black diamond from Joburg. Lamb explained. From the new wealthy class in South Africa. Some of them become rich overnight in ways that aren't quite transparent, if you get my drift. And some, Jordan added frostily, become wealthy by hard work. Matabula owns businesses that seem to be legitimate, shipping and transport. He was on the borderline with some arms deliveries a few years ago, true, but there was no evidence of wrongdoing. A tap of a key and another picture appeared. Now, this is David Huang. He was slim and smiled at the camera. His daughter posted the snapshot on her Facebook page. Stupid girl. Though good for us. A known mobster? Nkosi qualified. A suspected mobster. Singapore. Mostly money laundering. Possibly human trafficking. Another face appeared. Jordan tapped her computer screen. The German. Hans Eberhard. He came in on Wednesday. Mining interests. Diamonds primarily. Industrial grade, but some jewelry. A good-looking blonde man was pictured leaving the airport. He was wearing a well-cut light suit, a shirt without a tie. He's been suspected of various crimes, but he's technically clean. Bond studied the photos of the men. Eberhard, Huang, Matebula. He memorized the names. Frowning, Jourdan said, I don't understand why Haidt needs partners, though. He's got money enough to fund Gehenna himself, I should think. Bond had already considered this. 2 reasons, most likely. Gehenna must be expensive. He'd want outside money, so that if he's ever audited, he doesn't have to explain huge liabilities on the books. But more important, he doesn't have a criminal background or network. Whatever Gehenna's about, he'll need the contacts that people like these 3 can offer. Yes, Jourdan allowed. That makes sense. Bond looked at Lamb. Sanu Hirani in Q Branch texted me this morning. He said you had something for me. Ah, yes. Sorry. The 6th agent handed him an envelope. Bond peered inside and then pocketed it. I'm going out of the plant now. Once I'm inside, I'll try to find out what Incident 20 is, who's at risk and where. I'll get word out as soon as I can, but we need a fallback plan. If they hadn't heard from him by 4 p.m., Jourdan should order tactical officers to raid the plant, detain Haidt, Dunn, and the partners, and seize the contents of the Research and Development Department. This will give us, or you, if I'm no longer in the game, 5 or 6 hours to interrogate them and find out what Incident 20 is all about. A raid? Jourdan was frowning. I can't do that. Why not? I've told you. Unless I have reasonable belief that a crime is occurring at Greenway, or a magistrate's order, there's nothing I can do. Damn the woman. This isn't about preserving his rights for a fair trial. This is about saving thousands of people, possibly many South Africans. I can do nothing without a warrant, and there's no evidence to present to the court to get one. No justification to act. If I don't turn up by 4, you can assume he's killed me. Obviously, I hope that doesn't happen, Commander, but your absence doesn't equal cause. I've told you he's willing to dig up the graves of massacre victims and turn them into building materials. What more do you want? Evidence of a crime somewhere in the plant. Her jaw was set, and her eyes black granite. It was clear she wouldn't yield. Bond said sharply, Then let's hope to God I can find the answer, for the sake of several thousand innocent people. He nodded to Nkosi and Lamb, and, ignoring Jourdan, left the office. He strode downstairs to his car, dropped into the driver's seat, and fired up the engine. James, wait! Turning, he saw Baker Jourdan walking towards him. Please, wait! Bond thought about speeding away, but instead he rolled the window down. Yesterday, she said, bending down close to him. The Serbian? Yes? I spoke to him. He told me what you'd said, that you were going to get him to a doctor. Bond nodded. After a breath, the policewoman added, I was making assumptions. Sometimes I do that. I judge first. I try not to, but it's hard for me to stop. I wanted to apologize. Accepted, he said. About the raid at Greenway, though, you must understand, under apartheid, the old police, the SAP, and their criminal investigation department did terrible things. Now everyone watches us, the new police, to make sure we don't do the same. An illegal raid, arbitrary arrests and interrogations, that's what the old regime did. We cannot do the same. We must be better than the people who came before us. Her face taut with determination, she said, I'll fight side by side with you, if the law permits, but without cause, without a warrant, there's nothing I can do. I'm sorry. Much of the training of 00 section agents in the group was psychological, and part of that arduous instruction was to instill within them the belief that they were different, that they were allowed to, no, required to, operate outside the law. A Level 1 project order authorizing assassination had to be, to James Bond, just another aspect of his job, no different from taking pictures of secret installations or planting misinformation in the press. As M had put it, Bond had to have carte blanche to do whatever was required to fulfill his mission. We protect the realm by any means necessary. That was part of Bond's fabric. Indeed, he couldn't do his job without it, and he had to remind himself continually that Baker Jourdan and the other hard-working law enforcers of the world were 100% right in respecting the rules. It was he who was the outlier. He said, not unkindly, I do understand, Captain, and whatever happens, it's been quite an experience working with you. Her response was a smile, faint and fleeting, but, Bond judged, honest. The first time that such an expression had warmed her beautiful face in his presence. Chapter 54. Bond skidded the Subaru into the car park outside the fortress of Greenway International and braked to a stop. Several limousines were lined up close to the gate. Reduce, reuse, recycle. A few people were milling about. Bond recognized the German businessman, Hans Eberhard, in a beige suit and white shoes. He was talking to Niall Dunn, who stood still as a Japanese fighting fish. The breeze ruffled his blonde fringe. Eberhard was finishing a cigarette. Perhaps Hyde didn't allow anyone to smoke inside the plant, which seemed ironic. The outside air was bleached with haze and vapors from the power plant and the methane that was being burnt. Bond waved to Dunn, who acknowledged him with a blank nod and continued his conversation with the German. Then Dunn pulled his phone off his belt and read a text, or email. He whispered something to Eberhard, then stepped away to make a call. On the pretense of using his own phone, Bond loaded the eavesdropping app and lifted it to his ear, rolling down the passenger window of his car and aiming it in the direction of the Irishman. He stared ahead and mouthed to himself so that Dunn would not guess a microphone was pointed his way. The Irishman's conversation was one-sided, but Bond heard him say, "Outside with Hans. He wanted a smoke. I know." He was probably speaking to Hyde. Dunn continued, "We're on schedule. I just had an email. The lorry left March for York. Should be there any minute. The device is already armed." So this was Incident 20. The attack would take place in York. "The target's confirmed. Detonation still scheduled for 10:30 their time." Dismayed, Bond noted the time of the attack. They'd assumed 10:30 at night, but every time Dunn had referred to a time, he'd used the 24-hour clock. Had it been 10:30 in the evening, he would have said 22:30. Dunn looked at Bond's car and said into the phone, "Theron's here. Right then." He disconnected and called to Eberhard that the meeting would start soon. Then he turned to Bond. He seemed impatient. Bond dialed a number. "Please," he whispered, silently. "Answer." Then, "Osborne Smith?" "Thank God. Percy, it's James Bond. Listen carefully. I have about 60 seconds. I've got the answer to Incident 20. You'll have to move fast. Mobilize a team. Soka, 5. Local police. The bomb's in York." "York?" "Hyde's people are driving the device in a lorry from March to York. It's going to detonate later this morning. I don't know where they'll plant it. Maybe a sporting event. There was that reference to course, so try the race course. Or somewhere there's a big crowd. Check all the CCTV in and around March. Get the number plates of as many lorries as you can. Then compare them to the plates of any lorries arriving in York about now. You need to—" "Hold on there, Bond," Osborne Smith said coolly. "It has nothing to do with March or Yorkshire." Bond noted the use of his last name and the imperious tone in Osborne Smith's voice. "What are you talking about?" Dunn gestured to him. Bond nodded, struggling to smile amiably. "Did you know Hyde's companies reclaim dangerous materials?" "Well, yes, but—" "Remember I told you he was digging tunnels for some fancy new rubbish collection system under London, including around Whitehall?" Osborne Smith sounded like a barrister before a witness. Bond was sweating now. "But that's not what this is about." Dunn was acting increasingly impatient. His eyes focused on Bond. "I beg to differ," Osborne Smith said prissily. "One of the tunnels isn't far from the security meeting today in Richmond Terrace. Your boss, mine, senior CIA, 6, Joint Intelligence Committee. It's a veritable who's who of the security world. Hyde was going to release something nasty that his hazardous materials operation has recovered. Kill everybody. His people have been hauling bins in and out of the tunnels and buildings near Whitehall for the past several days. Nobody's thought to check them out." Bond said evenly, "Percy, that's not what's going on. He's not going to use Greenway people directly for the attack. It's too obvious. He'd be implicated himself." "Then how do you explain our little find in the tunnels? Radiation." "How much?" Bond asked bluntly. A pause. Osborne Smith replied in his petulant lisp. "About 4 millirems." "That's nothing, Percy." All O Branch agents were well versed in nuclear exposure statistics. Every human being on Earth gets hit with 60 millirems from cosmic rays alone each year. Add an X-ray or two, and you're up to 200. A dirty bomb's going to leave more trace than 4. Ignoring him, Osborne Smith said brightly, "Now, about York. You misheard. It must be the Duke of York pub or the theatre in London. Could be a staging area. We'll check it. In the event I cancel the security meeting, moved everyone to secure locations. Bond, I've been thinking about what makes Hyde tick ever since I saw he was living in Canning Town, and you told me all about his obsession with 1,000-year-old dead bodies. He revels in decay, cities crumbling."
Dunn was now walking slowly forward, making directly for the Subaru. Bond said, "I know, Percy, but—"
"What better way to promote social decay than to take down the security apparatus of half the Western powers?"
"Damn it, fine. Do what you want in London, but have Soka or some team from 5 follow up in York."
"We don't have the manpower, do we? Can't spare a soul. Maybe this afternoon, but for now I'm afraid not. Nothing's going to happen till tonight anyway."
Bond explained that the time of the operation had been moved forward. A chuckle.
"Your Irishman prefers the 24-hour clock, does he? Bit fine-tuned, that. No, we'll stick with my plan."
This was why Osborne Smith had backed M's stand to have Bond remain in South Africa. He hadn't, in fact, believed Bond was on to anything. He had simply wanted to steal the thunder. Bond disconnected and started to dial Bill Tanner. But Dunn was at the door, yanking it open. "Come on, Theron. You're keeping your new boss waiting. You know the drill. Leave the phone and the gun in the car. I thought I'd check them in with your smiling concierge." If it came down to a fight, he hoped to be able to pick up his weapon and communicate with the outside world. But Dunn said, "Not today." Bond didn't argue. He secured his phone and the Walther in the car's glove box, joined Dunn, and locked the car with a key fob. As he once again endured the rituals of the security post, Bond happened to glance at the clock on the wall. It was nearly 8 a.m. in York. He had just over 2.5 hours to find out where the bomb was planted. Chapter 55. The Greenway lobby was deserted. Bond supposed Height, or more likely Dunn, had arranged for the staff to have the day off, so that the meeting and the Gehenna Plan's maiden voyage could go forward without interruption. Severin Height strode up the hall, greeting Bond warmly. He was in good spirits, ebullient even. His dark eyes shone.
"Theron,"
Bond shook his hand.
"I want you to make a presentation to my associates about the Killing Fields project. It'll be their money, too, that'll fund it. Now, you don't need to do anything formal. Just outline on a map where the major graves are, how many corpses, roughly, are in each one, how long they'd been in the ground, and what you think your clients will be willing to pay. Oh, by the way, 1 or 2 of my partners are in lines of work similar to yours. You might know each other."
The alarming thought now occurred to Bond, that these men might wonder the opposite, why they had not heard of the ruthless Durban-based mercenary Jean Theron, who'd seeded the African earth with so many bodies. As they walked through the Greenway building, Bond asked where he could work, hoping that Height might take him to research and development, now that he was a trusted partner.
"We have an office for you."
But the man led him past the R&D department to a large windowless room. Inside were a few chairs, a work table, and a desk. He'd been provided with office supplies, like yellow pads and pens, dozens of detailed maps of Africa, and an intercom, but no phone. Cork boards on the walls displayed copies of the pictures that Bond had delivered of the decaying bodies. He wondered where the originals were. In Height's bedroom? The rag-and-bone man asked pleasantly,
"Will this do?"
"Fine. A computer would be helpful."
"I could arrange that. For word processing and printing. No internet access, of course."
"No.
We're concerned about hacking and security. But for now, don't worry about writing anything up formally. Handwritten notes are enough."
Bond maintained a calm facade as he noted the clock. It was now 8:20 in York, just over 2 hours to go.
"Well, I'd better get down to it. We'll be up in the hall in the main conference room. Go to the end and turn left, number 900. Join us whenever you like, but make sure you're there before 12:30. We'll have something on television. I think you'll find it interesting."
10:30 York time.
After Hyde had gone, Bond bent over the map and drew circles around some of the areas he'd arbitrarily picked as battle zones when he and Hyde had met at the Lodge Club. He jotted a few numbers, signifying the body counts, then bundled up the maps, a yellow pad and some pens. He stepped into the corridor, which was empty. Orienting himself, Bond went back to research and development. Tradecraft dictates that simpler is usually the best approach, even in a black bag operation like this. Accordingly, Bond knocked on the door.
Mr. Hyde asked me to find some papers for him.
Sorry to bother you. I'll just be a moment. He was prepared to rush the person who opened the door and use a takedown hold on the wrist or arm to overpower them. Prepared for an armed guard, too, indeed hoping for one, so he could relieve the man of his weapon. But there was no answer. These staff had apparently been given the day off, too. Bond fell back on Plan 2, which was somewhat less simple. Last night, he had uploaded to Sanu Hirani the digital pictures he'd taken of the security door to research and development. The head of Q Branch had reported that the lock was virtually impregnable. It would take hours to hack. He and his team would try to think up another solution. Shortly thereafter, Bond had received word that Hirani had sent Gregory Lamb to scrounge another tool of the trade. He'd be delivering it that morning, along with written instructions on how to open the door. This was what the MI6 agent had handed to Bond in Baker Jordan's office. Bond now checked behind him once more and went to work. From his inside jacket pocket, he took out what Lamb had provided, a length of 200-pound test fishing line, nylon, that wouldn't be picked up by the Greenway metal detector. Bond now fed one end through the small gap at the top of the door, and continued until it had reached the floor on the other side. He ripped a strip of the cardboard backing from the pad of yellow paper and tore it, fashioning a J shape, a rudimentary hook. This he slipped through the bottom gap until he managed to snag the fishing line and pull it out. He executed a triple surgeon's knot to fix the ends together. He now had a loop that encircled the door from top to bottom. Using a pen, he made this into a huge tourniquet and began to tighten it. The nylon strand grew increasingly taut, compressing the exit bar on the other side of the door. Finally, as Hirani had said would most likely happen, the door clicked open, as if an employee on the inside had pushed the bar to let himself out. For the sake of fire safety, there could be no number pad lock release on the inside. Bond stepped into the dim room, unwound the tourniquet, and pocketed the evidence of his intrusion. Closing the door till it latched, he swept the lights on and glanced around the laboratory, looking for phones, radios, and weapons. None. There were a dozen computers, desk and laptop models, but the 3 he booted up were password protected. He didn't waste time on the others. Discouragingly, the desks and work tables were covered with thousands of documents and file folders, and none was conveniently labeled Gehenna. He ploughed through reams of blueprints, technical diagrams, specification sheets, schematic drawings. Some had to do with weapons and security systems, others with vehicles. None answered the vital questions of who was in danger in York and where exactly was the bomb. Then, at last, he found a folder marked Serbia and ripped it open, scanning the documents. Bond froze, hardly able to believe what he was seeing. In front of him, there were photographs of the tables in the morgue at the old British Army hospital in March. Sitting on one was a weapon that theoretically didn't exist. The explosive device was unofficially dubbed the Cutter. MI6 and the CIA suspected the Serbian government was developing it, but local assets hadn't found any proof that it had actually been built. The Cutter was a hypervelocity anti-personnel weapon that used regular explosives enhanced with solid rocket fuel to fire hundreds of small titanium blades at close to 3,000 miles an hour. The Cutter was so horrific that even though it was only rumored to be in development, it had already been condemned by the UN and human rights organizations. Serbia adamantly denied that it was building one, and nobody, even the best-connected arms dealers, had ever seen such a device. How the hell had Hyde come by it? Bond continued through the files, finding elaborate engineering diagrams and blueprints, along with instructions on machining the blades that were the weapon's shrapnel and on programming the arming system, all written in Serbian with English translations. This explained it. Haidt had made one. He had somehow come into possession of these plans and had ordered his engineers to build one of the damn things. The bits of titanium Bond had found in the Fens army base were shavings from the deadly blades. And the train in Serbia, this explained the mystery of the dangerous chemical. It had had nothing to do with Dunn's mission there. He probably hadn't even known about the poison. The purpose of his trip to Novi Sad had been to steal some of the titanium on the train to use in the device. There had been 2 wagons of scrap metal behind the locomotive. Those had been his target. Dunn's rucksack hadn't contained weapons or bombs to blow open the chemical drums on Railcar 3. The bag had been empty when Dunn arrived. He'd filled it with unique titanium scraps and taken them back to March to make the cutter. The Irishman had arranged the derailment to make it look like an accident, so no one would realize the metal had been stolen. But how had Dunn and Haidt got hold of the plans? The Serbs would have done all they could to keep the blueprints and specifications secret. Bond found the answer a moment later, in a memo from the Dubai engineer, Mahdi al-Fulan, dated a year ago.
Severin, I have looked into your request to see if it is possible to fabricate a system that will reconstruct shredded classified documents. I am afraid with modern shredders the answer is no. But I would propose this. I can create an electric eye system that serves as a safety device to prevent injuries when someone tries to reach into a document shredder. In fact, though, it would double as a hyperspeed optical scanner. When the documents are fed into the system, the scanner reads all the information on them before they are shredded. The data can be stored on a 3 or 4 terabyte hard drive hidden somewhere in the shredder and uploaded via secure mobile or satellite link, or even physically retrieved when your employees replace the blades or clean the units. I further recommend that you make and offer to your clients shredders that are so efficient they literally turn their documents to dust, so that you will instill confidence in them to hire you to destroy even the most sensitive materials. In addition, I have a plan for a similar device that would extract data from hard drives before they are destroyed. I believe it's possible to create a machine that would break apart laptop or desktop computers, optically identify the hard drive, and route it to a special station where the drive would be temporarily connected to a processor in the destruction machine. Classified information could be copied before the drives were wiped and crushed. He recalled his tour of Greenway and Haidt's excitement about the automated computer destruction devices.
In a few years, that will be my most lucrative operation.
Bond read on. The document shredder scanners were already in use in every city where Greenway had a base, including at top-secret Serbian military facilities and weapon contractors outside Belgrade. Other memos detailed plans to capture less classified but still valuable documents, using special teams of Greenway refuse collectors to gather the rubbish of targeted individuals, bring it to special locations, and sort through it for personal and sensitive information. Bond noted the value of this. He found copies of credit card receipts, some intact, others reconstructed from simple document shredders. One bill, for instance, was from a hotel outside Pretoria. The card holder had the title Right Honourable. Notes attached to it warned that the man's extramarital affair would be made public if he didn't agree to a list of demands an opposing politician was making. So such items would be the special materials Bond had seen being shipped here in Greenway lorries. There were also pages upon pages of what seemed to be phone numbers, along with many other digits, screen names, passcodes, and excerpts of emails and text messages. E-waste. Of course, workers in Silicon Row were looking through phones and computers, extracting electronic serial numbers for mobiles, passwords, banking information, texts, records of instant messages, and who knew what else. But the immediate question, of course, where exactly was the cutter going to be detonated? He flipped through the notes again. None of the information he'd found gave him a clue as to the location of the York bomb, which would explode in a little over an hour. Leaning forward over the work table, staring at the diagram of the device, his temples throbbed. Think, he told himself furiously. Think. For some minutes, nothing occurred to him. Then he had an idea. What was Severin Hyde doing? Assembling valuable information from scraps and fragments. Do the same, Bond told himself. Put the pieces of the puzzle together. And what scraps do I have? The target is in York. One message contained the words, term, and £5 million. Hyde is willing to cause mass destruction to divert attention from the real crime he intends to commit, as with the derailment in Serbia. The cutter was hidden somewhere near March and has just been driven to York. He's being paid for the attack, not acting out of ideology. He could have used any explosive device, but he's gone to great trouble to build a cutter with actual Serbian military designations, a weapon not available on the general arms market. Thousands of people will die. The blast must have a radius of 100 feet minimum. The cutter is to be detonated at a specific time, 10:30 a.m. The attack has something to do with a course, a road, or other route. But rearrange these ragged bits as he might, Bond saw only unrelated scraps. Well, keep at it, he raged. He focused again on each shred. He picked it up mentally and placed it somewhere else. One possibility became clear. If Hyde and Dunn had recreated a cutter, the forensic teams doing post-blast analysis would find the military designations and believe the Serbian government or army was behind it, since the devices weren't yet available on the black market. Hyde had done this to shift attention away from the real perpetrators, himself and whoever had paid him millions of pounds. It would be a misdirection, just like the planned train crash. That meant there were two targets. The apparent one would have some connection to Serbia, and to the public and police would be the purpose of the attack. But the real victim would be someone else caught in the blast, an apparent bystander. No one would ever know that he or she was the person Hyde and his client really wanted to die, and that death would be the one that harmed British interests. Who? A government official in York? A scientist? And, goddammit, where specifically would the attack take place? Bond played with the confetti of information once more. Nothing. But then, in his mind, he heard a resounding tap. Term had ended up next to course. What if the former didn't refer to a clause in a contract, but a period in the academic year? And course was just that, a course of study. That made some sense. A large institution, thousands of students, but where? The best Bond could come up with was an institution at which there was a course, a lecture, a rally, a museum exhibit or the like involving Serbia at 10:30 this morning. This suggested a university. Did his reassembled theory hold up? There was no time left for speculation. He glanced at the digital clock on the wall, which advanced another minute. In York it was 9:40. Chapter 56. Carrying the Killing Fields map, Bond walked casually down a corridor. A guard with a massive bullet-shaped head eyed him suspiciously. The man was unarmed. Bond saw to his disappointment, neither did he have a radio. He asked the guard for directions to Hyde's conference room. The man pointed it out. Bond started to walk away, then turned back, as if he had just remembered something. "Oh, I need to ask Miss Barnes about lunch. Do you know where she is?" The guard hesitated, then pointed to another corridor. "Her office is down there. The double doors on the left. Number 108. You will knock first." Bond moved off in the direction indicated. In a few minutes, he arrived and glanced back. No one was in the corridor. He knocked on the door. "Jessica, it's Jean. I need to talk to you." There was a pause. She'd said she'd be here, but she might be ill, or have felt too tired to come in, notwithstanding her short leash. Then the click of a lock. The door opened, and he stepped inside. Jessica Barnes, alone, blinked in surprise. "Jean, what's the matter?" He swung the door shut, and his eyes fell on her mobile phone lying on her desk. She sensed immediately what was happening. Her dark eyes wide, she went to the desk, grabbed the mobile and backed away from him. "You! She shook her head. "You're a policeman. You're after him. I should have known." "Listen to me." "Oh, I get it now. Yesterday in the car, you were, what did the Brits say, chatting me up to get on my good side?" Bond said, "In 45 minutes, Severin's going to kill a lot of people." "Impossible." "It's true. Thousands are at risk. He's going to blow up a university in England." "I don't believe you. He'd never do that." But she hadn't sounded convinced. She'd probably seen too many of Hyde's pictures to deny her partner's obsession with death and decay. Bond said, "He's selling secrets and blackmailing and killing people because of what he reconstructs from their rubbish." He stepped forward, his hand out for the phone. "Please." She backed further away, shaking her head. Just outside the open window, there was a puddle from a recent storm. She thrust her hand out and held the mobile over it. "Stop!" Bond did. "I'm running out of time. Please help me." Interminable seconds passed. Finally, her narrow shoulders slumped. She said, "He has a dark side. I used to think it involved just pictures of, well, terrible pictures. His sick love of decay. But I've always suspected there was more. Something worse. In his heart, he doesn't want to be just witness to destruction. He wants to cause it." She stepped away from the window and handed him the phone. He took it. "Thank you." Just then the door flew open. The guard who'd given Bond directions stood there.
"What is this? There are no phones for visitors here."
Bond said, "I have an emergency at home. There's an illness in my family. I wanted to see about it. I asked to borrow Miss Barnes's mobile, and she was kind enough to say yes." "That's right," she confirmed.
"Well, I think I'll take it."
"I think you won't," Bond replied. There was a heavy pause. The man launched himself at Bond, who tossed the phone onto the desk and went into a Sistema defense position. The fight began. The man had 3 or 4 stone on Bond, and he was talented. Very talented. He'd studied kickboxing and Aikido. Bond could counter his moves, but it took a lot of effort, and maneuvering was difficult because the office, though large, was cluttered with furniture. At one point, the massive guard backed up fast, slamming into Jessica, who screamed and fell to the floor. She lay stunned. For 60 seconds or so, they sparred fiercely, Bond realizing that Sistema's evasive moves would not be enough. His opponent was strong and showed no sign of tiring. His eyes focused and fierce, the man judged angles and distances, and came in with a kick, or so it seemed. The move was a feint. Bond had anticipated this, though, and when the huge man twisted away, Bond delivered a powerful thrust of his elbow into his kidney, a blow that would not only be excruciatingly painful, but could permanently damage the organ. But, Bond realized too late, the guard had feinted again. He'd taken the hit intentionally, so that now he could do as he planned and launch himself sideways towards the table where the phone lay. He grabbed the Nokia, snapped it in half, and flung the pieces out of the window. One skipped across the surface of the water before it sank. By the time the man righted himself, however, Bond was on him. He dropped Sistema and went into a classic boxer's stance, swung a left fist into his opponent's solar plexus, doubling him over, then drew back his right and brought it arching down to a spot below and behind the man's ear. The strike was perfectly aimed. The guard shivered and went down unconscious. He wouldn't be out for long, though, even with a solid hit like that. Bond quickly trussed him with the lamp cord and gagged him with napkins from the breakfast tray. As he did so, he turned to Jessica, who was getting to her feet. "Are you all right?" he asked. "Yes," she whispered breathlessly. She ran to the window. "The phone is gone. What are we going to do? There aren't any others. Only Severin and Niall have one, and he's closed the switchboard today because the employees are off." Bond said, "Turn around. I'm going to tie you up. It'll be tight. We have to make them believe you didn't try to help me." She held her hands behind her back, and he bound her wrists. "I'm sorry. I tried." "Shh," Bond whispered. "I know you did. If someone comes in, tell them that you don't know where I went. Just act scared." "I don't have to act," she said. Then, "Jean," he glanced at her. "My mother and I prayed before every one of my beauty contests. I won a lot. We must have prayed pretty well. I'll pray for you now." Chapter 57. Bond was hurrying down the dim corridor.
passing photographs of the reclaimed land that Hydt's workers had turned into Elysian fields, the beautiful gardens covering Greenway's landfills to the east. It was 9:55 in York. The detonation would take place in 35 minutes. He had to get out of the plant immediately. He was sure there'd be an armory of some kind, probably near the front security post. That was where he was headed now, walking steadily, head down, carrying the maps and the yellow pad. He was about 50 yards from the entrance, thinking tactically. 3 men at the security post in front. Was the rear door guarded too? Presumably it was. Although there were no employees in the business office, Bond had seen workers throughout the grounds. 3 guards had been there yesterday. How many other security personnel would be present? Had any of the visitors handed weapons in, or had they all been told to leave them in their cars? Maybe.
"There you are, sir."
The voice startled him. 2 beefy guards appeared and walked in front of him, barring his way. Their faces revealed no emotion. Bond wondered if they'd discovered Jessica and the man he'd trussed up. Apparently not.
"Mr. Theron, Mr. Hydte is looking for you. You are not in your office, so he sent us to bring you to the conference room."
The smaller one regarded him with eyes as hard as a black beetle's carapace. There was nothing for it but to go with them. They arrived at the conference room a few minutes later. The larger guard knocked on the door. Dunn opened it, examined Bond with a neutral face, and beckoned the men inside. Hydte's 3 partners sat around a table. The huge, dark-suited security man, who'd escorted Bond into the plant yesterday, stood near the door, arms crossed. Hydte called, with the excitement he'd exhibited earlier.
"Theron, how have you been getting on?"
"Very well, but I've not quite finished. I'd say I need another 15 or 20 minutes. He glanced at the door. But Hydte was like a child.
Yes, but first, let me introduce you to the people you'll be working with. I've told them about you, and they're eager to meet you. I have about 10 investors altogether, but these are the 3 main ones."
As introductions were made, Bond wondered if any one of the 3 would be suspicious that they'd not heard of Mr. Theron. But Matabula, Eberhard, and Huang were distracted by the day's business, and, contrary to Hydte's comment, apart from brief nods, they ignored him. It was 10:05 in York. Bond tried to leave, but Hydte said, "No, stay." He nodded at the TV which Dunn had turned on to Sky News in London. He lowered the volume.
"You'll want to see this. Our first project. Let me tell you what's going on here."
Hydte sat down and explained to Bond what he already knew, that Gehenna was about the reconstruction or scanning of classified material for sale, extortion, and blackmail. Bond lifted an eyebrow, pretending to be impressed. Another glance at the exits. He decided he could hardly bolt for the door. The huge security man in the black suit was inches from it.
"So you see, Theron, I was not quite honest with you the other day when I described the Greenway document shredding operation. But that was before we had our little test with the Winchester rifle. I apologize."
Bond shrugged it off and measured distances and assessed the strength of the enemy. His conclusions were not good. With his long, yellowing nails, Hydte raked at his beard.
"I'm sure you're curious about what's happening today. I started Gehenna merely to steal and sell classified information, but then I grasped there was more lucrative, and, for me, more satisfying use for restricted secrets. They could be used as weapons, to kill, to destroy. Some months ago, I met with the head of a drug company I'd been selling reconstructed trade secrets to, R&K Pharmaceuticals, in Raleigh, North Carolina. He was pleased with that, but he had another proposition for me, something a bit more extreme. He told me of a brilliant researcher, a professor in York, who was developing a new cancer drug. When it came to market, my client's company would go out of business. He was willing to pay millions to make sure that the researcher died and his office was destroyed. That was when Gehenna truly blossomed."
Hydte then confirmed Bond's other deductions about using a prototype of a Serbian bomb they'd constructed from reassembled plans and blueprints that people in Hydte's Belgrade subsidiary had managed to piece together. This would make it appear that the intended target was another professor at the same university in York, a man who testified at the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. He was teaching a course in Balkan history in the room next to the cancer researchers. Everyone would think that the Slav was the intended target. Bond glanced at the time on the TV program crawler. It was 10:15 in England. He had to get out now. "Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant," he said. "But let me get my notes so I can tell you about my idea." "Stay and watch the festivities." A nod towards the television. Dunn turned the volume up. Hyde said to Bond, "We were originally going to detonate the device at 10:30 in England, but since we've got confirmation that both classes are in session, I think we can do it now. Besides," Hyde confessed, "I'm rather eager to see if our device works." Before Bond could react, Hyde had dialed a number on his phone. He looked at the screen. "Well, the signal's gone through. We shall see." Silent, everyone turned to stare at the television. A recorded item about the royal family was in progress. A few minutes later the screen went blank, then flashed to a stark red and black logo. Breaking news. The screen went to a smartly dressed South Asian woman, sitting at a desk in the newsroom. Her voice was shaking as she read the story. "We're interrupting this program to report that there has been an explosion in York. Apparently a car bomb. The authorities are saying a car bomb has detonated and destroyed a large part of the university building. We're just learning. Yes, the building is on the grounds of Yorkshire Bradford University. We have a report that lectures were in progress at the time of the explosion, and the rooms nearest the bomb were thought to be full. No one has yet claimed responsibility." Bond's breath hissed through his set teeth as he stared at the screen. But Severin Hyde's eyes shone in triumph, and everyone else in the room applauded as heartily as if their favourite striker had just scored a goal at the World Cup. Chapter 58. 5 minutes later, a local news crew had arrived and was beaming pictures of the tragedy to the world. The video footage showed a half-destroyed building, smoke, glass, and wreckage covering the ground. Rescue workers running, dozens of police cars, and fire engines pulling up. The crawler said, "Massive explosion at University in York." In this era, we've become inured to terrible images on television. Scenes appalling to an eyewitness are somehow tame when observed in 2 dimensions, on the medium that brings us Doctor Who and advertisements for Ford Mondeos and M&S fashions. But this picture of tragedy, a university building in ruins, enveloped in smoke and dust, and people standing about confused, helpless, was gripping beyond words. It would have been impossible for anybody in the rooms closest to the bomb to survive. Bond could only stare at the screen. Hyde did too. But he, of course, was enraptured. His 3 partners were chatting among themselves, boisterous, as one might expect of people who had made millions of pounds in a thousandth of a second. The presenter now reported that the bomb had been loaded with metal shards, like razor blades, which had shot out at thousands of miles per hour. The explosive had ripped apart most of the lecture theatres and the teaching staff's offices on the ground and first floors. The presenter reported that a newspaper in Hungary had just found a letter left in its reception area from a group of Serbian military officers claiming responsibility. The university, the note stated, was harbouring and giving succour to a professor described as a traitor to the Serbian people and his race. Hyde said, "That was our doing too. We collected some Serbian army letterhead from a rubbish bin. That's what the statement's printed on." He glanced at Dunn, and Bond understood that the Irishman had incorporated this fillip into the master blueprint. The man who thinks of everything. Hyde said, "Now, we need to plan a celebratory lunch." Bond glanced once more at the screen, and started to make for the door. Just then, though, the presenter cocked her head and said, "We have a new development in York." She sounded confused. She was touching her earpiece, listening. "Yorkshire Police Chief Superintendent Phil Pelham is about to make a statement. We'll go live to him now." The camera showed a harried, middle-aged man in police uniform, but without hat or jacket, standing in front of a fire engine. A dozen microphones were being thrust towards him. He cleared his throat.
At approximately 10:15 a.m. today, an explosive device detonated on the grounds of Yorkshire Bradford University. Although property damage was extensive, it appears that there were no fatalities and only half a dozen minor injuries.
The three partners had fallen silent. Niall Dunn's blue eyes twitched with uncharacteristic emotion. Frowning deeply, Hyde inhaled a rasping breath.
About 10 minutes before the explosion, authorities received word that a bomb had been planted in or around a university in York. Certain additional facts suggested that Yorkshire Bradford might be the target, but as a precaution, all educational institutions in the city were evacuated, according to plans put into effect by officials after the 7/7 attacks in London. The injuries, and again I stress they were minor, were sustained mostly by staff, who remained after the students had gone to make certain the evacuation was complete. In addition, one professor, a medical researcher who was lecturing in the hall nearest the bomb, was slightly injured retrieving files from his office just before the explosion. We are aware that a Serbian group is claiming credit for the attack, and I can assure you that police here in Yorkshire, the Metropolitan Police in London, and Security Service investigators are giving this attack the highest priority.
With a silent tap of a button, Hyde blackened the screen.
"One of your people there," Huang snapped, "had a change of heart and warned them."
"You said we could trust everyone," the German observed, coldly glaring at Hyde. The partnership was fraying. Hyde's eyes slipped to Dunn, on whose face the fractional emotion was gone. The Irishman was concentrating, an engineer calmly analysing a malfunction. As the partners argued heatedly among themselves, Bond took the chance to move to the door. He was halfway to freedom when it burst open. A security guard squinted at him and pointed a finger.
"Him! He's the one!"
"What?" Hyde demanded. "We found Chenzira and Miss Barnes tied up in her room. He'd been knocked unconscious, but as he came to, he saw that man reach into Miss Barnes's purse and take something out. A small radio, he thought. The man spoke to someone on it." Hyde frowned, trying to make sense of this. Yet the look on Dunn's face revealed that he'd almost been expecting a betrayal from Jean Theron. At a glance from the engineer, the massive security man in the black suit drew his gun and pointed it directly at Bond's chest. Chapter 59. So the guard in Jessica's office had woken sooner than Bond had anticipated, and had seen what had happened after he tied her up. He had retrieved from her handbag the other items Gregory Lamb had delivered, along with the inhaler, yesterday morning. The reason Bond had asked Jessica such insensitive questions when they were parked near her house yesterday was to upset, distract, and ideally make her cry, so that he could take her handbag to find a tissue, and to slip into a side pocket the items Sanu Hirani had provided yesterday via Lamb. Among them was the miniature satellite phone, the size of a thick pen. Since the double fence around Greenway made it impossible to hide the instrument in the grass or bushes just inside the perimeter, and since Bond knew Jessica was coming back today, he decided to hide it in her bag, knowing she'd walk through the metal detector undisturbed.
"Give it to me,"
Hyde ordered. Bond reached into his pocket and dug it out. Hyde examined it, then dropped and crushed it beneath his heel.
"Who are you? Who are you working for?"
Bond shook his head. No longer calm, Hyde gazed at the angry faces of his partners, who were asking furiously what steps had been taken to shield their identities. They wanted their mobile phones. Matabula demanded his gun. Dunn studied Bond in the way he might a misfiring engine. He spoke softly, as if to himself. "You had to be the one in Serbia. And at the army base in March." His brow beneath the blonde fringe furrowed. "How did you escape?" "How?" He didn't seem to want an answer. He wasn't speaking to anyone but himself. And Midland's disposal wasn't involved. That was a cover for your surveillance there. Then here, the killing fields. His voice ebbed. A look approaching admiration tinted his face,
as perhaps he decided Bond was an engineer in his own right, a man who also drafted clever blueprints. He said to Hyde, "He has contacts in the UK. It's the only way they could have evacuated the university in time. He's with some British security agency. But he would have been working with somebody here. London will have to call Pretoria, though, and we've got enough people in our pocket to stall for a time." He said to one of the guards, "Get the remaining workers out of the plant. Keep only security. Hit the toxic spill alarm. Marshal everyone into the car park. That'll jam things up nicely if SAPS or NIA decide to pay us a visit." The guard walked to an intercom and gave the instructions. An alarm blared, and an announcement rattled from the public address system in various languages.
"And him?"
Huang asked, nodding to Bond. "Oh," Dunn said matter-of-factly, as if it were understood. He looked at the security man. "Kill him, and get the body into a furnace." The huge man was equally blasé as he stepped forward, aiming his Glock pistol with care.
"Please, no!"
Bond cried, and lifted a hand imploringly, a natural gesture under the circumstances. So the guard was surprised by the swirling black razor knife that Bond had pitched towards his face. This was the final item in Harani's care package, hidden in Jessica's bag. Bond had not been able to adjust his distance for knife-throwing, at which he was not particularly proficient anyway, but he'd flung it more as a distraction. The security man, though, swatted away the spiralling weapon, and the honed edge cut his hand deeply. Before he recovered, or anyone else could react, Bond moved in, twisted his wrist back, and relieved him of his gun, which he fired into the guard's fat leg to make sure that the weapon was ready to shoot and to disable him further. As Dunn and the other armed guard drew their weapons and began firing, Bond rolled through the door. The corridor was empty. Slamming the door shut, he sprinted 20 yards and took cover behind, ironically, a green recycling bin. The door to the conference room opened cautiously. The second armed guard eased out, narrow eyes scanning. Bond saw no reason to kill the young man, so he shot him near the elbow. He dropped to the floor, screaming. Bond knew they would have called for backup, so he stood up and continued his flight. As he ran, he dropped out the magazine and glanced at it. 10 rounds left. 9mm, 110 grain full metal jacket. Light rounds, and with the copper jacketing, they'd have less stopping power than a hollow point, but they'd shoot flat and fast. He shoved the magazine back in. 10 rounds. Always count. But before he got far, there was a huge snap near his head, and the nearly simultaneous boom of a rifle from a side corridor. He saw 2 men in security guard khaki approaching, holding Bushmaster assault rifles. Bond fired twice, missing but giving himself enough cover to kick in the door to the office beside him and run into the cluttered workspace. No one was inside. A fusillade from the 223 slugs tore up the jam, wall and door. 8 rounds left. The 2 guards seemed to know what they were about. Ex-army, he guessed. Deafened by the shots, he couldn't hear voices, but from the shadows in the corridor, he got the impression that the men had joined up with others, perhaps Dunn among them. He sensed, too, they were about to make a dynamic entry, all of them at once, fanning out, going high and low, right and left. Bond would have no chance against a formation like that. The shadows moved closer. Only one move was possible, and not a very clever or subtle one. Bond flung a chair through the window and leapt after it, sprawling on the ground 6 feet below. He landed hard, but with nothing sprained or broken, and sprinted into the Greenway facility, now deserted of workers. Again, he turned towards his pursuers and dropped to the ground. Under cover of a detached bulldozer blade sitting near Resurrection Row, he aimed back at the window and a nearby door. 8 rounds left. 8 rounds. 8. He put a bit of pressure on the sensitive trigger, waiting, controlling his breathing as best he could. But the guards weren't going to fall for a trap. The shattered window remained empty. That meant they were heading outside by other exits. Their intention, of course, was to flank him, which they now did, and very effectively too. At the south end of the building, Dunn and 2 Greenway guards sprinted to cover behind some lorries. Instinctively, Bond glanced the other way and saw the 2 guards who'd fired on him in the corridor. They were moving in from the north. They too went to cover behind a yellow and green digger. The bulldozer blade protected him from assault only from the west, and the hostiles weren't coming from that direction, but from the poles. Bond rolled away just as one of the men started to fire from the north. The Bushmaster was a short but frighteningly accurate weapon. The bullets thudded into the ground and clanged loudly against the bulldozer's yoke, and Bond was pelted with searing shards of lead and copper from the fracturing slugs. With Bond pinned down by the two in the north, the other team, Dunn leading, moved in closer from the opposite direction. Bond lifted his head slightly to scan for a target, but before he could paint one of his attackers, they moved on, finding cover among the many piles of rubbish, oil drums, and equipment. Bond scanned again, but couldn't spot them. Suddenly, earth exploded all around him, as both groups caught him in the crossfire, the slugs finding homes closer and closer to where he huddled in a dip in the ground. The men to the north vanished behind a low hill, presumably intending to crest it, where they'd have a perfect vantage point from which to snipe at him. Bond had to leave his position immediately. He turned and crawled as quickly as he could through grass and weeds, east, deeper into the ground, feeling the chill of absolute vulnerability. The hill was behind him and to the left, and he knew the two shooters would soon be at the top, targeting him. He tried to picture their progress. 15 feet from the top, 10, 5. Bond imagined them easing slowly up the hillock, then aiming at him. Now, he told himself, but he waited 5 harrowing seconds more, just to be sure. It seemed like hours. He then rolled onto his back and lifted his pistol over his feet. One guard was indeed standing on top of the rise, painting a target, his partner crouching beside him. Bond squeezed the trigger once, then shifted his aim to the right and fired again. The standing man gripped his chest and went down hard, tumbling to the base of the hill. The Bushmaster slid after him. The other guard had rolled away unhurt. 6 rounds left. 6. 4 hostiles remaining. As Dunn and the others peppered his location with rounds, Bond rolled between oil drums in a tall stand of grass, studying his surroundings. His only chance of escape was through the front entrance 100 feet away. The pedestrian walkway was open, but a lot of unprotected ground separated him from it. Dunn and his 2 guards would have a good shooting position, as would the remaining guards still at the top of the hill to the north. He could. A rapid barrage erupted. Bond kept his face pressed into the dusty ground until there was a pause. Surveying the scene and the positions of the shooters, he rose fast and started to sprint to an anemic tree. At its foot there was some decent cover, oil drums and the carcasses of engines and transmissions. He ran flat out, but halfway to his destination he stopped abruptly and spun round. One of the guards with Dunn assumed he was going to continue running and had stood tall, leading with his rifle to fire in front of Bond, so the bullets would meet him a few yards further on. It hadn't occurred to him that Bond was running solely to force a target to present. The double tap of Bond's 9mm rounds took the guard down. As the others ducked, he kept running and made it to the tree, then beyond that to a small mound of rubbish, 50 feet from the gate. A series of shots from Dunn's position forced him to roll into a patch of low vegetation. 4 rounds. 3 hostiles. He could make it to the gate in 10 seconds, but that would mean 5 of full exposure. He didn't have much choice, though. He would soon be flanked. But then, looking for the enemy, he saw movement through a gap in 2 tall piles of construction debris. Low on the ground, barely visible through stands of grass, 3 heads were close together. The surviving guard from the north had joined Dunn and the man with him. They didn't notice they were exposed to Bond, and seemed to be whispering urgently, as if planning their strategy. All 3 men were in his field of fire. It wasn't an impossible shot by any means, though with the light rounds and an unfamiliar gun, Bond was at a disadvantage. Still, he couldn't let the opportunity pass. He had to act now. At any moment, they'd realize they were vulnerable and go to cover. Lying prone, Bond aimed the boxy pistol. In competitive shooting, you're never conscious of pulling the trigger. Accuracy is about controlling your breathing and keeping your arm and body completely still, with the sights of your weapon resting steadily on the target. Your trigger finger slowly tightens until the gun discharges, seemingly of its own accord. The most talented shooters are always somewhat surprised when their weapons fire. Under these circumstances, the second and third shots would have to come more quickly, of course, but the first was meant for done, and Bond was going to be sure he didn't miss. And he didn't. One powerful crack, then two others in succession. In shooting, as in golf, you usually know the instant the missile leaves your control whether you've aimed well or badly. And the fast, shiny rounds struck exactly where they were aimed, as Bond had known they would. Except, he now realized to his dismay, accuracy wasn't the issue. He'd hit what he'd aimed at, which turned out not to be his enemies at all, but a large piece of shiny chrome that one of the men, the Irishman of course, must have found in a nearby skip and set up at an angle to reflect their images and draw Bond's fire. The reflective metal tumbled to the ground. Damn it! The man who thinks of everything. Instantly the men split up, as Dunn would have instructed, and moved into position, now that Bond had helpfully revealed his exact location. Two ran to Bond's right to secure the gate, and Dunn to the left. 1 round left. 1 round. They didn't know he was nearly out of ammunition, though they soon would. He was trapped, his only cover a low pile of cardboard and books. They were moving in a circle round him, Dunn in one direction, the other two guards together in another. Soon he'd be in a crossfire again, with no effective protection. He decided his only chance was to give them a reason not to kill him. He'd tell them he had information to help them get away, or offer them a huge sum of money, anything to stall. He called, "I'm out!" then stood, flinging the gun away, lifting his hands. The two guards to the right peered out. Seeing that he was unarmed, they cautiously came closer, crouching. "Don't move," one called. "Keep your hands in the air." The muzzles were aimed directly at him. Then from nearby a voice said, "What the hell are you doing? We don't need a bloody prisoner. Kill him!" The intonation was, of course, Irish. Chapter 60. The guards looked at each other and apparently decided to share the glory of murdering the man who had brought down Gehenna and killed several of their fellow workers. They both raised their black weapons to their shoulders. But just as Bond was about to dive to the ground in a hopeless bid to avoid the slugs, there was a crash behind him. A white van had ploughed through the gate, sending chain link and razor wire flying. Now the vehicle skidded to a stop and the doors opened. A tall man in a suit, wearing body armor under his jacket, leapt out and began firing at the two guards. It was Kwaleni Nkosi, nervous and tense, but standing his ground. The guards returned fire, though only to cover their retreat east, deeper into the Greenway facility. They disappeared into the brush. Bond glimpsed Dunn, who was surveying the situation calmly. He turned and sprinted in the same direction as the guards. Bond picked up the weapon he'd been using and ran to the police vehicle. Baker Jordan climbed out and stood beside Nkosi, who was looking around for more targets. Gregory Lamb peered out and stepped cautiously to the ground. He carried a large 1911 Colt .45. "You decided to come to the party after all," Bond said to her. "I thought it wouldn't hurt to drive here with some other officers. While we were waiting nearby up the road, I heard gunshots. I suspected poaching, which is a crime. That was sufficient cause to enter the premises." She didn't seem to be joking. He wondered if she had prepared the lines for her superiors. If so, she needed to work on her delivery, Bond decided. Jordan said, "I brought a small team with me. Sergeant Umbalula and some other officers are securing the main building." Bond told her, "Hyde's in there, or was. His 3 partners, too. I'd assume they're armed by now. There'll be other guards." He explained where the hostiles had been and gave a rough geography of the headquarters. Jessica's office, too. He added that the older woman had helped him. She would not be a threat. At a nod from the captain, Nkosi, keeping low, started for the building. Jordan sighed. "We had trouble getting backup. Hyde's being protected by somebody in Pretoria. But I called a friend in the Rekkies, our Special Forces Brigade. A team is on its way. They aren't so much concerned about politics. They look for any excuse to fight, but it'll be 20 or 30 minutes before they arrive." Suddenly Gregory Lamb stiffened. Crouching low, he lumbered south, towards a stand of trees. "I'll flank them." "Flank them? Flank who?" "Wait!" Bond shouted. There's nobody there! Go with Qualeni! Secure height! But the big man seemed not to have heard, and plodded over the ground like an elderly Cape buffalo, disappearing into the brush. What the hell was he doing? Just then, a few rounds peppered the ground near them. Bond and Jourdan dropped to the ground. He forgot about Lamb and looked for a target. Several hundred yards away, Dunn and the two men with him had regrouped and paused in their retreat, firing back at their pursuers. Bullets hit near the van, but caused no damage or injury. The three men vanished behind piles of rubbish on the edge of Disappearance Row, the seagull population thinning as the birds fled from the gunfire. Bond jumped into the driver's seat of the van. In the back, he was pleased to see half a dozen large containers of ammunition. He started the engine. Jourdan ran to the passenger's side. "I'm coming with you," she said. "Better if I do this myself." He suddenly recalled Philly Maidenston's recitation of Kipling's verse, which he decided was not a bad battle cry. "Down to Gehenna, or up to the throne, he travels the fastest who travels alone." But Jourdan jumped into the seat beside him and slammed the door. "I said I'd fight by your side if it was legal to do so. Now it is, so go. They're getting away." Bond hesitated only a moment, then slammed the van into first, and they bounded off down the dirt roads that gridded the huge complex, past Silicon Row, Resurrection Row, the power plants. And rubbish, of course. Millions of tons of it. Paper, carrier bags, bits of dull and shiny metal, fragments of ceramic and food scraps, over which the eerie canopy of frantic gulls was reassembling. It was hard driving as they swerved around earth-moving equipment, skips and bales of refuse, awaiting burial. But at least the winding route gave Dunn and the two guards no easy target. The three men turned and fired sporadically, but were concentrating mostly on escaping. On her radio, Jourdan called in and reported where they were, and whom they were pursuing. The Special Forces team would not arrive for at least another 30 minutes, Bond heard the dispatcher tell her. Just as Dunn and the other men reached the fence separating the filthy sprawl of the plant from the reclaimed area, one guard spun around and fired an entire magazine their way. The rounds pounded the front grille and tires. The van jerked sideways, out of control, and ploughed headfirst into a pile of paper bales. The airbags deployed, and Bond and Jourdan sat stunned. Seeing that their enemy was down, Dunn and the other guards began firing in earnest. Amid the sound of bullets slamming into sheet metal, Bond and Jourdan rolled out of the shuddering vehicle and into a ditch. "You injured?" he asked. "No, It's so loud." Her voice quivered, but her eyes told Bond she was successfully fighting down her fear. From beneath the wing of the van, Bond had a good shot at one of their adversaries, and, lying prone, he aimed with the automatic. 1 round left. He squeezed the trigger, but the instant the firing pin hit primer, the man ducked. He was gone when the bullet arrived. Bond grabbed an ammunition box and ripped off the lid. It contained only .223 rounds for rifles. The second held the same. In fact, they all did. There were no 9mm pistol rounds. He sighed and looked through the van. "Do you have anything that'll shoot these?" He gestured at the wealth of useless bullets. "No assault rifles. All I have is this." She drew her own weapon. "Here, you take it." The pistol was a Colt Python, a .357 caliber Magnum, powerful and boasting a tight cylinder lockup and superb pull. A good gun. But it was a revolver, holding only 6 rounds. No, he corrected when he checked. Jourdan was a conservative gun owner and kept the chamber under the hammer empty. Speed loader, loose rounds? No. So they had 5 bullets against 3 adversaries with semi-automatic weapons. "You've never heard of Glocks?" he muttered, slipping the empty one into his back waistband and weighing the Colt in his palm. "I investigate crimes," she replied coolly. "I don't have much occasion to shoot people." Though when those rare instances do arise, he thought angrily, it would be helpful to have the right tool. He said, "You go back. Just keep to cover." She was looking steadily into his eyes, sweat beading at her temples, where her luxurious black hair frothed. "If you're going after them, I'm coming with you. Without a weapon, there's nothing you can do." Jourdan glanced to where Dunn and the others had disappeared. "They have a number of guns, and we only have one. That's not fair. We must take one away from them." Well, maybe Captain Baker Jourdan had a sense of humor after all. They shared a smile,
and in her fierce eyes Bond saw the reflection of orange flames from the burning methane. It was a striking image. Crouching, they slipped into Elysian fields, using a dense garden of fine-needled feinboss varieties, watsonias, grasses, jacaranda, and king protea as cover. There were kigelia trees, too, and some young baobabs. Even in the late autumn, much of the foliage was in full colour, thanks to the Western Cape climate. A brace of guinea fowl observed them with some irritation, and continued on their awkward way. Their gait reminded Bond of Nile duns. He and Jourdan were 75 yards into the park when the assault began. The trio had been moving away, but it seemed that they had done so merely to lure Bond and the SAPS officer further into the wilderness, and a trap. The men had split up. One of the guards dropped onto a hillock of soft green ground cover and laid down, suppressing fire, while the other, done too possibly, though Bond couldn't see him, crashed through the tall grasses towards them. Bond had a good shot, and took it, but the guard went to cover the instant Bond fired. He missed again. "Slow down," he told himself. 4 rounds left. 4. Jourdan and Bond scrabbled into a dip near a small field filled with succulents and a pond that would probably be home to stately koi come the spring. They looked up over the grass veldt, scanning for targets. Then what seemed to be 1,000 shots, though it was probably more like 40 or 50, rained down on them, striking close, shattering rock and spraying water. The 2 men in khaki, probably desperate and frustrated at their delayed escape, tried a bold assault, charging Bond and Jourdan from different directions. Bond fired twice at the man coming at them from the left, hitting the man's rifle and left arm. The guard cried out in pain and dropped the weapon, which tumbled to the bottom of the hill. Bond saw that though the man's forearm was injured, he'd drawn a pistol with his right hand and was otherwise capable of fighting. The second guard made a run to cover, and Bond fired fast, tapping him somewhere on his thigh. But that wound, too, seemed superficial. He vanished into the brush. 1 round. 1 round. Where was Dunn? Sneaking up behind them? Then silence again, though silence filled with ringing in their ears and the internal bass of heartbeats. Jourdan was shivering. Bond eyed the bushmaster, the rifle that the injured guard had dropped. It lay around 10 yards away. He studied the scene around them carefully, the landscape, the plants, the trees. Then he noted tall grasses swaying 50 or 60 yards distant. The 2 guards, invisible in the thick foliage, were moving in, keeping some distance between them. In a minute or 2, they'd be on top of Bond and Jourdan. He might take one out with his last bullet, but the other guard would be successful. "James," Jourdan whispered, squeezing his arm. "I'll lead them off. I'll go that way." She pointed to a plain covered with low grass. "If you fire, you can hit one, and the other may take cover. That'll give you a chance to get to the rifle." "It's suicide," he whispered back. "You'd be completely exposed." "You really must stop your incessant flirting, James." He smiled. "Listen, if anybody's going to be a hero, it's me. I'm going to head towards them. When I tell you, go for the bushmaster." He pointed to the black rifle lying in the dust. "You're qualified to use it?" She nodded. The guards moved closer. 30 yards now. Bond whispered, "Stay low until I tell you. Get ready." The guards were making their way cautiously through the tall grass. Bond surveyed the landscape again, took a deep breath, then rose calmly and walked towards them, his pistol pointed down at his side. He raised his left hand. "James, no!" Jourdan whispered. Bond did not respond. He called to the men. "I want to talk to you. If you help me get the names of the other people involved, you'll receive a reward. There'll be no charges against you. You understand?" The 2 guards, about 10 paces apart, stopped. They were confused. They saw that he couldn't hit them both before the other shot him. Yet he was walking slowly in their direction, calm, not lifting his pistol. "Do you understand? The reward is 50,000 rand. They stared at each other, nodding a little too enthusiastically. Bond knew they were not seriously considering his offer. They were thinking they might draw him closer before they fired. They faced him. And as they did so, the powerful gun in Bond's hand barked once, still pointed downwards, letting go its final bullet into the ground. As the guards crouched, startled, Bond sprinted to his left, putting a row of trees between him and the guards. They glanced at each other, then ran forward to where they had a better view of Bond, who dived behind a hill as their bushmasters began to clatter. It was then that the entire world exploded. The muzzle flashes from the men's rifles ignited the methane spewing from the fake tree root, transporting the gas from the landfill beneath them to Greenway's burn-off facilities. Bond had ruptured it with his last bullet. The men now vanished in a tidal wave of flame, a roiling thunderhead. The guards and the ground they stood on was simply gone. The fire widened as panicked birds fled into the air, the trees and bushes bursting into flames as if they were soaked in incendiary accelerant. 20 feet away, Jourdan rose unsteadily. She started towards the bushmaster, but Bond ran to her, shouting, "Change of plan! Forget it! What should we do?" They were thrown to the ground as another mushroom cloud of flame erupted not far away. The roar was so loud, Bond had to press his lips against her sumptuous hair to make himself heard. "Might be a good idea to leave." Chapter 61.
"You are making a terrible mistake."
Severin Hight's voice was low with threat, but a very different state of mind was revealed in the expression on his long, bearded face. Horror at the destruction of his empire, both physical from the fires in the distance, and legal from the Special Forces troops and police descending on the grounds and office. There was nothing imperious about him now. Height in handcuffs and Jourdan, Nkosi and Bond were standing amid a cluster of bulldozers and lorries in the open area between the office and Resurrection Row. They were near the spot where Bond would have been killed, if not for Baker Jourdan's dramatic arrival to arrest the poachers. Sergeant Umbalula handed Bond his Walther, extra clips and mobile phone from the Subaru. "Thank you, Sergeant." SAP's officers and South African Special Forces roamed through the facility, looking for more suspects and collecting evidence. In the distance, fire crews were struggling, and it was a struggle, to put out the methane fires as the western edge of Elysian Fields became just another outpost of hell. Apparently the corrupt politicians in Pretoria, the ones in Hyde's pocket, had not been so very high up after all. Senior officials stepped in quickly and ordered their arrest and full backup for Jourdan's operation in Cape Town. Additional officers were sent to seize Greenway's offices in all South African cities. Medics scurried about here too, attending to the wounded, which included only Hyde's security staff. Hyde's 3 partners were in custody: Huang, Eberhard, and Matabula. It was not clear yet what their crimes were, but that would be established soon. At the very least, they had all smuggled firearms into the country, justifying their arrest. 4 of the surviving guards were in custody, and most of the 100 or so Greenway employees who'd been milling about in the car park had been detained pending questioning. Dunn had escaped. Special Forces officers had found evidence of a motorcycle which had apparently been hidden under a tarp covered with straw. Of course, the Irishman would have kept his lifeboat ready. Severin Hyde persisted.
"I'm innocent. You're prosecuting me because I'm British and white. You're prejudiced."
Jourdan could not ignore this. "Prejudiced? I've arrested 6 black men, 4 whites, and an Asian. If that's not a rainbow, I don't know what is." The reality of the disaster kept coming home to him. His eyes swiveled away from the fires and began taking in the rest of the grounds. He was probably looking for Dunn. He would be lost without his engineer. He glanced at Bond, then said to Jourdan, his voice laced with desperation,
"What sort of arrangement could we work out? I'm very wealthy."
"That's fortunate," she said. "Your legal bills would be quite high."
"I'm not trying to bribe you."
"I should hope not. That's a very serious offence." She then said matter-of-factly, "I want to know where Niall Dunn has gone. If you tell me, I'll let prosecution know that you helped me find him."
"I can give you the address of his flat here."
"I've already sent officers there. Tell me some other places he might go to."
"Yes, I'm sure I can think of something."
Bond noticed Gregory Lamb approaching from a deserted part of the grounds, carrying his large pistol as if he'd never fired a weapon. Bond left Jourdan and Height standing together between rows of pallets containing empty oil drums, and joined Lamb near a battered skip. "Ah, Bond," the 6 agent said, breathing heavily and sweating despite the chilly autumn air. His face was streaked with dirt, and there was a tear in the sleeve of his jacket. "You caught one?" Bond nodded at the slash, caused, it seemed, by a bullet. The assailant had been close. Powder burns surrounded the rent. "Didn't do any damage, thankfully, except to my favourite gabardine." He was lucky. An inch to the left and the slug would have shattered his upper arm. "What happened to the guys you went after?" Bond asked. "I never saw them." "Got away, sorry to say. They split up. I knew they were trying to circle back on me, but I went after one of them anyway. That's how I got my Lord Nelson here." He touched his sleeve. "But damn it, they knew the lie of the land, and I didn't. I got a piece of one of them, though." "Do you want to follow the blood trail?" He blinked. "Oh, I did, but it vanished." Bond lost interest in the adventurer's excursion into the bush and moved aside to call London. He was just punching in the number when, a few yards away, he heard a series of loud cracks he recognized instantly as powerful bullets finding a target, followed by the booms of a distant rifle's report. Bond spun round, his hand going for his Walther as he scanned the grounds, but he saw no sign of the shooter, only his victim. Baker Jourdan, her chest and face a mass of blood, clawed at the air as she stumbled backwards and rolled into a muddy ditch. Chapter 62. "No!" Bond cried. His inclination was to run to her aid, but the amount of blood, bone, and tissue he'd seen told him she could not have survived the devastating shots. "No." Bond thought of Ugogo, of the fiery orange gleam in Jourdan's eye as they'd taken on the two guards in Elysian Fields, the faint smile. "They have a number of guns, and we only have one. That's not fair. We must take one away from them." "Captain!" Nkosi cried from his position behind a skip nearby. Other SAPS officers were firing randomly now. "Hold your fire!" Bond shouted. "No blind shooting! Guard the visible perimeter! Look for muzzle flashes!" The Special Forces were more restrained, watching for targets from good cover positions. So the engineer did have an escape plan for his beloved boss. That's what Haidt had been looking for. Dunn would keep the officers pinned down while Haidt fled, probably to where the other security guards were waiting in the woods nearby, with a car or perhaps even a helicopter hidden on the grounds. Haidt had not started his sprint to freedom yet, though. He'd still be hiding between the rows of pallets where Jourdan had been questioning him. He'd be waiting for more covering fire. Crouching, Bond began to make his way there. Any minute now, the man would make a run for the brush, protected by Dunn and perhaps other loyal guards. And James Bond was not going to let that happen. He heard Gregory Lamb whisper, "Is it safe?" but couldn't see him. He realized the man had dived into a full skip. Bond had to move. Even if it meant exposing himself to Dunn's fine marksmanship, he wouldn't let Haidt escape. Baker Jourdan would not have died in vain. He sprinted into the shadowy space between the tall pallets of oil drums to secure Haidt, his gun raised, and froze. Severin Haidt was not about to escape anywhere. The rag and bone man, the visionary king of decay, the lord of entropy, lay on his back, 2 bullet wounds in his chest, a 3rd in his forehead. A significant part of the back of his skull was missing. Bond slipped his gun away. Around him, the tactical forces began to rise. One called that the sniper had left his shooting position and vanished into the bush. Then, a harsh sound behind him. A woman's voice. "Silama!" Bond spun round to see Baker Jourdan crawling from the ditch, wiping her face and spitting blood. She was unharmed. Either Dunn had missed completely, or his boss had been his intended target. The gore on Jourdan was Haidt's. It had spattered her as she stood beside him. Bond pulled her to cover behind the oil drums, smelling the sickly copper scent of blood. "Dunn's still out there somewhere," Nkosi called. "You okay, Captain?" Yes, she said dismissively. "What about Haidt?" "He's dead," Bond said. "Masande," she snapped. This brought a smile to Nkosi's face. Jourdan tugged her shirt off. Underneath, she wore body armor over a black cotton vest, and wiped her face, neck, and hair with it. A call came in from the officers on the ridge that the perimeter was clear. Dunn, of course, would have had no interest in staying. He'd accomplished what he needed to. Bond regarded the body once more. He decided that the tight grouping of the shots meant that Haidt had indeed been the intended target. Of course this made sense. Dunn had had to kill the man to make sure he told the police nothing about him. Now he recalled several glances that Dunn had cast towards Haight over the past few days, dark looks hinting at, what, irritation? Resentment? Almost jealousy, it seemed. Perhaps there was something else behind the murder of the rag-and-bone man. Something personal. Whatever the reason, he'd certainly done a typically proficient job. Jourdan hurried into the office building. 10 minutes later she emerged. She found a shower or tap somewhere. Her face and hair were damp, but more or less blood-free. She was furious at herself. I lost my prisoner. I should have guarded him better. I never thought. A ghastly wail interrupted her. Someone was speeding forward. No, no, no! Jessica Barnes was running towards Haight's body. She flung herself to the ground, oblivious to the grotesque wounds, and cradled her dead lover. Bond stepped forward, gripped her narrow, quivering shoulders, and helped her up. No, Jessica. Come over here with me. Bond led her to cover behind a bulldozer. Baker Jourdan joined them. He's dead! He's dead! Jessica pressed her head against Bond's shoulder. Baker Jourdan lifted her handcuffs out of their holster. She tried to help me, Bond reminded her. She didn't know what Haight was doing. I'm sure of it. Jourdan put the cuffs away. We'll drive her down to the station. Take a statement. I don't think we'll have to pursue it beyond that. Bond detached himself from Jessica. He took her by the shoulders. Thank you for helping me. I know it was hard. She breathed in deeply. Then calmer, she asked, Who did it? Who shot him? Dunn. She didn't seem surprised. I never liked him. Severin was passionate, impulsive. He never thought things through. Niall realized that and seduced him with his planning and his intelligence. I didn't think he could be trusted, but I never had the courage to say anything. She closed her eyes momentarily. You did a good job with the praying, Bond told her. Too good, she whispered. On Jessica's cheek and neck were stark patches of Haight's blood. It was the first time Bond realized that he'd seen any colour on her. He looked her in the eye. I know some people who can help you when you get back to London. They'll be in touch. I'll see to it. Thank you, Jessica murmured. A policewoman led her away. Bond was startled by a man's voice nearby. Is it clear? He frowned, unable to see the speaker. Then he understood. Gregory Lamb was still in the skip. It's clear. The agent scrambled out of his hiding place. Mind the blood, Bond told Lamb, as he nearly stepped in some. Oh, my God, he muttered, and looked as if he were going to be sick. Ignoring him, Bond said to Jourdan, I need to know how extensive Gehenna is. Can you get your officers to collect all the files and computers in research and development? And I'll need your computer crimes outfit to crack the passwords. Yes, of course. We'll have them brought to the SAP's office. You can review them there. Nkosi said, I'll do it, Commander. Bond thanked him. The man's round face seemed less wry and irrepressible than earlier. Bond supposed this had been his first firefight. He'd be changed forever by the incident, but from what Bond was seeing, the change would not diminish, but rather would enhance the young officer. Nkosi gestured towards some SAP's Forensic Science Service officers, and led them inside the building. Bond glanced at Jourdan. Can I ask you a question? She turned to him. What did you say after you climbed out of the ditch? You said something. With her particular complexion, she might or might not have been blushing. Don't tell Ugogo. I won't. The first was Zulu for, I guess you'd say in English, crap. I have some variations on that myself. And the other word? She squinted. That I think I will not tell you, James. Why not? Because it refers to a certain part of the male anatomy, and I do not think it wise to encourage you in that regard. Chapter 63. Late afternoon, the sun beginning to dip in the northwest, James Bond drove from the Table Mountain Hotel, where he'd showered and changed, to Cape Town's Central Police Station. As he entered and made for Jourdan's office, he noticed several pairs of eyes staring at him. The expressions were no longer curious, he sensed, as had been the case upon his first visit here several days ago, but admiring. Perhaps the story of his role in foiling Severin Haight's plan had circulated, or the tale of how he had taken out 2 adversaries and blown up a landfill with a single bullet, no mean accomplishment. The fire, Bond had learnt, was largely extinguished, to his immense relief. He would not have wanted to be known as the man who had burnt a sizable area of Cape Town to its sandstone foundation. He was met by Baker Jordan in the hall. She'd taken another shower to clean off the remnants of Severn Height, and had changed into dark trousers and a yellow shirt, bright and cheerful, perhaps an antidote to the horror of the events at Greenway. She gestured him into her office. They sat together in chairs before her desk. "Dan's managed to get to Mozambique. Government security spotted him there, but he got lost in some unsavory part of Maputo, which frankly is most of the city. I called some colleagues in Pretoria, in Financial Intelligence, the Special Investigations Unit and the Banking Risk Information Center. They checked his accounts. Under a warrant, of course. Yesterday afternoon, £200,000 were wired into a Swiss account of Dan's. Half an hour ago he transferred it to dozens of anonymous online accounts. He can access it from anywhere, so we have no idea where he intends to go." Bond's expression of disgust closely matched hers. "If he surfaces or leaves Mozambique, their security people will let me know, but until then, he's out of our reach." It was then that Nkosi appeared, pushing a large cart filled with boxes, the documents and laptop computers from the Greenway Research and Development Department. The warrant officer and Bond followed Jordan to an empty office, where Nkosi put the boxes on the floor around the desk. Bond started to lift off a lid, but Jordan said quickly, "Put these on. I won't have you ruining evidence." She handed him blue latex gloves. Bond gave a wry laugh, but took them. Jordan and Nkosi left him to the job. Before he opened the boxes, though, he placed a call to Bill Tanner.
"James," the Chief of Staff said, "we've got the signals. Sounds like all hell's broken loose down there."
Bond laughed at his choice of words and explained in detail about the shootout at Greenway, Hyde's fate and Dunn's escape. He explained, too, about the drug company president who had hired Hyde. Tanner would ask the FBI in Washington to open an investigation of their own and arrest the man. Bond said, "I need a rendition team to capture Dunn, if we can find out where he is. Any of our 111 agents nearby?" Tanner sighed.
"I'll see what I can do, James, but I don't have a lot of people to spare, not with the situation in eastern Sudan. We're helping the FCO and the Marines with security. I might be able to get you some special forces, SAS or SBS. Would that suit?"
"Fine. I'm going to look through everything we've collected from Hyde's headquarters. I'll call back when I've finished and brief M." They rang off, and Bond started to lay out the Gehenna documents on the large desk in the office Jordan had provided. He hesitated. Then, feeling ridiculous, he slipped on the blue gloves, deciding that at least they would provide an amusing story for his friend, Ronnie Valance of the Yard. Valance often said that Bond would make a terrible detective inspector, given his preference for beating up or shooting perpetrators, rather than marshalling evidence to see them in the dock. He leafed through the documents for almost an hour. Finally, when he felt well enough informed to discuss the situation, he telephoned London again. M said gruffly,
"It's a nightmare here, 007. That fool in Division 3 pushed a very big button, got all of Whitehall closed up. Downing Street, too. If there's anything that plays badly with the tabloids, it's an international security meeting being cancelled because of a bloody security alert."
Was it groundless? Bond had been convinced that York was the site of the attack, but that didn't mean London wasn't at some risk, as he told Tanner during his satellite call from Jessica Barnes's office.
"Nothing. Greenway had its legitimate side, of course. The company's engineers were working with the police to make sure the refuse removal tunnels around Whitehall were safe. No dangerous radiation, no explosives, no Guy Fawkes. There was a spike in Afghan SIGINT traffic, but that was because we and the CIA descended on the place last Monday, and everybody was wondering what the hell we were doing there."
And Osborne Smith?
"Inconsequential."
Bond didn't know whether the word referred to the man himself, or meant that his fate was not worth discussing.
"Now what's been going on down there, 007? I want details."
Bond explained first about Hyde's death and the arrest of his three main partners. He also described Dunn's escape, and Bond's plan to execute the Level 2 project order from Sunday, which was still valid for the Irishman's rendition when they found him. Then Bond detailed Gehenna, Hyde stealing and assembling classified information, the blackmail and extortion, adding the cities where most of his efforts had taken place. London, Moscow, Paris, Tokyo, New York, and Mumbai, and there are smaller operations in Belgrade, Washington, Taipei, and Sydney. There was silence for a moment, and Bond imagined M chomping on his cheroot as he took it all in. The man said,
"Damn clever, putting all that together from rubbish."
Height said nobody ever sees dustmen, and it's true. They're invisible. They're everywhere, and yet you look right through them. M gave a rare chuckle.
I happened to be thinking much the same myself yesterday.
Then he grew serious.
What are your recommendations, 007?
I'd get our embassy people in 6 to roll up all Greenway operations as fast as they can before the actors start disappearing. Freeze their assets and trace all incoming monies. That'll lead us to the rest of the Gehenna clients. M said, his voice uncharacteristically light.
I suppose we could.
What was the old man thinking?
Though I'm not sure we should be too hasty. Let's arrest the principals in all the locations, yes. But what do you think about getting some 111 agents into their offices and keeping Gehenna going a bit longer in some places, 007? I'd love to see what GRS Aerospace outside Moscow throws away. And I wonder what the Pakistani consulate in Mumbai is shredding. Be interesting to find out. We'd have to pull in some favors with the press to stop them reporting what Height was really up to. I'll have the misinformation chaps at 6 leak word he was mixed up with organized crime or some such. We'll keep it vague. Word will get out at some point, but by then we'll have scooped up some valuable finds.
The old fox. Bond laughed to himself. So the ODG was going into the recycling business. Brilliant, sir.
Get all the details to Bill Tanner, and we'll go from there. M paused, then barked. Osborne bloody Smith has brought traffic in London to a complete standstill. It'll take me ages to get home. I've never understood why they couldn't run the M4 all the way into Earl's Court.
The line went dead. Chapter 64. James Bond found Felicity Willing's business card and called her at the office to break the news that one of her donors was a criminal and had died in an operation to arrest him. But she'd heard. Already reporters had been onto her and asked for a statement, in light of the fact that Greenway was heavily involved with the Mafia and the Camorra. Bond reflected that the grass did not grow beneath the feet of the misinformation chaps at 6. Felicity was furious that some journalists were suggesting she'd known there was something disreputable about him, but that she'd been happy to take his donations anyway.
How the bloody hell could they ask that, Jean? For heaven's sake! I gave us £50,000 or £60,000 a year, which was generous, but nothing compared to what a lot of people donate. I'd drop anyone in an instant if I thought they were up to something illegal.
Her voice softened.
But you're all right, aren't you?
I wasn't even there when they raided the place. The police rang me and asked a few questions. That's all. Hell of a shock, though.
I'm sure it was.
Bond asked how the deliveries were going. She told him that the tonnage was even higher than had been pledged. Distribution was already underway to 10 different countries in sub-Saharan Africa. There was enough food to keep hundreds of thousands of people fed for months. Bond congratulated her, then said, "You're not too busy for Franschhoek."
If you think you're getting out of our weekend in the country, Jean, you better think again.
They made plans to meet in the morning. He reminded himself to find someone to wash and polish the Subaru, for which he'd formed some affection, despite the flashy colour and the largely cosmetic spoiler on the boot. After they'd disconnected, he sat back, relishing the cheer in her voice, relishing, too, the memory of the time they'd spent together, and thinking of the future. "If you do go to some dark places, could you promise me not to go to the worst?" Smiling, he flicked her card, then put it away, and pulled on the gloves once more to continue ploughing through the documents and computers, jotting notes about Greenway's offices and the Gehenna operation for M and Bill Tanner. He laboured for an hour or so until he decided it was time for a drink. He stretched luxuriously. He then paused and slowly lowered his arms. At that moment, he had felt a jolt deep within him. He knew the sensation. It arose occasionally in the world of espionage, that great landscape of subtext where so little is as it seems. Often the source for such an unsettling stab was a suspicion that a basic assumption had been wrong, perhaps disastrously so.
Staring at his notes, he heard himself breathing fast. His lips dry, his heartbeat quickened. Bond flipped through hundreds of documents again, then grabbed his mobile and emailed Philly Maidenston a priority request. As he waited for her reply, he rose and paced in the small office, his mind inundated with thoughts, hovering and swooping like the frantic seagulls over Disappearance Row at Greenway. When Philly responded, he snatched up his mobile and read the message, sitting back slowly in the uncomfortable chair. A shadow fell over him. He looked up and found Baker Jordan standing there. She was saying, "James, I brought you some coffee, in a proper mug." It was decorated with the smiling faces of the players from Bafana Bafana in all their football finest. When he said nothing and didn't take it, she set it down. "James?" Bond knew his face betrayed the alarm burning within him. After a moment he whispered, "I think I got it wrong." "What do you mean?" "Everything. About Gehenna, about Incident 20. "Tell me." Bond sat forward. "The original intelligence we had was that someone named Noah was involved in the event today. The event that would result in all those deaths." "Yes?" She sat next to him. "Severn Height?" Bond shook his head. He waved at the boxes of documents from Greenway. "But I've been through nearly every damn piece of paper, and most of the mobiles and computers. There isn't a single reference to Noah in any of it, and in all my meetings with Height and Dunn, there was no reference to the name. If that was his nickname, why didn't it turn up in something? An idea occurred to me, so I contacted an associate at MI6. She knows computers rather well. Are you familiar with metadata?" Jordan said, "Information embedded in computer files. We convicted a government minister of corruption because of it." He nodded at his phone. "My colleague looked at the half-dozen internet references we found that mentioned Height's nickname was Noah. The metadata in every one of them showed they were written and uploaded this week." "Just like we uploaded data about Jean Theron to create your cover." "Exactly. The real Noah did that to keep us focused on Height, which means Incident 20, the thousands of deaths, wasn't the bombing in York. Gehenna and Incident 20 are two entirely different plans. Something else is going to happen, and soon, tonight. That's what the original email said. Those people, whoever they are still at risk." Despite the success at Greenway, he was back to the vital questions once more. Who was his enemy, and what was his purpose? Until he answered those inquiries, he couldn't form a response. Yet he had to. There was little time left. "Confirm incident Friday night, 20th. Estimated initial casualties in the thousands." "James?" Fragments of facts, memories, and theories spiraled through his mind. Once again, as he'd done in the bowels of Greenway's research facility, he began to assemble all the bits of information he possessed, trying to put back together the shredded blueprint of Incident 20. He rose, and hands clasped behind his back, bent forward as he looked over the papers and notes covering the desk. Jordan had fallen silent. Finally he whispered, "Gregory Lamb." She frowned. "What about him?" Bond didn't answer immediately. He sat down again. "I'll need your help." "Of course." Chapter 65. "What's the matter, Jean? You said it was urgent." They were alone in Felicity Willing's office at the charity in downtown Cape Town, not far from the club where they'd met at the auction on Wednesday night. Bond had interrupted a meeting involving a dozen men and women, aid workers instrumental in the food deliveries, and asked to see her alone. He now swung her door closed. "I'm hoping you can help me. There aren't many people in Cape Town I can trust." "Of course." They sat on her cheap sofa. In black jeans and a white shirt, Felicity moved closer to Bond. Their knees touched. She seemed even more tired than yesterday. He recalled she'd left his room before dawn. "First, I have to confess something to you. And, well, it may affect our plans for Franschhoek. It may affect a lot of plans." Frowning, she nodded. "And I have to ask you to keep this to yourself. That's very important." Her keen eyes probed his face. "Of course. But tell me, please. You're making me nervous." "I'm not who I said I was. From time to time,
I do some work for the British government. A whisper. You're a spy? He laughed. No, nothing as grand as that. The title is Security and Integrity Analyst. Usually it's as boring as can be. But you're one of the good guys. You could put it like that. Felicity lowered her head to his shoulder. When you said you were a security consultant, in Africa that usually means a mercenary. You said you weren't, but I didn't quite believe it. It was a cover. I was investigating Height. Her face flooded with relief. And I was asking if you could change a little bit. And now you've changed completely from who I thought you were. 180 degrees. Bond said wryly. How often does a man do that? She smiled briefly. That means you're not Jean, and you're not from Durban. No, I live in London. And discarding the Afrikaans accent, he extended his hand. My name's James. It's good to meet you, Miss Welling. Are you going to throw me out? She hesitated only briefly, then flung her arms around him, laughing. She sat back. But you said you needed my help. I wouldn't involve you if there were any other way, but I've run out of time. Thousands of lives are at stake. My God, what can I do? Do you know anything about Gregory Lamb? Lamb? Felicity's sharp eyebrows drew together. He comes over as a rather high roller, so I've approached him for donations several times. He always said he'd give us something, but he never did. He's rather a queer man, a Boer. She laughed. B-O-O-R, not Afrikaner. I have to tell you, he's a bit more than that. We heard rumours that he was in the pay of somebody, though I can't imagine anybody taking him seriously as a spy. I think it's an act. He plays the fool to put people at ease around him, so they don't suspect he's up to some pretty rough business. Now, you've been down to the docks for the past few days, right? Yes, quite a bit. Did you hear anything about a big ship charter that Lamb's putting together tonight? I did, but I don't know any details. Bond was silent for a moment. Then, have you ever heard anyone refer to Lamb as Noah? Felicity thought about it. I can't say for certain. Wait, yes, I think so. A nickname somebody once used for him, because of the shipping business. But what did you mean when you said thousands of lives are at stake? I'm not sure exactly what he has in mind. My guess is he's going to use the cargo ship to sink a cruise liner, a British one. My God, no. But why on earth would he do that? With Lamb, it has to be money. Hired by Islamists, warlords, or pirates. I'll know more soon. We've tapped his phone. He's meeting somebody in an hour or so at a deserted hotel south of town, the 6th Apostle Inn. I'll be there to find out what he's up to. Felicity said, But, James, why do you have to go? Why not call the police and have him arrested? Bond hesitated. I can't really use the police for this. Because of your job? She asked evenly. As a security analyst? He paused. Yes. I see. Felicity Willing nodded. Then she leant forward fast and kissed him full on the lips. In answer to your question, whatever you do, James, whatever you're going to do, it won't affect our plans for Franschhoek one bit, or our plans for anything else as far as I'm concerned. Chapter 66. In May, the sun sets in Cape Town, around 5:30. As Bond sped south, the scenery grew surreal, bathed in a glorious sunset. Then dusk descended, streaked by slashes of purple cloud over the turbulent Atlantic. He'd left Table Mountain behind, Lion's Head too, and was now speeding along Victoria Road, the solemn craggy rock formations of the 12 Apostles mountain chain to his left, dotted with grasses, fynbos and splashes of protea. Defiant cluster pines sprouted in incongruous places. Half an hour after leaving Felicity Willing's office, he spotted the turning to the 6th Apostle Inn, to the left, east. 2 signs marked the drive. The name of the place in peeling, faded paint, and below that, brighter and newer, a warning about construction in progress, prohibiting trespass. Bond skidded the Subaru into the entrance, doused the lights, and proceeded slowly along the lengthy, winding drive, gravel grinding under the tires.
It led directly towards the imposing face of the Apostle Ridge, which rose 100 or more feet behind the building. Before him was the inn, shabby and desperately in need of the promised reconstruction, though he supposed it had once been the place for a holiday or to romance your mistress from London or Hong Kong. The rambling one-story structure was set amid extensive gardens, now overgrown and gone to seed. Bond drove round to the back and into the weed-filled car park. He hid the Subaru in a stand of brush and tall grass, climbed out and looked towards the darkened caravan used by the construction crews. He swept his torch over it. There were no signs of occupation. Then, drawing his Walther, he made his way silently to the inn. The front door was unlocked, and he walked inside, smelling mould, new concrete, and paint. At the end of the lobby, the front desk had no counter. To the right, he found sitting rooms and a library. To the left, a large breakfast room and lounge, with French windows facing north, offering a view of the gardens, and above them, the 12 apostles, still faintly visible in the dusk. Inside this room, the construction workers had left their drill presses, table saws, and various other tools, all chained and padlocked. Behind that area, there was a passage to the kitchen. Bond noticed switches for both work and overhead lights, but he kept the place dark. Tiny animal feet skittered beneath the floorboards and in the walls. Bond sat down in a corner of the breakfast room, on a workman's toolkit. There was nothing to do but wait until the enemy appeared. Bond thought of Lieutenant Colonel Bill Tanner, who had said to him not long after he joined OGG, "Listen, 007, most of your job is going to involve waiting. I hope you're a patient man." He wasn't, but if his mission called for waiting, he waited. Sooner than he had expected, a fragment of light hit the wall, and he rose to look out one of the front windows. A car bounded towards the inn, then stopped in the undergrowth near the front door. Someone emerged from the vehicle. Bond's eyes narrowed. It was Felicity Willing. She was clutching her belly. Holstering his gun, Bond pushed through the front door and ran towards her. "Felicity!" She struggled forward, but fell to the gravel. "James, help me. Help me. I'm hurt." As he approached, he saw a red stain on the front of her shirt. Her fingers, too, were bloodied. He dropped to his knees and cradled her. "What happened?" I went to check on a shipment at the docks. There was a man there," she gasped. "He pulled out a gun and shot me. He didn't say anything, just shot me and ran. I made it back into my car and drove here. You have to help me." "The police? Why didn't you—" "He was a policeman, James." "What?" "I saw a badge on his belt." Bond lifted her and carried her into the breakfast room, laying her gently on some dust sheets that were stacked against the wall. "I'll find a bandage," he murmured. Then he said angrily, "This is my fault. I should have worked it out. You're the target of Incident 20. Lamb's not after a cruise liner. It's the food ships. He was hired by one of those agribusiness companies in America and Europe you were telling me about to kill you and destroy the food. He must have paid someone in the police to help him. Don't let me die." "You'll be fine. I'll get some bandages and call Baker. We can trust her." He started towards the kitchen. "No," Felicity said. Her voice was eerily calm and steady. Bond stopped. He turned. "Throw your mobile away, James." He was staring at her sharp green eyes, focused on him, like a predator's. In her hand was his own weapon, the Walther PPS. He slapped his holster, from which she'd slipped the gun, as he whisked her inside. "The phone," she repeated. "Don't touch the screen. Just hold it by the side and toss it into the corner of the room." He did as she instructed. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm so sorry." And James Bond believed that in some very tiny part of her heart, she was. Chapter 67. "What's that?" James asked, gesturing at her blouse. It was blood, of course. Real blood. Hers. Felicity still felt the sting in the back of her hand where she'd pricked a vein with a safety pin. It had bled sufficiently to stain her shirt and make a credible appearance of a bullet wound. She didn't answer him. but the agent's eyes noted her bruised hand and revealed that he deduced as much. There was no cop on the dock. I lied, didn't I? Sit down, on the floor. When he had done so, Felicity worked the slide of the Walther, which ejected one round, but made sure one was in the chamber, ready to fire. I know you're trained to disarm people. I've killed before, and it has no effect on me. It's not essential that you stay alive, so I'm happy to shoot you now, if you make any move. Her voice, though, almost caught on happy. What the hell is the matter with you? She asked herself angrily. Put them on. She tossed handcuffs towards his lap. He caught them. Good reflexes, she noted. She stepped back 3 feet or so. Felicity smelt the pleasant scent from where he'd gripped her a moment ago. It would be soap or shampoo from the hotel. He was not an aftershave sort of man. The anger again. Damn him! The cuffs, she repeated. A hesitation. Then he ratcheted them on his wrists. So, explain. Tighter. He squeezed the mechanism. She was satisfied. Who exactly do you work for? She asked. An outfit in London. We'll have to leave it at that. So you're working with Lamb? She gave a laugh. With that fat, sweaty fool? No. Whatever he's coming here for, it has nothing to do with my project tonight. It's probably some ridiculous business venture he has in mind. Maybe buying this place. I was lying when I told you I'd heard him referred to as Noah. Then what are you doing here? I'm here because I'm sure you've briefed your bosses in London that Lamb's your main suspect. A flicker in his eyes confirmed this. What Captain Jourdan and her moderately competent officers will find in the morning here is a fight to the death. You and the traitor who is going to bomb a cruise liner, Gregory Lamb, and anybody he was meeting here. You found them, and there was a gunfight. Everybody died. There'll be loose ends, but, on the whole, the matter will go away. Or at least, go away from me. Leaving you free to do whatever it is you're doing. But I don't understand. Who the hell is Noah? It's not a who, James. It's a what. N-O-A-H. Confusion in his handsome face. Then understanding dawned. My God. Your group is the International Organization Against Hunger, IOAH. At the fundraiser, you said you recently expanded to make it international in scope, which means that it used to be the National Organization Against Hunger, N-O-A-H. Noah. She nodded. Frowning, he mused. In the text we intercepted last weekend, Noah was typed in lowercase. Everything else in the message was too. I just assumed it was a name. We were careless there. It hasn't been Noah for a while, but it was the original name, and we still refer to it like that. We? Who sent that message? Niall Dunn. He's my associate, not Height's. He's just on loan. Yours? Been working together for a few years now. And how did you get with Height? Niall and I worked with a lot of warlords and dictators in sub-Saharan Africa. 9-10 months ago, Niall heard about Height's plan, this Gehenna, through some of them. It was pretty far-fetched, but there was a good chance of a decent return on investment. I gave Dunn $10 million to put into the pot. He told Height it was from an anonymous businessman. A condition for the money was that Dunn himself worked with Height to oversee how it was spent. Yes, Bond said. He mentioned other investors. So Height knew nothing about you? Nothing at all. And it turned out that Severin was delighted to use Dunn as a tactical planner. Gehenna wouldn't have got nearly so far without him. The man who thinks of everything. Yes, he was rather proud that Height described him like that, James said. There was another reason Dunn stayed close to Height, though, right? He was your escape plan, a possible diversion. Felicity said, if somebody got suspicious, just as you did, we'd sacrifice Height. Make him the fall guy, so nobody would look any further. That was why Dunn convinced Height that the bombing in York should happen today. You just sacrificed $10 million. Good insurance is expensive. I always wondered why Height kept going with his plan after I turned up in Serbia and in March. I was careful to cover my tracks, but he accepted me a lot more readily here as Jean Theron than I would have. That was because Dunn kept telling him I was safe. She nodded. Severin always listened to Niall Dunn.
So it was Dunn who planted the reference on the internet to Hydt's nickname being Noah, and that he used to build his own boats in Bristol.
That's right.
Her anger and disappointment blossomed again. But damn it! Why didn't you let it go, when you should have, after Hydt was dead?
He was looking at her coldly. And then what? You'd wait for me to fall asleep next to you and cut my throat? She snapped.
I hoped you were who you claimed to be, a mercenary from Durban. That was why I kept on at you last night, asking if you could change, giving you the chance to confess you really were a killer. I thought things might— Her voice trickled to silence. Work out between us? His lips tightened. If it matters, I thought so too.
Ironic, Felicity thought. She was bitterly disappointed that he had turned out to be one of the good guys. He must be equally disappointed to discover that she was not at all what he'd thought.
So what are you doing tonight? What is the project we've been calling Incident 20? He asked, shifting on the floor. The cuffs jingled.
Keeping the gun trained on him, she said. You know about world conflict?
I listen to the BBC, he responded dryly.
When I was a banker in the city, my clients sometimes invested in companies in trouble spots of the world. I got to know those regions. The one thing I noticed was that in every single conflict zone, hunger was a critical factor. Those who were hungry were desperate. You could get them to do anything if you promised them food. Switch political loyalties, fight, kill civilians, overthrow dictatorships or democracies. Anything. It occurred to me that hunger could be used as a weapon. So that's what I became. An arms dealer, you could say.
You're a hunger broker.
Well put, Felicity thought. Smiling coolly, she continued. The IOAH controls 32% of the food aid coming into the country. We'll soon be doing the same in various Latin American countries, India, Southeast Asia. If, say, a warlord in the Central African Republic wants to get into power, and he pays me what I ask, I'll make sure his soldiers and the people supporting him get all the food they need, and his opponent's followers get nothing. He blinked in surprise.
Sudan. That's what's happening tonight. War in Sudan.
Exactly. I've been working with the Central Authority in Khartoum. The President doesn't want the Eastern Alliance to break away and form a secular state. The regime in the East plans to solidify their ties to the UK and shift their oil sales there rather than to China. But Khartoum's not strong enough to subdue the East without assistance. So it's paying me to supply food to Eritrea, Uganda, and Ethiopia. Their troops will invade simultaneously with the Central forces. The Eastern Alliance won't stand a chance.
So the thousands of deaths in the message we intercepted, that's the body count of the initial invasion tonight.
That's right. I had to guarantee a certain loss of life of Eastern Alliance troops. If the number is more than 2,000, I get a bonus.
The adverse impact on Britain? That the oil's going to Beijing, not to us?
A nod. The Chinese helped Khartoum pay my bill.
When does the fighting start?
In about an hour and a half, as soon as the food planes are in the air and the ships are in international waters, the invasion of eastern Sudan begins.
Felicity looked at her demure Baume and Mercier watch.
She supposed Gregory Lamb would arrive soon. Now I need to broker something else. Your cooperation. He laughed coldly. If you don't, your friend Baker Jordan will die. Simple as that. I have many friends throughout Africa who are quite skilled at killing and happy to put those talents to work. She was pleased to see how this troubled him. Felicity Willing always enjoyed finding people's weaknesses.
What do you want? He asked.
You send a message to your superiors that you've confirmed Gregory Lamb is behind an attempted cruise ship bombing. You've managed to stop the plot, and you'll be meeting with him soon.
You know I can't do that.
We're negotiating for the life of your friend. Come on, James. Be a proper hero. You're going to die anyway.
He turned his eyes to her and repeated, I really thought it might work out between us.
A shiver ran down Felicity Willing's spine. But then Bond's eyes grew stony, and he snapped, Okay, that's enough. We have to move fast. She frowned. What was he talking about? He added, Try to use non-lethal force on her, if you can. Oh, Christ, no, Felicity whispered. A tidal wave of light, the overheads, came on, and as she started to turn towards the sound of running feet, the Walther was ripped out of her hand. She was slammed onto her belly by two people, one of whom knelt hard in the small of her back and secured her hands expertly behind her with handcuffs. Felicity heard a crisp voice, a woman's. In accordance with Section 35 of the Constitution of South Africa, 1996, you have the right to remain silent and to be advised that any statements made to your arresting officers can be used as evidence in trial against you. Chapter 68. No! Felicity Willing gasped, her face a mask of disbelief. Then the word was repeated in rage, nearly a scream. James Bond looked down at the petite woman sitting on the floor in about the same place that he had been a moment before. She shouted, You knew! You son of a bitch, you knew! You never suspected Lamb at all! I lied, didn't I? He said coldly, throwing the words back at her. Baker Jordan was also gazing down unemotionally, assessing her prisoner. Bond was rubbing his wrists, from which the cuffs had been removed. Gregory Lamb was nearby on his mobile. Lamb and Jordan had arrived before Bond to plant microphones and monitor the conversation, in case Felicity took the bait. They'd hidden in the workers' caravan. Bond's flash of the torch earlier had verified they were invisible and alerted them that he was going inside. He hadn't wanted to use radio transmissions. Jordan's phone rang, and she answered it. She listened, jotting information in her notebook, then said, My people have raided Miss Willing's office. We've got the landing locations of all the planes and the routes of the ships delivering the food. Gregory Lamb looked over her notes and relayed the information into his phone. While the man did not instill confidence as an intelligence agent, apparently he indeed had his contacts, and he was using them now. You can't do this, Felicity wailed. You don't understand. Bond and Jordan ignored her and stared at Lamb. Finally he disconnected. There's an American carrier off the coast. They've launched fighters to intercept the food planes, and RAF and South African attack helicopters are on their way to turn the ships. Bond thanked the big, sweating man for his efforts. He'd never suspected Lamb, whose odd behavior stemmed from the fact that he was essentially a coward. He admitted that he'd disappeared during the action at the Greenway plant to hide in the bushes, though stopped short of confessing he'd shot through his own sleeve. But Bond thought him the perfect bait to lay before his suspect, Felicity Willing. Baker Jordan took a call too. Backup's going to be a little delayed. Bad accident on Victoria Road. But Quilani says they should be here in 20 or 30 minutes. Bond looked down at Felicity. Even now, sitting on the filthy floor of the decrepit construction site, she radiated defiance, a caged, angry lioness. How? How did you know? She asked. They could hear the soothing yet powerful sound of the Atlantic crashing on the rocks, birds calling, a far-off car horn bleating. This place wasn't far from the centre of Cape Town, but the city seemed a universe away. A number of things made me wonder, Bond told her. The first was Dunn himself. Why the mysterious funds transfer to his account yesterday, before Gehenna? That suggested Dunn had another partner. And so did another intercept we caught, mentioning that if Haidt was out of the picture, there were other partners who could proceed with the project. Who had that been sent to? One explanation was that it was somebody entirely independent of Gehenna. Then I remembered Dunn travelled to India, Indonesia, and the Caribbean. At the fundraiser, you said your charity had opened offices in Mumbai, Jakarta, and Port-au-Prince. Bit of a coincidence, that. Then I remembered that both you and Dunn had connections in London and Cape Town, and you'd both had a presence in South Africa before Haidt opened the Greenway office here. And I made the Noah connection on my own, Bond continued. When he was in SAP's headquarters, he'd found himself staring at her card, IOAH. He'd suddenly realised there was merely one letter difference. I checked company records in Pretoria and found the group's original name. So when you told me you'd heard Lamb referred to as Noah, I knew you were lying. That confirmed your guilt, but we still needed to trick you into telling us what you knew and what Incident 20 was." He regarded her coldly.
"I didn't have time for aggressive interrogation."
Purpose, response. Not knowing Felicity's goal, this deception had been the best response he could put together. Felicity eased herself towards the wall. The movement was accompanied by a glance out of the window. Suddenly, several thoughts coalesced in Bond's mind. The shift of her eyes, the accident blocking Victoria Road, Dunn's genius for planning, and the car horn, which had sounded about 3 minutes earlier. It had been a signal, of course, and Felicity had been counting down since it had blared in the distance. "Incoming!" Bond cried, and launched himself into Baker Jordan. The two of them, and Lamb, tumbled to the floor as bullets crashed through the windows, filling the room with shards of glistening confetti. Chapter 69. Bond, Lamb, and Jordan took cover as best they could, which wasn't easy because the entire north wall of the room was exposed. Table saws and the rest of the construction equipment provided some protection, but they were still vulnerable, since the work lights and overheads gave the sniper a perfect view of the rooms. Felicity hunkered down further. "How many men does Dunn have with him?" Bond snapped to her. She didn't answer. He aimed close to her leg and fired a deafening shot, which spat splinters of wood into her face and chest. She screamed. "Just him for now," she whispered quickly. "He's got some other people on the way. Listen, just let me go and shut up." So, Bond reflected, Dunn had used part of his money to bribe security forces in Mozambique to lie that he'd been spotted in the country while he'd remained here to back up Felicity, and to hire mercenaries to extract them if necessary. Bond glanced round the breakfast room and the nearby lobby. There was simply no way to get to cover. Aiming carefully, he shot out the work lights, but the overheads were still bright and too numerous to take out. They gave Dunn a perfect view of the interior. Bond rose, but was rewarded with 2 close shots. He'd seen no target. There was some moonlight, but the glare inside rendered outdoors black. He could tell Dunn was shooting from high ground, on the Apostles' range. Yet the Irishman could be anywhere up there. A moment or two passed, then more bullets crashed into the room, striking bags of plaster. The dust rose, and Bond and Jordan coughed. Bond noted that the angle of those shots had been different. Dunn was working his way into a position from which he could begin to pick them off. "The lights!" Lamb called. "We've got to get them out!" The switch, however, was in the passage to the kitchen, and to get to it, one of them would have to run past a series of glass doors and windows, presenting a perfect target to Dunn. Bond tried, but he was in the most vulnerable position, and the instant he rose, slugs slammed into a pillar, and the tools beside him. He fell back to the floor. "I'll go," said Baker Jordan. She was gauging distances to the light switch. Bond saw. "I'm closest. I think I can make it. Did I tell you, James, I was a star rugby player at university? I'll move very quickly." "No," Bond said firmly. "It's suicide. We'll wait for your officers." "They won't be here in time. You'll be in a position to kill us all in a few minutes. James, rugby is a wonderful game. Have you ever played?" She laughed. "No, of course not. I can't see you on a team." His smile matched hers. "You're better placed to give covering fire," Bond said. "That big Colt of yours will scare the hell out of him. I'm going on 3. 1, 2... Suddenly a voice called, "Oh, please!" Bond looked towards Lamb, who continued, "Those countdown scenes in movies are such dreadful clichés. Nonsense. In real life, nobody counts. You just stand up and go." Which was exactly what Lamb now did. He leapt to his meaty legs and lumbered towards the light switch. Bond and Jordan both aimed into the blackness and fired covering rounds. They had no idea where Dunn was, and it was unlikely that their slugs went anywhere near him. Yet whether they did or not, the rounds didn't deter the Irishman from firing a spot-on burst when Lamb was 10 feet from the switch. The bullets shattered the windows beside him and found their target. A spray of the agent's blood painted the floor and wall, and he lurched forward, collapsed, and lay still. "No!" Jordan cried. "Oh, no!" The casualty must have given Dunn some confidence, because the next shots were even closer to their mark. Finally, Bond had to abandon his position. He crawled back to where Jordan crouched behind a table saw, its blade dented by Dunn's .223 rounds. Bond and the policewoman now pressed against each other. The black slits of the windows glared at them. There was nowhere else to go. A bullet snapped over Bond's head. It broke the sound barrier inches from his ear. He felt, but he couldn't see, Dunn moving in for the kill. Felicity said, "I can stop this. Just let me go. I'll call him. Give me a phone." A muzzle flash, and Bond shoved Jourdain's head down as the wall beside them exploded. The slug actually tugged at the strands beside her ear. She gasped and pressed against him, shivering. The smell of burning hair wafted around them. Felicity said, "Nobody'll know you let me escape. Give me a phone. I'll call Dunn."
"Oh, go to hell, bitch!"
came a voice from across the room, and, staggering to his feet, gripping his bloody chest, Lamb rose and charged to the far wall. He swept his hand down on the light switch as he dropped once more to the floor. The inn went dark. Instantly, Bond was on his feet, kicking out one of the side doors. He plunged into the brush to pursue his prey. Thinking, 4 rounds left, 1 more magazine. Bond was sprinting through the brush that led to the base of the steep cliff, the 12 Apostles' Ridge. He ran in an S pattern as Dunn fired towards him. The moon wasn't full, but there was light to shoot by, yet none of the slugs hit closer than 3 or 4 feet from him. Finally, the Irishman stopped targeting Bond. He must have assumed that he'd hit him, or he'd fled to find help. Dunn's goal, of course, wasn't necessarily to kill his victims, but simply to keep them contained until his associates arrived. How soon would that be? Bond huddled against a large rock. The night was now freezing cold, and the wind had come up. Dunn would be about 100 feet directly above him. The sniper's eyrie was an outcrop of rock, with a perfect view of the inn, the approaches to it, and of Bond himself in the moonlight, had Dunn simply leant over and looked. Then, a powerful torch was signalling from the rocks above. Bond turned to where it was pointed. Offshore, a boat churned towards the beach. The mercenaries, of course. He wondered how many were on board, and what they were armed with. In 10 minutes, the vessel would land, and he and Baker Jourdain would be overrun. Dunn would have made sure the Victoria Road remained impassable for longer than that. Still, he pulled out his phone and texted Kweleni Nkosi about the impending beach landing. Bond looked back up the mountain face. Only 2 approaches would lead him to Dunn. To the right, the south, there was a series of steep but smooth traverses, narrow footpaths for hikers, that led from the back of the 6th Apostle Inn past the outcrop where Dunn lay. But if Bond went that way, he'd be exposed to Dunn's gunfire along much of the path. There was no cover. The other option was to assault the castle directly, to climb straight up a craggy but steep rock face, 100 vertical feet. He studied this possible route. 4 years nearly to the day after his parents had died, 15-year-old James Bond had decided he'd had enough of the nightmares and fears that reared up when he looked at mountains or rock walls, even, say, the impressive but tame foundations of Edinburgh Castle as seen from the Castle Terrace car park. He talked a master at Fetis into setting up a climbing club, which made regular trips to the Highlands for the members to learn the sport. It took 2 weeks, but the Dragon of Fear had died, and Bond added rock climbing to his repertoire of outdoor activities. He now holstered the Walther and looked up, reiterating to himself the basic rules. Use only enough strength for a sufficient grip, no more. Use your legs to support your body, your arms for balance and shifting weight. Keep your body close to the rock face. Use momentum to peak at the dead point. And so, with no ropes, no gloves, no chalk, and in leather shoes, quite stylish but a fool's footwear on a damp face like this, Bond began his ascent. Chapter 70. Niall Dunn was making his way down the face of the 12 Apostles' Ridge, along the hiking trails that led to the inn. His Beretta pistol in hand, he carefully stayed out of sight of the man who'd masqueraded so cleverly as Jean Theron, the man Felicity had told him an hour or so ago was a British agent, first name James. Although he couldn't see him any longer, Dunn had spotted the man a few minutes ago ascending the rock cliff. James had taken the bait and was assaulting the citadel, while Dunn had slipped out of the back door, so to speak, and was moving carefully down the traverses. In 5 minutes, he'd be at the inn, while the British agent would be fully occupied on the cliff face. All according to the blueprint. Well, the revised blueprint. Now there was nothing for it but to get out of the country, fast and forever. Though not alone, of course. He would leave with the person he admired most in the world, the person he loved, the person who was the engine of all his fantasies. His boss, Felicity Willing. This is Niall. He's brilliant. He's my draftsman. She described him thus several years ago. His face had warmed with pleasure when he'd heard the words, and now he carried them in his memory, like a lock of her hair, just as he carried the memory of their first job together, when she was a city investment banker and had hired him to inspect some works installations her client was lending money to complete. Dunn had rejected the shoddy job, saving her and the client millions. She'd taken him to dinner, and he'd had too much wine, and prattled on about how morality had no place in combat or business, or bloody hell anything. The beautiful woman had agreed. My God, he thought, here's somebody who doesn't care that my feet go in different directions, that I'm built out of spare parts, that I can't tell a joke or turn on the charm to save my life. Felicity was his perfect match at detachment. Her passion for making money was identical to his for creating efficient machines. They'd ended up in her luxurious flat in Knightsbridge and made love. It had been without question the best night of his life. They had begun to work together more frequently, making the transition into jobs that were, well, not to put too fine a point on it, a bit more profitable and a lot less legitimate than taking a percentage of a revolving credit construction loan. The jobs had become bolder, darker, and more lucrative. But the other thing between them, well, that had changed, as he'd supposed all along it would. She didn't, she finally confessed, think of him that way. The night they were together, yes, it had been wonderful, and she was sorely tempted, but she was worried that it would ruin their astonishing intellectual, no, spiritual connection. Besides, she'd been hurt before very badly. She was a bird with a broken wing that hadn't yet mended. Could they simply remain partners and friends? Oh, please. You can be my draftsman. The story rang a bit hollow, but he had chosen to believe her, as one will do when a lover spins a tale less painful than the truth. But their business soared with success. An embezzlement here, some extortion there, and Dunn bided his time because he believed that Felicity would come round. He made it seem that he, too, was over the romance. He managed to keep his obsession for her buried, as hidden and as explosive as a VS-50 landmine. Now, though, everything had changed. They were soon to be together. Niall Dunn believed this in his soul, because he was going to win her love by saving her. Against all the odds, he'd save her. He'd spirit her away to safety on Madagascar, where he'd created an enclave for them to live very comfortably. As he approached the inn, Dunn was recalling that James had caught out Height with his comment about Isandlwana, the Zulu massacre in the 1800s. Now he was thinking of the second battle that day in January, the one at Rorke's Drift. There, a force of 4,000 Zulus had attacked a small outpost and hospital manned by about 130 British soldiers. As impossible as it seemed, the British had successfully defended it, suffering minimal casualties. What was significant about the battle to Niall Dunn, though, was the commander of the British troops, Lieutenant John Chard. He was with the Corps of Royal Engineers, a sapper like Dunn. Chard had come up with a blueprint for the defence against overwhelming odds and executed it brilliantly. He'd earned the Victoria Cross. Niall Dunn was now about to win a decoration of his own, the Heart of Felicity Willing. Moving slowly through the autumn evening, he now arrived at the inn, staying well out of sight of the rock face and the British spy. He considered his plan. He knew the fat agent was dead or dying. He remembered what he'd seen of the breakfast or dining room through the rifle scope before the man irritatingly had turned off the lights. The only other officer in the inn seemed to be the sap's woman. He could easily take her. He would fling something through the window to distract her, then kill her, and get Felicity out. The two of them would sprint to the beach for the extraction, then speed to the helicopter that would take them to freedom in Madagascar. Together. He stepped silently to the window of the Sixth Apostle Inn. Looking in carefully, Dunn saw the British agent he'd shot lying on the floor. His eyes were open, glazed in death. Felicity sat on the floor nearby, her hands cuffed behind her, breathing hard. Dunn was shaken by the sight of his love being so ill-treated. More anger. This time it did not go away. Then he heard the policewoman in the kitchen make a call on her radio and ask about backup. "Well, how long is it going to be?" she snapped. "Probably some time," Dunn reflected. His associates had overturned a large lorry and set it on fire. Victoria Road was completely blocked. Dunn slipped round the back of the hotel into the car park, overgrown and filled with weeds and rubbish, and went to the kitchen door. His gun before him, he eased it open without a sound. He heard the clatter of the radio, a transmission about a fire engine. Good, he thought. The SAP's officer was concentrating on the radio call. He'd take her from behind. He stepped further inside and moved down a narrow corridor to the kitchen. He could... But the kitchen was empty. On a counter sat the radio. The staticky voice rambled on and on. He realized that these were just random transmissions from SAP's Central Emergency Dispatch about fires, robberies, noise complaints. The radio was set to scan mode, not communications. Why had she done that? This couldn't be a trap to lure him inside. James wouldn't possibly know that he'd left the sniper's nest and was here. He stepped to the window and gazed up at the rock face, where he could see the man climbing slowly. His heart stuttered. No. The vague form was exactly where it had been 10 minutes ago, and Dunn realized that what he'd glanced at earlier on the rock face might not have been the spy at all, but perhaps his jacket, draped over a rock and moving in the breeze. No. No. Then a man's voice said in a smooth British accent, "Drop your weapon. Don't turn round or you'll be shot." Dunn's shoulders slumped. He remained staring out at the 12 Apostles' Ridge. He gave a brief laugh. "Logic told me you'd climb to the sniper's nest. I was so certain." The spy replied, "And logic told me you'd bluff and come here. I just climbed high enough to leave my jacket in case you looked." Dunn glanced over his shoulder. The SAP's officer was standing beside the spy. Both were armed. Dunn could see the man's cold eyes. The South African officer was just as determined. Through the doorway in the lobby, Dunn could also see Felicity Willing, his boss, his love, straining to look into the kitchen. Felicity called, "What's going on in there? Somebody answer me!" "My draftsman." The British agent said harshly, "I won't tell you again. In 5 seconds I'll shoot into your arms." There was no blueprint for this, and for once, the inarguable logic of engineering and the science of mechanics failed Niall Dunn. He was suddenly amused, thinking that this would be perhaps the first wholly irrational decision he'd ever made. But did that mean it wouldn't succeed? Pure faith sometimes worked, he'd been told. He leapt sideways on his long legs, dropping into a crouch, spinning about and aiming towards the woman officer first, his pistol rising. Shattering the stillness, several guns sang, voices similar but differently pitched, in harmonies low and high. Chapter 71. The ambulances and SAP's cars were arriving. A Recce Special Forces helicopter was hovering over the vessel, containing the mercenaries, who'd come to collect Dunn and Felicity. Glaring spotlights pointed downwards, as did the barrels of 2 20mm cannon. One short burst over the bow was enough to force the occupants to surrender. An unmarked police car screeched up amid a cloud of dust, directly in front of the hotel. Kwaleni and Cozy leapt out and nodded to Bond. Other officers joined them. Bond recognized some from the raid earlier today at the Greenway plant. Baker Jordan assisted Felicity Willing to her feet. She asked, "Is Dunn dead?" He was. Bond and Jordan had fired simultaneously before the muzzle of his Beretta could rise to the threat position. He died a moment later, blue eyes as flat in death as they had been in life, though his last glance had been towards the room where Felicity sat, not at the pair who had shot him. "Yes," Jourdan said. "I'm sorry." She spoke this with some sympathy, apparently having assumed a personal as well as professional connection between the two. "You're sorry?" Felicity responded cynically. "What good is he to me dead?" Bond understood that she wasn't mourning the loss of a partner, but of a bargaining chip. Felicity Wilful. "Listen to me. You have no idea what you're up against," she muttered to Jourdan. "I'm the queen of food aid. I'm the one saving the starving babies. You may as well give up your badge right now if you try to arrest me. And if that doesn't impress you, remember my partners. You've cost some very dangerous people millions and millions of dollars today. Here's my offer. I'll close down my operation here, I'll move elsewhere, you'll be safe, I guarantee it. If you don't agree, you won't live out the month. Neither will your family. And don't think you're going to throw me into a secret prison somewhere. If there's even a hint that the sap's treated a suspect illegally, the press and the courts will crucify you." "You're not going to be arrested," Bond told her. "Good. The story everybody will hear is that you're fleeing the country after embezzling $5 million from the IOAH Treasury. Your partners aren't going to be interested in revenge on Captain Jourdan or anybody else. They'll be interested in finding you and their money." In reality, she'd be whisked off to a black site for extensive discussions. "You can't do that," she raged, her green eyes fiery. At that moment, a black van pulled up. 2 uniformed men got out and walked up to Bond. He recognized on their sleeves the chevron of the British Special Boat Service, depicting a sword over a motto Bond had always liked, "By strength and guile." This was the rendition team Bill Tanner had arranged. One saluted. "Commander?" The civilian Bond nodded. "Here's the package." A glance at Felicity Willing. "What?" the lioness cried. "No!" He said to the soldiers, "I'm authorizing you to execute an ODG Level 2 project order dated Sunday last." "Yes, sir. We have the paperwork. We'll handle it from here." They led her away, struggling. She disappeared into their van, which sped down the gravel drive. Bond turned back to Baker Jourdan, but she was walking briskly to her car. Without looking back, she climbed in, started the engine, and drove away. He walked up to Kwaleni Nkosi and handed over Dunn's Beretta. "And there's a rifle up there, warrant officer. You want to get it down." He pointed out the general area where Dunn had been sniping. "Yes, indeed. My family and I hike here many weekends. I know the apostles well. I'll collect it." Bond's eyes were on Jourdan's car, the tail lights receding. "She left rather quickly. She wasn't upset about the rendition, was she? Our embassy contacted your government. A magistrate in Bloemfontein approved the plan." No, the officer said. "Tonight Captain Jourdan has to take her Ogogo to her sister's house. She is never late. Not when it involves her grandmother." Nkosi was watching closely as Bond stared after Jourdan's car. He laughed. "That woman is something, is she not?" "She is indeed. Well, good night, warrant officer. You must get in touch if you're ever in London." "I will do that, Commander Bond. I am not, I think, such a great actor after all, but I do love my theatre. Perhaps we could go to the West End and attend a play." "Perhaps we could." A traditional handshake followed, Bond pressing firmly, keeping the 3-part rhythm smooth, and, most important, making sure that he did not release his grip too soon. Chapter 72. James Bond was sitting outside in a corner of the terrace restaurant at the Table Mountain Hotel. Caligas heaters glowed overhead, sending down a cascade of warmth. The scent of propane was curiously appealing in the cool night air. He held a heavy crystal glass containing Baker's bourbon on ice. The spirit had the same DNA as the Basil Hayden's, but was of higher proof. Accordingly, he swirled it to allow the cubes to mellow the impact, though he wasn't sure he wanted much mellowing, not after this evening. Finally, he took a long sip and glanced at the tables nearby, all of them occupied by couples. Hands caressed hands, knees pressed against knees, while secrets and promises were whispered on wine-scented breath. Veils of silky hair swirled as women tilted their heads to hear their companion's soft words. Bond thought of Franschhoek and Felicity Willing. What would Saturday's agenda have been? Was she planning to tell Jean Theron, ruthless mercenary, about her career as a hunger broker and recruit him to join her? And if she had been the woman he had at first believed, the saviour of Africa, would he have confessed to her that he was an operational agent for the British government? But speculation irritated James Bond. It was a waste of time, and he was relieved when his mobile buzzed. Bill.
So here's the overall position, James,
Tanner said.
The troops in the countries surrounding eastern Sudan have stood down. Khartoum issued a statement that the West has once again interfered with the democratic process of a sovereign nation in an attempt to spread feudalism throughout the region.
Feudalism? Bond asked, chuckling.
I suspect the writer meant to say imperialism, but got muddled. Don't see why Khartoum can't just use Google to find a decent press agent like everyone else.
And the Chinese? They've been deprived of quite a lot of discount petrol.
They're hardly in a position to complain, since they were partly responsible for what would have been a very unpleasant war. But the regional government in the Eastern Alliance are over the moon. Their governor let slip to the PM that they're voting to separate from Khartoum next year and hold democratic elections. They want long-term economic connections with us and America.
And they have a lot of oil. Tanner said,
Gushers, James. Positive gushers. Now, nearly all the food that Felicity Willing was doling out is on its way back to Cape Town. The World Food Programme is going to oversee distribution. It's a good outfit. They'll send it to places that need it.
He then said,
Sorry to hear about Lamb.
Walked into the line of fire to save us. You ought to get a posthumous commendation for it.
I'll give Vauxhall Cross a bell and let them know. Now, sorry, James, but I need you back by Monday. Something's heating up in Malaysia. There's a Tokyo connection.
Odd combination.
Indeed.
I'll be in at 9.
10'll do. You've had rather a busy week.
They rang off, and Bond had enough time for one sip of whiskey before the phone vibrated once more. He peered at the screen. On the third buzz, he hit answer. Philly.
James, I've been reading the signals. My God, are you all right?
Yes, a bit of a rough day, but it looks like we got everything sorted.
You are the master of the understatement. So, Gehenna and Incident 20 were entirely different. I wouldn't have thought it. How did you suss it all out?
Correlation of analysis, and, of course, you need to think three-dimensionally, Bond said gravely. A pause. Then Philly Maidenston asked,
You're winding me up, aren't you, James?
I suppose I am. A faint trickle of laughter.
Now, I'm sure you're knackered and need to get some rest, but I found one more piece of the steel cartridge puzzle, if you're interested.
Relax, he told himself. But he couldn't. Had his father been a traitor or not?
I've got the identity of the KGB mole inside 6, the one who was murdered.
I see. He inhaled slowly. Who was he?
Hold on a second. Where is it now? I did have it.
Agony. He struggled to stay calm. Then she said,
Here we go. His cover name was Robert Witherspoon, recruited by a KGB handler when he was at Cambridge. He was shoved in front of a tube train at Piccadilly Circus by a KGB active measures agent in 1988.
Bond closed his eyes. Andrew Bond had not been at Cambridge, and he and his wife had died in 1990 on a mountain in France. His father had been no traitor. Neither had he been a spy. Philly continued.
But I also found that another MI6 freelance operator was killed as part of Steel Cartridge. Not a double. Considered quite a superstar agent, apparently, working counterintelligence, tracking down moles in 6 and the CIA.
Bond swirled this around in his mind like the whiskey in his glass. He said, Do you know anything about his death?
Pretty hush-hush. But I do know it occurred around 1990, somewhere in France or Italy. It was disguised as an accident, too, and a steel cartridge was left at the scene as a warning to other agents.
A wry smile crossed Bond's lips. So maybe his father had been a spy after all, though not a traitor. At least not to his country. But, Bond reflected, had he been a traitor to his family and to his son?
Hadn't Andrew been foolhardy in taking young James along when he was meeting enemy agents he was trying to trick?
But one thing, James. You said his death.
How's that?
The 6 counterintelligence op who was killed in 90. You said his. A signal in the archive suggested the agent was a woman.
My God, Bond thought. No. His mother a spy? Monique Delacroix Bond? Impossible. But she was a freelance photojournalist, which was a frequently used non-official cover for agents. And she was by far the more adventurous of his parents. It was she who had encouraged her husband to take up rock climbing and skiing. Bond also recalled her polite but firm refusal to let young James accompany her on photographic assignments. A mother, of course, would never endanger her child, whatever tradecraft recommended. Bond didn't know the recruitment requirements back then, but presumably the fact that she was Swiss-born would not have been an obstacle to her working as a contract op. There was more research to do, of course, to confirm the suspicion, and if it was true, he would find out who had ordered the killing and who had carried it out. But that was for Bond alone to pursue. He said, "Thanks, Philly. I think that's all I need. You've been a star. You deserve an OBE.
A Selfridge's gift voucher will do. I'll stock up when they have Bollywood Week in the food hall."
Ah, another instance of their similar interests. In that case, better yet, I'll take you to a curry house I know in Brick Lane, the best in London. They're not fully licensed, but we can bring a bottle of one of those Bordeaux you were talking about. A week on Saturday, how's that? She paused, consulting her diary, Bond guessed.
Yes, James, that'll be great.
He imagined her again, the abundant red hair, the sparkling golden-green eyes, the rustling as she crossed her legs. Then she added,
"And you'll have to bring a date."
The whiskey stopped halfway to his lips. "Of course," Bond said automatically.
"You and yours, Tim and me. It'll be such great fun."
"Tim, your fiancé?"
"You might have heard we went through a bad patch, but he turned down a chance of a big job overseas to stay in London."
"Good man. Came to his senses."
"It's hardly his fault for considering it. I'm not easy to live with, but we decided to see if we could make it work. We have history together. Oh, do let's try for Saturday. You and Tim can talk cars and motorbikes. He knows quite a lot about them, more than I do, even."
She was talking quickly, too quickly. Ophelia Maidenston was savvy, in addition to being clever, of course, and she was fully aware of what had happened between them at the restaurant last Monday. She'd sensed the very real connection they'd had, and would be thinking even now that something might have developed, had the past not intruded. The past, Bond reflected wryly. Severn Heights' passion. And his nemesis. He said sincerely, "I'm very glad for you, Philly."
"Thank you, James,"
she said, a dash of emotion in her voice. "But listen, I won't have you spending your life wheeling babies around Clapham in a pram. You're the best liaison officer we've ever had, and I'm insisting on using you on every assignment I possibly can."
"I'll be there for you, James, whenever and wherever you want me."
Under the circumstances, probably not the best choice of words, he reflected, smiling to himself. "I have to go, Philly. I'll ring you next week for the post-mortem on Incident 20. They disconnected. Bond ordered another drink. When it arrived, he drank half as he looked out over the harbour, though he was not seeing much of its spectacular beauty, and his distraction had nothing, well, little to do with Ophelia Maidenston's repaired engagement. No, his thoughts dealt with a more primal theme. His mother, a spy. Suddenly a voice intruded on the turbulent musings. "I'm late. I'm sorry." James Bond turned to Baker Jordan, sitting down across from him. "She's well, Ogogo?" "Oh, yes, but at my sister's she made us all watch a Scooty Snazy rerun." Bond lifted an eyebrow. "A Zulu-language sitcom from some years ago." It was warm under the terrace heater, and Jordan slipped off her navy blue jacket. Her red shirt had short sleeves, and he could see that she had not used makeup on her arm. The scar inflicted by her former co-workers was quite prominent. He wondered why she was not concealing it tonight. Jordan regarded him carefully. "I was surprised you accepted my invitation to dinner. I am paying, by the way." "That's not necessary." Frowning, she said, "I didn't assume it was."
Bond said. "Thank you, then. I wasn't sure I'd ask you. I actually debated for some time. I'm not a person who debates much. I usually decide rather quickly, as I think I've told you." She paused and looked away. "I'm sorry your date in the wine country didn't work out." "Well, all things considered, I'd rather be here with you than in Franschhoek." "I should think so. I'm a difficult woman, but not a mass murderer," she added ominously. "But you should not flirt with me. Ah, don't deny it. I remember very well your look in the airport the day you arrived." "I flirt a lot less than you think I do. Psychologists have a term for that. It's called projecting. You project your feelings onto me. That remark in itself is flirtatious." Bond laughed and gestured the sommelier forward. He displayed the bottle of the South African sparkling wine Bond had ordered, to be brought when his companion arrived. The man opened it. Bond tasted it and nodded approval. Then he said to Jourdan, "You like this? It's Graham Beck Cuvée Clive. Chardonnay and Pinot Noir, the 2003 vintage. It's from Robertson, the Western Cape." Jourdan gave one of her rare laughs. "Here I've been lecturing you about South Africa, but it seems you know a few things yourself. This wine's as good as anything you'll get in Reims." "Where is that?" "France, where champagne is made, east of Paris. A beautiful place. You'd enjoy it." "I'm sure it's lovely, but apparently there's no need to go there if our wine's as good as theirs." Her logic was unassailable. They tilted their glasses towards each other. "Kotso," she said. "Peace." "Kotso." They sipped and sat for some moments in silence. He was surprisingly comfortable in the company of this difficult woman. She set her glass down. "May I ask?" "Please," Bond responded. "When Gregory Lamb and I were in the caravan at the Sixth Apostle, recording your conversation with Felicity Willing, you said to her that you'd hoped it might work out between you two. Was that true?" "Yes." "Then I'm sorry. I've had some bad luck, too, when it comes to relationships. I know what it's like when the heart turns against you. But we're resilient creatures. We are indeed, against all odds." Her eyes slipped away, and she stared at the harbour for a time. Bond said, "It was my bullet that killed him, you know. Niall Dunn, I mean." Startled, she began, "How did you know I was—" Her voice faded. "Was that the first time you'd shot someone?" "Yes, it was. But how can you be sure it was your bullet?" "I decided at that range to make my target vector a headshot. Dunn had one wound in his forehead and one in the torso. The headshot was mine. It was fatal. The lower wound, yours, was superficial." "You're sure it was your shot in his head?" "Yes." "Why?" "In that shooting scenario, I wouldn't have missed," Bond said simply. Jourdan was silent for a moment. Then she said, "I suppose I'll have to believe you. Anyone who uses the phrases target vector and shooting scenario surely would know where his bullets went." Earlier, Bond thought, she might have said this with derision, a reference to his violent nature and flagrant disregard for the rule of law, but now she was simply making an observation. They sat back and chatted for a time, about her family and his life in London, his travels. Night was cloaking the city now, a kind autumn evening, of the sort that graces this part of the southern hemisphere, and the vista sparkled with fixed lights on land and floating lights on vessels. Stars, too, except in the black voids nearby, where the King and Prince of Cape Town's rock formations blocked out the sky, Table Mountain and Lion's Head. The plaintive baritone call of the horn reached up to them from the harbour. Bond wondered if its source was one of the ships delivering food, or perhaps it was from a tour boat bringing people back from the prison museum on nearby Robben Island, where people like Nelson Mandela, Kgalema Motlanthe, and Jacob Zuma, all of whom had become presidents of South Africa, had been locked away for so many hard years during apartheid. Or maybe the horn was from a cruise ship preparing to depart for other ports of call, summoning tired passengers carrying bags of cling-film-wrapped biltong, pinotage wine and ANC black, green and yellow tea towels, along with their tourist impressions of this complicated country. Bond gestured to the waiter, who proffered menus. As the policewoman took one, her wounded arm brushed his elbow briefly, and they shared a smile, which was slightly less brief. Yet despite the personal truth and reconciliation occurring between them at the moment, Bond knew that when dinner concluded, he would put her into a taxi to take her to Beaucarp and return to his room to pack for his flight to London tomorrow morning. He knew this, as Kwaleni Umkosi would say, without doubt. Of the idea of a woman who was perfectly attuned to him, with whom he could share all secrets, could share his life, appealed to James Bond, and had proved comforting and sustaining in the past. But in the end, he now realized such a woman, indeed any woman, could occupy but a small role in the peculiar reality in which he lived. After all, he was a man whose purpose found him constantly on the move, from place to place, and his survival and peace of mind required that this transit be fast, relentlessly fast, so that he might overtake prey and outpace pursuer. And if he correctly recalled the poem Philly Maidenston had so elegantly quoted, travelling fast meant travelling forever alone.